I want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back to the show that you know, of course, that is our brother Eric, 16 to Life, better known as 16tolife.com. 16 to Life. Excuse me. You can go to his website, 16tolife.com, get his merch, get his music, get other stuff he got going on over there, man. Very funny dude, very talented cat. You can go and check out his YouTube page, 16 to Life, right here on YouTube, man. And that brother's got very funny stories about the life, before he got caught up in the prison system. Then he got stories about the prison system. Brother did 24 years straight time in the California penal system, man. A real OG, but plus just a good dude, man. Real good dude, man. Always trying to get these youngsters to not, swerve the way he had to swerve to find out how prison life is, man. He tells the truth about it, and he has other guests come on that have been through the same thing, man. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Keep doing the good work you're doing, brother. All right, man. That's the rest of Brother Eric. Guess who else I got up here today? Holy smokes! Holy smokes! I don't recognize that man without that gray on his head, man. Who is that, brother?
Reporting for duty, mon Capitan.
Let me show you what a dinosaur's supposed to look like, man, with that gray hair, man.
That's because you fighting it. I don't fight it so much. I know where it's going.
What's up, sir? How you doing today, man?
Happy pre-clan day.
Hey, man. Hey. Hold on, let me shout out. Hold on, Rico. Let me shout out Risa Neal in the house. As always, the day one hard driving soldier. Same thing with Quantum Love. Hard driving soldiers. We got some other things we're gonna do, y'all, and we're gonna need y'all around. And of course, we got our sister OG Patrice in the building as usual. I sent her the link, so she may be up here. She may just sit in the chat and see what's going on. We may be graced with her presence later. So it depends on what she's feeling like today. But shout out to OG Patrice. Okay. You called me about something last night, Patrice, and I saw that last night. I just thought about that. I did see that. But I'll talk to you about that later, Patrice. All right, so Rico, like I said, man, how you doing today, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing well, good, bad, in between. Actually, I'm doing good. It's a good Sunday. Ain't got nothing to complain about. Life is good.
There you go.
How about yourself?
Brother, blessed is the best word in English I can use to describe my situation, man. I can't even call it, man. You know what I mean? I'm out here. I can look out and see the sun that this God created for me, and see the birds chirping, man. See the wind blowing, man. It's good. It's a blessing, brother.
I tell you, like my granddaddy used to tell me, any day above ground is a good day.
Yeah, I tell you, like my grandmother used to tell me, any day you can see a bird of color, you having it good.
Good day.
It's a good day, man. It's a good day. All right, man. We starting this thing off real good. Shout out to Von Bryant. Von Bryant sent me something this morning, man. Remember we were talking about McDonald's mom?
Mm-hmm.
Von Bryant sent me something that can solve the whole problem, man.
Oh, really?
Solve the whole problem. I'm gonna put it on the community post. Yeah, he sent me something that could solve the whole problem, man.
So who was right? Oh, so he didn't get he came up with a solution.
I don't know if he came up with it, but he definitely gave me a picture of how to solve that situation. So I'm gonna put that up. I'm gonna post that later. So, all right, man. Okay, so it's the Sunday show, right? And so we'll burn an hour easy going through everything else, but we gotta put some lessons down. So let's start with the first thing, man. Let's start with the news. Let me find the news here. Here we go. All right, let's start with the news. Let me do this, Rico. Yeah, it took me a while to kind of put the show together, so sorry about that, y'all. All right. Is it gonna come up? Can you see that, Rico?
Yeah, I can see it. Chat, okay. Put a 1 if you can see it. Put a 2 if you can't.
All right. So
at least you can let us know whether or not you see the graphic or the article that Row C is putting forth.
Okay, this is an article that has to do with rents going up, getting sky high, and it's giving us a little background reason why. Okay, it says institutional investors have bought hundreds of thousands of homes, many in Black communities. I don't know if you ever saw that, Rico, where they have in Detroit, man, they got houses where you can buy them for like $500.
Yeah,
$1,000. Right. Yeah. Okay, so they have
Detroit, but a lot of areas that have been allowed to go dilapidated, abandoned houses. So the premise is that they get new ownership, things that the banks have abandoned. So the city, the state will take it and auction it off just for the taxes.
Right,
so some of these houses don't be run down. They might be like $5,000
No,
or
it's people living in them.
$10,000.
A lot of them.
Right. I
A lot
mean,
of them is people living in
they'll
them.
be gutted. They'll still need work, but you can get you a really nice house for $10,000. You just gotta pay all the back taxes,
Yeah, and so
and then some are
there's
trash.
a company. There was a show about this company that was buying like thousands of those houses, man.
Mhm.
Thousands. They go look at it. They just based on the comps in the neighborhood, they just buy it, right? And so this is a real thing, man. It's a real thing. But mostly, a lot of times, of course, it's happening in the communities where the income is not that high, right?
Right. It's usually rundown areas. And the biggest problem with it is even if they fix it up to flip, it may have the problem with it is they're reducing the inventory of low income housing, because most of these housings was low income originally, but once they put their money in it and they flip it, they don't flip it back to low income. They'll flip it into a medium or high tax bracket.
Right. Exactly.
I get it. You know, they want a return on their investment. I get it. I don't knock any of that. But what it does is it depletes the inventory of low income housing. And we're already we have a huge housing shortage, especially for low income people.
Right.
So it's just making a bad situation worse with the possible recession oncoming. I mean, there's a lot of danger signs. Like when you talked the other day, I said, gonna be a lot of people sitting in a position they sitting in today may not be tomorrow, and all of a sudden, a lot of folks gonna get their nigga wake up call. That's the best
I
way
guess so. If you put it like that, Rico. All right. So they say critics are saying that it's creating a generation of renters, right?
Yep.
Like you said, Rico, they flip these houses for probably what 5 or 6 times the value, right? At least, right? Once they get it, in working condition, right? And so and a lot of them, what they're doing, I saw on one company on TV, I saw a company that they don't flip them, they rent them.
Yeah,
they just rent them out. So they had like tens of thousands of houses all over the country that they were renting out. And all they do is just rent these houses out. All right, so let me read the article real quick, Rico. Democratic lawmakers are scrutinizing whether an American dream, the American dream of a suburban home and white picket fence, is being seized upon by large institutional investors, costing working people a shot at property ownership. Who's this brother? Who's this dude here?
That's the guy, Mr. Green. He's from Texas.
Okay. All right. The House Financial Services Committee on Oversight and Investigations held a virtual panel Tuesday, titled "Where Have All the Houses Gone? Private Equity, Single Family Rentals, and America's Neighborhoods," to probe the impacts of firms engaging in what Representative Al Green, the subcommittee chair, dubbed mass predatory purchasing. Holy smokes. Shad Bogany, a real estate agent and advocate who testified before the committee, also said that institutional investors are creating a generation of renters that will miss out on the benefits of home ownership, the ability to create wealth and stabilize communities. Congress, we need you to act, Bogany said. Corporate ownership of single-family rental homes, which comprise about a third of the nation's rental stock, has risen significantly since 2008 financial crisis, when firms swooped in to purchase foreclosed properties, according to committee memorandum. And the third quarter of 2021 marked the fastest annual increase in corporate ownership in 16 years. The memorandum said, what's more, as the housing market grew hotter and prices skewed higher, the investors had the advantage to be able to purchase homes with cash, trumping first-time and lower income buyers. All right.
Yep, I get the gist of it. That's the gist of it.
Yeah. I think we pretty much got the. So what do you think about that, Rico? What do you think is going to happen if people get to the point where just having a regular job, or even having a decent job, you can't afford a house, and you're just gonna have to rent for the rest of your life?
Yeah, well, even beyond getting to having a decent job or having it's creating a generation because again, it's an inventory issue. Even before, I mean, even though this was a problem, which is part of the problem to exacerbate the issue of inventory, um, there was a problem because we weren't building enough homes. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So America had a
Right.
home building issue where there was a deficit of, and it was even pre-pandemic, where there was a
Okay.
deficit of enough new homes being built for new families and the expansion of the American population growth. So it wasn't enough homes being built.
Okay.
So you start with that deficit, and then you start taking where they're going out and they're buying up all of this foreclosure property, which it would make sense that the foreclosures were sold to families who then could put in
Yeah.
the work to fix up the individual home as a primary residency. They're buying them
Right.
by blocks, huge. Oh, I'm gonna buy
Right.
a house.
Exactly.
They'll take the money, they'll invest in them, and then either they will sell them at an exorbitant price, 10 times, whatever, because it's a hot seller's market, or they'll rent it at an extreme amount of rent. The
That's what's
difference
happening in Florida right now.
right, and the problem is people don't understand is as an individual, you can't afford to sit on an empty house. As a
Right.
corporation, they only expect
Yeah.
that a corporation will tell you 60% occupancy rate is a win. As
Okay.
long as it doesn't go, even the hotel will tell
Yeah.
you that. Most hotels, they have a 20-30% vacancy rate every day. So
Okay.
their margins are made off of 60-70% occupancy,
Correct.
but they got 100% of the inventory. So the problem
Right.
with corporations, they have all of these, like the hotel say the most expensive room is an empty room. They're not running on 100% occupancy. They never are. But they can afford to sit on empty spaces just like hotels can. Hotels like we'll be fine because we making our bread. Because you know what we'll do? We'll take that 60%, we'll raise the room rates up to cover those empty rooms.
Right.
So they'll do the same thing with the rentals or the sales. We'll raise the rates on the occupied ones to cover the empty ones. But we're gonna hold on to them until somebody come in and either pay us what we want or give us the rent that we want. The
And
problem
of
is
course.
it's freezing out families who need that housing, and the government is not building houses like they was coming out of World War II in the 50s and the 60s. You knew the government was building, all these apartments, all these houses, and so on and so forth. Then people started going against it. Oh, we don't like all these high rise, and they're making all these low income housing and all the crime. Well, okay, the government said, well, we're gonna get out of the housing building business. So now we're
Right.
not building low, and the government always built low income housing. They didn't.
Okay.
They rarely ever built. They never built expensive housing. They always built housing for low income and middle income, middle and low. So all
Right.
their apartments that the government bought and owned, GSA, was for low income and middle income. Once they start tearing them down, not replacing them, that also led to more stressors and it's an inventory issue. So
Right.
it's terrible.
Okay. But Rico. Well, hold on. Let me do some shout outs real quick, Rico. I already shouted out Brian. I think. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps. You guys. I'm telling you, man. You really want to see a good show, going over there to Knowledge and Relationships and check out Easily Rigged. That is the newest, hottest show with the two young brothers, Big Rig Slaps and Be Easy. That dude, gone over there and check those two brothers out at Knowledge and Relationships. Oh, excuse me, over on Knowledge and Relationships. Shout out to Big Rig Slaps. Shout out to Sister Annie. Good to see you in the building. We got all the hardcores in the building. Brother New Growth just stepped in the building. Shout out to Brother New Growth. Okay, so Rico, what's the solution? What's the solution? What can a youngster coming out here wanting to save money to see? There was a formula before when back in the 50s, there was a formula. You save you some money, you work, you save some money, you rent. While you're renting, you're saving some money on the side to have some down payment to pay for the down payment on the house, right? And the money you paying in rent, you just have to add a little more to that, and you are basically having your own house. These mortgages are off the chain today. So how do you pay $2,000 a month for let's talk about Los Angeles. There's $2,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment, right? And then try to save another $2,000 a month or $3,000 or $4,000 a month to save up for a down payment, because a Cracker Jack box in Los Angeles is going to be about $650,000, right? So you're probably going to need at least 10% of that if you're going to do conventional financing. So that's what, $60,000, right?
Well, see, the whole thing, but Clarence, it's not even.
How do you save that up?
It's not a money issue. It's not a money issue. It's an inventory issue.
But that's what I'm saying. When inventory's up, the bid is going to be higher. So the competition is going to get stiffer for the houses.
But the money's not the issue, because if the kids saved $100,000, the problem is, even in Los Angeles, it's not enough housing. So what happens is a house go on the market, where a house used to be on the market, might sit on there for a couple of weeks up to a month. A house is on the market oftentimes for a couple of days, because you put your house on the market, you get 15, 20 offers in the first day.
Right.
Because that means it's that many people looking for housing. So that those 15, 20 people got their act together. They got the down payment. They got the bread. But ain't but one of that 15, 20 going to get the house. So it's an inventory issue, and the government needs to step in and either build more housing, or they definitely need to do something about the article that you said, to restrict these institutional investors from buying up even the foreclosed spaces. They should be prevented from having more than a set number of homes, even leaving those because if I'm looking for a house and I'm desperate for home ownership and I got the money and I can't never get a house because every time I go bid on a house, I get outbid. Hell, I'll take a foreclose and take my money and invest in picking that up, because you know what I'm saying? I don't have as much competition for that. But they're competing for the foreclosure, because 9 times 10, they can't even get to the foreclosure because the investors come in and scoop them all up off the market. Right. That's making that's what I say. It's really making it, and that's what the article goes to. The article is not going to the finance and the cost, which that is a problem too. But even if we got the money problem fixed, right? We brought the mortgage interest rate down. We took the down payment to 1%, whatever the case may be. It still ain't enough houses.
I get you.
And if there's not enough houses, there's absolutely nothing can be done. But we have to increase the inventory and stop letting the greed jump in, those institutional investors that the article speaks of, and buy up all these empty houses, especially if they don't intend on selling them. You know what I'm saying? If they're buying them and trying to flip them, but like
that's
you said,
they're doing. They're not.
Right.
Yeah, they buying them and renting them. So that's what's creating the issue.
So again, that's why it's going to take government intervention to step in. That's what happened when we let corporates run amok. Where we let them, they can do whatever the hell they want to do. That's what we do. I'm just saying, this conversation is the result of what we get what we asked for.
Well, New Growth has a good solution. He says buy land, right? Brother New Growth says buy land. So that way, when you got your own land, you can make your own improvements.
I totally agree with that, but if you from New York, there's no land to buy in urban areas. So first of all, you got to uproot your entire lifestyle, and you got to go to North Dakota, Wyoming, somewhere like that. And there still ain't enough land for people. I'll rent before I go to some of them places. I ain't buying land. I'm not going to none of the Dakotas. I ain't going to Wyoming. None of those places.
Oh man, Big Rick says people renting a room for $1,000 a month out there.
So what I'm saying is, those are the places for land, and it doesn't mean that yes, there's still some land to be had in the South, places like that, but it's a finite amount, and we got to stop talking about it like the land is limitless. This ain't the 1500s anymore. We got a whole half of the country to settle. The whole country's been settled. We've stolen all the land. What are we gonna do? Steal some more from Mexico? No. Canada ain't giving us none. So so what I'm saying is, even for the land that's available, and you got to realize a large part of American land is also federal land. so you can't purchase that.
Right.
It's meant for what it's meant to
And
be.
a lot of state land too. Yeah.
There is a finite amount of land that will not, occupy for the number of people. If it was, but I do agree with purchasing land is a good thing.
I mean,
but then
it's a strategy, right?
all land ain't good land. People seem to think that everything will grow everywhere, and I'm like, that's just not true. So I mean, I like the idea, but I like for us to discuss the idea with seriousness. Not everybody knew growth. Everybody ain't moving south. Y'all gotta stop that. Y'all gotta stop that. Everybody ain't moving. And look, that's the same thing they say about y'all, Clarence, right? Everybody leaving California to go to Texas. I'm like, no, they not. No, they are not. There is growth and people moving. But California got over 40 million people. The few idiots that go to Texas, they don't want them, and they won't even know they're gone. I don't care how much California raises taxes. I don't care nothing about its crime. People love California, and they ain't leaving it to go to no damn hick town in Texas. I'm picking that up.
Rico, we got to move on, man. We got to move on. You have no solution. All right.
The government got to step in.
Buy land, and pool your resources. That's about it. That's you're right, Big Rig. Because the situation is gonna be worse, and we're gonna be forced to work together to buy property. All right. Let's see.
Let's move on. The issue goes down to, like we said with everything, limited resources.
Yeah, you can't outrun that.
Limited resources. Even when you go out down south, it's limited. That's all I'm saying.
All right, y'all. Hey, Rico, do you know who Randall Emmett is?
I read something about him, and 50 Cent was trolling him. I know he worked with 50 Cent for a long time.
Okay. Yeah, he's an actor or something.
So the next Harvey Weinstein.
It looks like it, bro. Randy Emmett. This is the hit parade of Randy Emmett accused of mistreating assistant trading for SEX for movie parts. Holy smoke!
But I think from what I read is, though, he may not do any jail time because I didn't read anything that he did that wasn't consensual. And he probably gonna be out the business, this, that, canceled, and all that good stuff. Loses bread and all that, but I hadn't heard anything about anything non-consensual.
Well, hold on, as they say, the old folks used to say, "Hold on to your hat." Let me read the article first. In hot water, multiple women accused Randall Emmett of SCX misconduct in a new expose that alleges the producer's company, so he's a producer, is seriously in debt. The Emmett Furla Osis Films co-founder, 51, is the subject of a lengthy article published by the LA Times on Thursday, June 30th. Among other things, the outlet alleged that Emmett used a variety of tactics to silence his accusers, including offering one woman a payment of about $200K. Can't offer these women racks no more, man. TMZ could double the racks you giving them. One accuser claimed that she met the Florida native when she was 23. Holy smokes. Her attorney, Gloria Allred, sent a letter to Emmett in October 2021 detailing her client's allegations against the film mogul. Allred wrote that the woman alleged Emmett told her that to receive acting work from him, she would have to perform SCX favors. The letter also cited an alleged text exchange between a woman and Emmett in which he told her one day of work and you need to F me. Oh, F me, hun.
CK me.
Oh, F me, hun. The lone survivor producer adamantly denied the allegations. They always do, right? In the letter via his representative, Sally Hoffmeister. Allred also claimed that her client worked with the businessman on 2 or more films over 3 years, during which she gave Emmett massages and oral sex, allowing him to digitally penetrate her, and stood nude in his office while he pleasured himself. Yikes! Yikes! The woman alleged that Emmett would threaten to take away her roles in his movies when she tried to stop his sex advances. Holy smokes. It looked like it was consensual, but holy smokes. In January, Allred sent Emmett a settlement agreement. Oh, what do you know about that? A settlement agreement that she said would pay the accuser about 200,000 racks over a period of 2 years. Nice. The producer denied signing the agreement. Elsewhere in the article, the filmmaker's ex, Layla Kent, alleged that Emmett offered her 14 racks early in the relationship to keep their romance a secret. Bravo producers had wanted to give them Layla, author 31, to discuss Emmett on Vanderpump Rules, but he was still legally married to Amber Childers at the time. According to Kent and her mom, Lisa Birmingham, Emmett's attorney Keith Davidson wanted Kent to sign the agreement that she wouldn't talk about her romance on the show. Birmingham claimed that she and her daughter walked out of the office without signing anything. Emmett, for his part, accused his ex-girlfriend, with whom he shares a 15-month-old daughter, Ocean, of being responsible for the claims outlined in the expose. These allegations are false. These allegations are false and part of a now familiar smear campaign orchestrated by Randall's ex-fiancée to sway their custody dispute, Hoffmeyer told Weekly in a statement. Ay. What do you think about that, man?
It's the norm. Like I said, didn't say this. I don't know, but I believe he's guilty. But the thing is, again, like I said, I didn't hear anything non-consensual, and they gave up the booty for the money. So, I mean, I don't think he should have did it, but I'm like, they could have said no. So unless I feel like, no, I feel like if you drug a woman, you threaten her with some sort of harm, this whole I'm gonna threaten your career, then just come out and report the shit. You don't have to give in. You know what I'm saying? So I think you a super dirtbag and a piece of shit to do that 1,000%.
Right.
But then I do question, well, if I'm threatened to have sex with an employer and I give in to have sex with them, I don't see where I get to come back and complain later. You know what I'm saying?
That's where it's tricky. That's where it gets tricky because.
But my thing is, I'm asking myself, and I'm not saying that they can't. I'm just saying morally, I'm like, you don't look good in my eyes if she had a 3-year relationship with him where he was constantly, you got to fuck me for this part. You got to do this. And she did it for 3 years. He fingered her. He sat there and pleasured himself watching you naked. So you participated in this for 3 years. Now I get it. I mean, it's not like a waitress with 15 kids to feed and she got to feed her kids. And I also said to myself, well, even if I'm in that situation and I give in to the pressure, then a little bit, you're almost like, because like I said, my mind goes back and forth on it. I definitely believe in, I don't believe in I believe all women that have been verified. Right. I believe women should be protected from this greaseball creep shit. And nobody should be pressured to do that. And I do believe it's wrong. But I just put that little bit of sliver on. But if you acquiesce to it, short of the threat of violence, Now, again, if it's a threat of violence, physical, then to me, that put that in the great category. Because they don't even have to physically do it. If they threaten and imply they're going to do something, that's great, flat out. I ain't even discussing nothing else. I don't even care if they relented. But for a job, I'm like, come on, especially a movie. Like,
well, this is the thin line, Rico. When
yeah.
see, they can agree to everything, right? It's like Cosby. They can agree to everything, right? And then
There was
years
no
later, they
agreement
can
with
say,
Cosby. We got to clean that up. It
well,
wasn't always no agreement with Cosby. You just got to be careful with what you said.
okay. I'm well. You're right. So I don't
There
want
was
to.
no
I don't want to
agreement.
say there was.
Right.
They went and did some things
They showed up at the party. They showed up the party.
Yeah, exactly.
I
And
agree with
so
that.
there was the implied in that is that they were there to,
But his was explicit. His wasn't implied. His was explicit. To get this role,
who's
you have
explicit?
to
Oh,
Emmett.
this guy here.
His
Yeah,
was
right. He
explicit.
did
His
worse
was
than
not
Cosby,
implied.
right? Okay,
His
so
was
I
to
get
get it, you must do this. And they said, okay.
which is a crime, right? But and they said
Well,
okay, right?
It's not a crime.
But whether they said okay or not, Rico, that's still a crime.
Right.
Can't do that, right? Okay,
No, it's
so
not
my
illegal.
point
Well, it's solicitation of prostitution.
It's illegal, but
Yes.
by coercion, right? Especially if they say, "Well, I can get no other job. I had to do this because I don't have no other way of making income," right?
But
So,
yeah,
but
that's
anyway,
what I'm assuming.
but that's debatable. That's debatable,
Yeah,
Rico.
that's debatable.
What
But I'm
what?
assuming that's the pressure. I'll concede to that. Go ahead.
But what that would be technically called is coercion, right? So so
Coercion is not a
now,
crime. Solicitation is.
well, but what? Oh, there's another word.
Solicitation of prostitution. Solicitation. You can
Solicitation is a
solicit
crime.
somebody for murder.
But
Yeah, that's
But
solicitation.
you can't coerce somebody. You're breaking the law as an employer, coercing someone to do it. It may not be a capital crime, but it's you can't. I can't as an employer say to my employee, the only way you're gonna be able to work get the hours that you want is by having sex with me. I can't do that.
Right.
I
You're
can't
right.
coerce
You're right.
you in the workplace. In the workplace.
So it's
Okay,
illegal. It's illegal.
Exactly.
But when we say crime, I don't know if it's under the criminal code where you go to jail, but it is illegal.
I don't know if you're gonna go to jail, but you definitely can be
you be
brought up
sued.
on some charges for that.
You can be
definitely
sued
can
and you
brought
be
up
kicked
some
out of
charges.
business. I agree.
I don't know. I don't know if it can be
it's
like it's
right.
what do
Working
you
in
call
the
that?
law, right? Working in law, people oftentimes conflate things. I'm like, some things are illegal.
I don't know if it's criminal,
but are not criminal.
Definitely,
exactly illegal.
You know what I'm saying? It's definitely illegal, but I don't know if it's criminal. Okay, so what's the point of this? The point of this is you girls that's out there, you girls, ladies that's out there, and you have you have issues out there, and you run into stuff like this. I don't know, man. My suggestion is just walk out. Just roll.
Yeah.
If you were working with somebody and they try to run up on you like this, and they tell you, oh, because we did this thing with Kayleen Walker, right?
Mm-hmm.
We did the same thing with Kayleen Walker. He had the same kind of deal, little different program. It was a little more ghetto style setup, but pretty much the same program where you tell girls, I'm gonna make you a star. All you gotta do is take your clothes off or whatever, right? And so my suggestion to the women, if you or talk to somebody like Patrice. Patrice been in the entertainment industry, and she's seen a bunch of stuff go down. Talk to somebody like Patrice, but just stay out of that situation, man. Just stay out of that situation. And when you find somebody that's doing something like that, they got some serious problems. Just leave them alone. All right, so that's the hit parade, Rico. Rico,
yeah.
You want to rescue some black boys, man? Can we rescue some black boys?
Yeah,
real quick.
Mandatory.
Okay,
you got to do that.
Let's do it real quick. We got a video by Dr. Amos Wilson.
The black child is unique. It is not a duplicate of the white child. It's not a colored rendition of white children. It's very important that you know that, because if you start off with that premise, No matter how good your intentions, you're going to do a disservice to your children. If you are going to do the right things about your children, you must know them, which means that you must study their history and their psychology. You cannot study the history of Europeans and the psychology of the European child and apply that psychology directly to black children. One of the major problems in education today is that we have a school system, and your children have inherited a school system that was designed to teach the white child.
You hear them facts? You hear them facts? Now you know I'm gonna have to argue with somebody here to tell you just how fair everything was, but
Well, we'll put that together. That's a surprise we got coming. We'll put that together. But yeah, man, we unfortunately black children, especially in particular the boys, man, it's just unfortunately a proven fact that sometimes they need to be taught in a different manner to pick up the same information. They don't learn in
the
the
reality
same manner.
is like he said, the American education system was designed, public education, when it was first introduced into this country, it was designed for white children only, white people to be educated. Black people were not. It was unlawful for us to be educated at that time.
Right.
Okay. So that's just what that was. And as it continued to be refined.
Wait a minute, Rico. You're teaching CRT now. Hold on. Wait a minute.
There I go with them truthisms. There I go with them truthisms.
Man. You gotta stop it.
Get a shout out. We got the solicited Mexican. I want to see you today. I saw you, so I was in the bushes somewhere. I'm gonna have to talk to you, solicited Mexican boss.
Shout out to
that was his other undercover name. He know what I'm
Shout out
talking
to
about.
Brother Marcus. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Respected
all
over Black YouTube. Marcus is respected.
Yes,
and not because he's trying to be something he's not. He's himself.
No,
he just brings his you know what I'm saying? He's just trying to bring his portion to the game. So shout out to Brother Marcus.
But I'm gonna call out the solicited Mexican boss. That was the name he was using over there.
Oh, that's what they using over there. Shout out to
oh shit, Rico! Yeah, I did. Yes, sir.
Don't worry, brother. We're gonna give you a chance to use that name again very shortly.
Yeah, we will.
All right, that was Dr. Amos Wilson. Excuse me, that's Dr. Amos Wilson, a well-known black psychologist, and especially dealing with children and black children, and that was a little word off of him. The reason why I bring this stuff up about black boys and how they're getting taught is because they are being left behind so badly that they are reaching for ways to still be involved in the American society, and the only way a lot of them see is instead of getting an education, they want an education from the street. So they get involved with street life. And so that is a problem for not only black people, but white people. That's a problem for all of us as Americans. And we want to reduce some of the issues that causes, at least in our community. I mean, I'm sure it's going on in all the communities, but at least in our community, we can stop it, because a lot of these young brothers are trendsetters. And if they take the trend off of, it's cool to be a gangster, and it's cool to be a thug, and it's cool to be a criminal. We can switch that off of that and get them more interested in tech and the STEM situation. Then maybe we can make some changes. What do you think about that, Rico?
I mean, absolutely, without a doubt. That was part of the whole. We were doing the McDonald's thing. That's why I was kind of a little heated about that. Where I was telling people, I'm like, I don't know why you know, we used to have village thought, community thought, but now, you know, we're becoming so Americanized that we're becoming so individualized and selfish. I'm glad to say that that's still not my thought. That's not the
Right.
thought of some of the people that I'm constantly trying to put myself around. But I do realize it's fewer and fewer. I mean, sometimes I even fight with my wife about it. I'm like, you know, she sometimes thinks I do too much, and I'm like, that's the one thing that probably a trait that my mother, and you know, she passed it down to me, not by even telling me to do it. It's just what I always saw her do. So it just got in my head that you're supposed to help, whether it's your neighbors, your friends, you know. Like I said, I got an adopted brother that my mother adopted, and his
Okay.
mom was a streetwalker,
Okay.
you know, working lady of the streets and a drug addict. And we were poor on Section 8.
Yeah.
You know, and my mom was the ultimate baby mama. And I'm like, but yet she still found it in her heart to bring in another child. And I'm like,
Wow.
at the time as a kid, I was upset. I was like, you got to be fucking
We
kidding.
ain't got nothing to eat now. What you doing?
And I was mad for a long time. That's my brother. I love him to death. I'll kill for him.
Right.
You know, but just as a child, because I couldn't understand, but you know, to see and she did it, and then I start realizing like, oh, she had other friends that would do it, and they didn't talk about it. It was just what they did. And I don't think it was all black people, but it was more so then, and I just don't see it now. I'm hard pressed to go anywhere, you know, except for like Brother New Growth. I know what he did, you know, and that's why I applaud and salute the shit out that young man. But I just don't see enough of us doing it, and it hurts me because there are children out there that need us, and it just ain't enough of us that seem to give a shit. So that goes back to the young black boys, and because the community don't care, and of course everybody loves to go to that African proverb, the African boy will burn down the village to feel its warmth, blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, if the village keep treating them the way we treat them, it needs to be burnt the fuck down.
I mean,
because we seem to not give a shit. So if that proverb holds true, we look at what the boy does as being the worst of it. But what about the village who didn't care and kicked the boy out and shunned him and turned their back on him? What about the village? That's what the proverb is speaking to the village, not the boy. The proverb was speaking to the village to say that we must embrace all of the members and bring them in. That's what the proverb is.
Well, you can bring in the ones that you can, man. You know,
right. But I'm saying, right. But I'm saying, right. I get that, but I'm saying that's what the proverb is to the
village. I hear you. Because see, we
don't seem to give a shit. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, I think it's just more. Everybody's scared of black boys, right? Everybody's scared of black boys, so they really just say, hey, you know, they will adopt almost everybody, but black boys, for the most part, right? And so, black boys are just in a bad situation. So we black men, I think it's on us to step back in there, however you can, even if it's just you at the store. Sometimes I'm at the store, I see a little boy walking and he's lost and everything. Hey, little man, I think I saw your parents go that way or whatever. I don't know, you know what I mean? But you know, just so they could hear a man's voice. Sometimes they just hear a man's voice. I've been there, Rico. I've been there, man. I've been out here in the projects. I've been out here Jordan Downs. Been out here in Nickerson Gardens and Imperial Courts, Avalon Gardens. I've been in these places, man, where, you know what I'm saying, it's just poverty is just everybody's poor. Like it's not even it's not no, ooh, look at them, they rich. Everybody's poor.
You know what they want to hear, Clarence? They want to hear a voice of compassion. They want to hear a voice of somebody that gives a fuck. So I think it's stronger if it comes from a man. It can come from a woman. Like you say, you a poor little boy, you walking around like you did. And even if the person ain't rich, it could be another pro person that say, you know what, man, I love you, man. You know, that's just it. So some of these kids ain't even been told that nobody loves them.
Yeah, you're right about
You
that.
know, so it's just
Right
like a voice of compassion because you don't know what these kids go through. And then the sad part about, like you said, I know outsiders look at our boys a certain way. The problem is we're starting to look at them that way. We're starting to look at them that way. We can't get mad that the white people don't give a fuck if we don't care.
Right.
That's the problem. We are starting to look at our children as if they're not worthy. That's why, to be honest with you, that's why the McDonald's story disturbed me so much. Because everybody's whole emphasis was that man don't. Okay, I get that man don't owe them kids nothing. I get it. But do y'all even give a fuck about them other 3 kids? Period. Those are the kids you just described as the Jordan Downs and wherever else. You know what I'm saying? That's who they all got a mama like that. They all got a situation like that. And no, that man don't owe them kids nothing. But I didn't hear anybody for all the hundreds of streams about it that spoke one word as if they gave a fuck about those other 3 kids.
They don't, Rico. They don't.
They don't. And that's what I'm saying. But then the question becomes, why we in last place? Nigga, look in the mirror. And this is the part that gets me, right, Clarence? It was funny because I was watching somebody on a stream the other day, right? And you know, they do that, they use that narrative about black men are the most involved in their children, right?
Mm.
Okay, and they grab that motherfucker, they run with it. Black fathers are the most involved with their children, right? But then I started thinking about it, and I was like, well, if that's the case, why are our children in last place? What the fuck are y'all doing with them when y'all involved with them? What are you doing? So then they'll go to, oh, well, it's because of other reasons as to why our children are in last place. Because you repeat it every week. So I'm like, okay. So if we're the most involved, why are our children failing in everything behind everybody? Since the black men are so engaged, I'm not going to disagree with you. Why are our children in last place? They will blame anything other than themselves, but then we'll turn around in the next breath and say they all fucked up because of single mothers. So the mother engagement is the fault. But you fathers who are highly engaged, you're not to blame for it. So if you're not to blame for it, you can't blame the mothers. You see how the logic makes no sense.
Well, this is the logic that kills me, Rico. It's all these single mothers. That's the reason why the situation is the way it is.
Right.
Okay, but who's making these single mothers?
Right. But my thing is,
who's making these single mothers?
It will turn around in the next breath and tell you that we are the most engaged in our children's lives. I'm like, so if that's the case, and I accept that supposition, you're failing at everything. Because you're there.
That's a good question.
You make the argument that you're there. You make the argument, in spite of them living with their single mother, you're highly involved. That's the argument you're making. And if that's the argument you're making, sir, please explain to me why they're in last place. Because you're more involved than the white guy. You're more involved than the Mexican. You're more involved than the Asian. Then why are your children in last place? Shouldn't they be in first?
Well,
shouldn't they be further than what they are?
Further, yes. Definitely
shouldn't they be? If what you say holds true, they should not be in last place, and they shouldn't be in last place by a fucking million miles. So we're not in last place. Like, it's not like here's first place, here's second, here's third, here's last. It'd be like first, second, third, and we're here off the fucking charts last place. So explain to me how your engagement got us off the charts in last fucking place. Show me the correlation. So if your involvement has nothing to do with it, then you can't keep blaming everything on single mothers. It doesn't matter.
I agree with you.
You just gotta make the logic make sense. And that's where they get caught up in an argument of, I'm gonna blame everything on the woman, nothing on me, but then I want credit for doing what little bit I do. Like, miss me with that.
No, Rico. No, me and you, we know better.
And I'm arguing with you about he looked out for his kid because he bought him a fucking Happy Meal. I'm like, see what I'm saying?
No, we know better. We know better, right? You don't get no credit for what you're supposed to do, right?
What you supposed to do?
Don't get no credit
Are you
for what you're
serious?
supposed to do.
You supposed to do. No, I ain't giving you no credit.
You're supposed to feed your children, right? So you ain't get no credit for that. And but at least I'm gonna tell you right now, man, you young guys, you get into the fatherhood business, they don't expect no credit for feeding your family, and there's gonna be a parade at the end of the week for you. No, that's what you're supposed to do, right? That's what you're supposed to do. So you gotta accept that that's what you're supposed to do. And so your thank yous are going to bed at night, securing your house, and having your children and your wife in the bed. That's your thank you.
Everybody,
that's your thank you. That's your thank you.
That's it. That's all. And shout out to Big Slap. You my brother from another mother, because that's how I feel. I be at the park, I be fucking stranger kids. I just check with their parents. Say, look, I don't want you to take them no creep. Come on over to the truck when you talking about these kids some fucking ice cream. It's just where I was. It's just where I was. And again, and I didn't want to thank you. I'll be honest with you. I like seeing kids be happy.
Yeah,
I do. It's nothing like to me to sit there like Big Red Slot say. I go to the truck. Hey, come on, all you kids can get ice cream. And the way that they jump around, talking about, hey, thank you. That shit, that's my reward. That shit makes me feel good as a motherfucker.
Big Rick said, Big Riggs loves the kids, man.
Got to. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is I want us as a people to get back. Fuck the mama. I think the mama was just straight trash. I really do. I think her attitude, her demeanor, ass attitude, everything. I think she was straight garbage. It just breaks my heart because those are the kids that you described at the parts you were talking about.
Man.
And we're gonna talk a little bit more about kids in a minute here, and I want to know what y'all impact.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. But right now, Rico, we gotta do Black History Minute. Rico, can we do Black History Minute? Okay. Have you ever heard of a film called A Raisin in the Sun?
Baby. Sidney Poitier.
Right.
Sidney Poitier. And that's Raisin in the Sun, Porgy and Bess. A couple of other ones back then. Those are classics.
Classics,
if you guys haven't seen that play or movie, you got to see it. You got to see it.
Okay.
Yes,
okay. It's a play that was written by Lorraine Hansberry. Lorraine Hansberry. And it actually started out in the theater. A Raisin in the Sun is played by Lorraine Hansberry that debuted on Broadway in 1959. The title comes from a poem, Harlem, also known as A Dream Deferred by Langston Hughes. The story tells of a black family's experiences in South Chicago. Shout out to Patrice and Vaughn, South Chicago, as they attempt to improve their financial circumstances with an insurance payout following the death of the father, and deals with the matters of housing discrimination, racism. Oh man, you want to see a show about housing discrimination? Hey, we need to play this while Chaotic.
So they were trying to buy a house.
In front of Chaotic. Exactly. And he'd say, "Oh, it's not happening, right? This doesn't happen." Okay, I'll just show you right here.
It was not a true story, but everything in the story was true.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But see, people though, when you say that stuff like this was going on, they don't have a working vision of how it actually was transpired.
Because they don't like to read.
This is a good way so they can see this is how it actually happened in real time. This is how it was actually happening in real time. All right. And housing discrimination, racism, and assimilation. The New York Drama Critics Circle named it the best play of 1959, and in recent year publications such as The Independent and Time Out have listed it among the best plays ever written. The plot: Walter and Ruth Younger, their son Travis, along with Walter's mother Lena and Walter's younger sister Bernithia, live in a poverty run-down 2-bedroom apartment in Chicago's South Side. Walter is barely making a living as a limousine driver, though Ruth is content with their lot. Walter is not, and desperately wishes to become wealthy. His plan to invest in a liquor store in partnership with Willie and Bobo, his street smart acquaintances. At the beginning of the play, Walter Lee and Bethania's father has recently died, and Mama is waiting for a life insurance check of $10,000. Walter has a sense of entitlement to the money, but Mama has religious objections to alcohol, and Bethania has to remind him it is Mama's call how to spend it. Eventually, Mama puts some of the money down on a new house, choosing an all-white neighborhood over a black one for the practical reason that it is much cheaper. Later, she relents and gives the remaining $6,500 to Walter to invest, with the provision that he reserved $3,000 for Bethania's education. Walter gives all of the money to Willie, who takes it and flees, depriving Walter of Benicia and Benicia of their dreams, though not the youngest of their new home. Bobo reports the bad news about the money. Meanwhile, Carl Zender, a white representative of the neighborhood they plan to move to, makes a generous offer to buy them out. He wishes to avoid neighborhood tensions over an interracial population, which, to the three women's horror, Walter bitterly prepares to accept it as a solution to their financial setback. Lena says while money was something they tried to work for, they should never take it if it was a person's way of telling them they were not fit to walk on the same earth as them. Holy smokes! Holy smokes!
Good movie, great,
good movie. All right, so Raising the Sun is a good movie, man. Sidney Poitier, and when you see how they worked them, man, how the two cats worked them to get that money, man, it was so crazy, man. You see how they worked them, but it's a film that all of us just see. I don't care what your color is. You should go watch Raising the Sun.
Let's give a shout out to Miss Hainsbury, young black woman.
Yes.
That created this. Young,
that was Lorraine Hansberry.
Beautiful black woman, and that thing rocks and resonates to this day. Harry Belafonte played the title role. Sidney Poitier. It's been done as a movie, I believe, twice, 2 or 3 times, and
at least twice.
And it's been done as a stage play. It's still currently in 2022 as a stage play, probably in New York City. It's probably one of the all-time best stage plays ever written and performed. That's how good the story and the acting and everything is. And like I said, it was a.
I'm talking about the Sidney Poitier. We talking about the Sidney Poitier version, right?
Every version, every one that I don't care who's
I don't know
in
about
it.
the Puff Daddy version.
I didn't see the Puff Daddy version. I didn't see Puff Daddy.
But definitely, y'all need to go see the Sidney Poitier version.
Because
the Sidney Poitier version is definitely
my
good.
thing for me is the story is the same. The one who acts it out. It's just how well they play the characters. The story is the story, and it's a story of redemption. I forgot what the Sidney Poitier character name was in a situation with he went through with his mother who was widowed, and she was so upset with him, because he blew the family's fortune on some dumb shit.
Right.
Huh? How about that? Get rich quick. I don't even think it was so much get rich quick, but messing with some street dudes.
Yeah.
And again, they sold him on some get rich quick shit.
Right.
And that goes on today. So it's a cautionary tale about how today's You're right, Vaughn. It's a classic, and it's a timeless classic that will live on at least another 100 years. Just telling that story and that story about family. So it's so powerful. It's so powerful. I can't shout it out enough. And also Porgy and Bess, if you guys get to see it.
But you gotta go to the movies to see that.
Yeah.
You gotta go to the movies to see Porgy and Bess, because the owners of the film are not going to release it. All right, let's get let me do a shout out real quick. Let me shout out Abby Normal. Shout out to Abby Normal. It says it's been confirmed McDonald's mom, it was a fake skit. Abby Normal also says good movie and also well played.
I want to say this. I saw that and I've seen that a couple of places that it was fake, it was for clout, this, that, whatever. And that might be true, you know. So, but you know what? It's still. I think it was. I'm kind of glad it was done because it sparked a conversation. And the good
Right.
thing about the conversation that it sparked is it got people starting to talk about how they feel about. Because even though I'm gonna tell you, you know why it was a skit? Because too many of us seen that shit. It was a skit, but that happens in real life. And that's why so many people had an opinion about it. There are fathers, while this guy may have been acting, there's a lot of fathers that would do that. I know plenty of them who ain't gonna give a damn about nobody but their own. So I think it was good. I was glad that it did spark the conversation, even though when I saw like, okay, well, I'm not gonna act like that don't happen, because that does happen. And my position is still the same. So I'm kind of glad. I'm glad that people came out and said it was fake, but I'm like, it kind of changes nothing when I start hearing us, like Big Rig said. I'm like, I just heard too many of us. It's kind of like that. What would Jesus do? The guy who do the Keones, and he go and they do the skits all the time. It's like to see how people would react. And I'm like, yeah, and you'd be surprised at how people respond. So I'm like, in an issue like that, it was like, what would you do? What would Jesus do in that case? Well, Jesus seen that a lot. Y'all say, fuck them kids. That's all I'm saying.
Rico, Jesus would say that.
Sister Risa, I know you love that baby too. I know you do, but I'm just saying. I love you, sister. I'm just saying. It was like, even if it was a skit, it's like, okay, it was a skit, but fuck them kids. And I had that energy too. They ain't mine, but I love the kids. I'm gonna feed them. I'm not gonna take them in, but I'm gonna take care of their basic needs to make sure they don't go to bed hungry. That's all.
All right.
But
all right, Rico, let me end out the Black History Minute. That was the Black History Minute, A Raisin in the Sun. Go check it out for yourself, written by Lorraine Hansberry. Very good movie, very good play. If you can see it live, and if you can see the movie, I'm going to push the version with Sidney Poitier. Rico says any version you go see, it's going to be good. So,
and let me just say this: I think it's a great date night, especially like if you look in your local area. I wouldn't be I don't know, depending on where you live, but if you live in much of a diversified area, you'll see a lot of local stage productions put on plays like that. They'll do a local version of Raisin in the Sun, Porgy and Bess, Gone with the Wind. They'll do local versions of it, and that's where I first saw it live. Of course, I saw the movies televised and loved that, but the first time I saw it live was at a local production, and I'm telling you, it's good. And $20 for a live theater show, $40 for 2 tickets. That's a great date night, great conversation piece if you haven't talked about it, and you'd be like, wow. I'm like, yeah. So that's my recommendation.
All right, y'all. This is the Black History Minute, Raisin in the Sun, the play and the movie. If y'all haven't already, check that out. Go check out Raisin in the Sun. Don't just take our word for it. Dig that. Go check it out. Okay, Rico, we got one more thing to do before we get into your little soliloquy you got to get into. Okay, we're gonna go into the job of the week, which is a truck driver. Let me go and find that one real quick. A truck driver. I've covered this before. I got a video with a dude called Comos, where we went over being a truck driver and everything that it requires. I interviewed him for about 2 or 3 hours. So if you really want some more in-depth information about being a truck driver, go look that up. It's in the catalog back there. Okay, so let me go through the truck driver. Rico, did you know that truck driver in the United States it can make an average base salary is 70 racks a year.
No,
that ain't bad, man.
I didn't know what
that ain't bad.
But that ain't bad. That ain't bad. For me, I clearly believe that to be. I'm assuming we're talking CDL, possibly long haul driver. Could be even short haul, but CDL license at least. I'm assuming
the brother that came on my show, he said that they making money like that easy with box trucks running local.
Yeah. But I'm saying that. So if you long haul, I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
150 could make up to 200 depending on how hard you got to work. And I tell people, don't think it's no easy job.
No.
Ain't no easy job, but yeah, you can make bread. I didn't know what it was because I had no interest in it, but I know it's a job that would pay well, and try to talk one of my lazy ass sons into it, but he'd rather walk over glass with no socks and shoes than do any type of hard work. So
yeah, I got one right there. Just so slick. Y'all slick yourself most of the time, right?
Hard work.
Hard work. What are you talking about?
Hard work.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? My skin will break out if I get a job.
I'm an executive. I'll be like, what the fuck we gonna do with him? Okay.
I can't have no job. Oh, by the way, you guys having breakfast? Mind if I join you?
I ain't got no money.
I ain't got no money though. I can't help out. All right, here we go. Let's go to a truck driver. What does a truck driver do? Truck drivers transport goods. I think we all know what truck drivers do, right?
Drive trucks.
Gonna be doing, yeah, they drive trucks, and but the thing about it is there's different types of truck drivers. So that's the thing. That's the thing we got to know, man. Now it's gotten so good for truck drivers that you can literally have a box truck and you can run locally. You can run locally. You don't have to run freight, state to state. If you don't want to. If you want to just start out with a little box truck, you can make you some good money if you're willing to work hard. Now you're gonna have to work. Now we ain't giving you careers where you ain't gonna have to work. You want careers where you ain't gonna have to work, you gonna have to go somewhere else. You're gonna have to work, but whatever we give you, you're gonna have to work. But if you're willing to work, you can make you some pretty good money. You can make you some pretty good money. Let's see, truck drivers, what skills do you need? What skills do you need? How to become a truck driver? Most companies require a truck driver to have a high school diploma or equivalent. High school diploma or equivalent. That's not bad. All long haul drivers must have a commercial driver's license, a CDL. Qualifications for obtaining a CDL vary by state to state, but generally include passing both a knowledge test and a driving test. Drivers can get endorsements to their CDL that show their ability to drive a specialized vehicle. Truck drivers transporting hazardous materials, hazmat, must have a hazardous materials endorsement, H. Many prospective drivers attend professional truck driving schools where they take training courses to learn how to maneuver large vehicles on highways or through crowded streets. During these classes, drivers also learn the federal laws and regulations governing interstate trucking. Holy smokes. Let's see what companies out there. Prime Inc., Uber Drivers, Creek Carrier, JB Hunt, Werner. I remember all of those when I used to work for as a security guard for Target. Yeah, those. And well, we used to work at a Target receiving place, and these were all the people that were bringing in that stuff for Target. Big boys. So a truck driver, you can start out making what 70 G's per year. That is not bad, because that's not bad for a high school diploma. That is not bad, and that's the start. If you're willing to hustle, you could probably double that. Double. And you're gonna be spending a lot of time at home. So, but if you got a spouse or a partner that's in it with you that understands that, then truck driving ain't a bad situation. What do you think, Rico?
Truck driving is excellent, honest money. Excellent, honest money, hard working. You need truck drivers. I mean, hell, they was the backbone of the country for the 2 years we were in the pandemic. Without truck drivers, we'd have been fucked.
Yeah, and also also, Rico, it's an industry where color is not an issue. If you can move that freight, the demands of the marketplace, if you can move the freight, then hey, that's what they need. right now.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
no,
because
colors, no barrier. Like I said, low entry barrier.
yeah,
No whole bunch of credentials required. It's just great all the way around. It's all the
yeah,
way around. Good, honest money. You can't, they almost printing money because of the needs, and it's almost it's close to funeral director in a position that you would never, you always gonna need truckers, like you always gonna need morticians, because people
yeah,
gonna always
definitely.
die, and people always got
You
to
always,
eat. Them,
you
and
always
them
gotta have
goods,
freight.
got to be moved. That's it.
Yeah, you always gonna
When
have
you
freight that's gonna have to be moved.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about automating trucks,
Nah,
and they might even automate. Not in my lifetime. Fuck that shit.
yeah. I don't think you
So,
can have something that big moving, but independently. I don't.
yep,
I just don't see how
yep.
that's gonna happen.
So
I don't know.
that's a good job choice. Continue on,
All
sir.
right, let's move on, Rico. Let's move on.
Yep.
We actually doing pretty good on time, man. We're doing pretty good on time. We got through that in about an hour. That's pretty good. Okay, so now, right before we get to the topic, Rico wants to talk about this little situation right here, Rico. All right, so
Let me just say this real quick before you play the video.
okay,
I just want to say I know, like, for the last couple of weeks, everybody sort of like been celebrating the reversal of Roe v. Wade. Okay. Full transparency, I'm pro-choice, this, that, whatever, and I'm fine. And I ain't bent out of shape because my baby making days is long gone. You know what I'm saying? Long gone. This shit really ain't
so
my
you still got to
problem.
watch out, Rico. You still baking them fresh, so you got to watch out.
No. And look. And I blew up the bridge. My soldiers can't even cross the bridge no more. I went to
Okay, gotcha.
blow the bridge up, right?
Gotcha.
So my thing is, but this is what I want to say, especially when we talk about our community, how we celebrate certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we always look at the long-term effects, which we're going to talk about in the main topic, and other consequences of things. So there was something I came across, and this goes into the whole pay attention, solicited Mexican boss. This goes into the whole Roe v. Wade thing, that the people that are celebrating, and you're going to notice this person, how they don't want to talk about certain aspects of it, and they just want to cover their eyes and wish it away, and how they don't have an answer, or basically their answer is, I don't give a fuck, not my problem, about certain scenarios that will occur, that has been occurring for 50 years in a row, and even before, that we're going to see explode, or that we're going to see. When I say explode, I don't mean it's going to be 50% of them, but the numbers that we're going to see is going to go up drastically, because these are the things that have been happening that people have never talked about, that was never discussed. Play the tape.
All right, let's run it.
Back to the states, that the law of the land would be then that abortion would be illegal except to save the life of the mother. Now that that's the law, then we have to look at what we need to do to address who in those situations, if they do break the law, is punished, and that's the doctors, not the women. I want to make sure that that's appropriate and that the women are not punished in this situation, and that we do support them as we go forward.
Well, let me ask you about that. The Indianapolis Star is reporting that a 10-year-old girl in Ohio who was 6 weeks and 3 days pregnant now has to travel across state lines to Indiana to receive an abortion. So I just, because this is a trigger law that was passed before you became governor, I wanted you to be clear. Will the state of South Dakota going forward force a 10-year-old in that very same situation to have a baby?
You know what I think is incredible, Dana, in this tragic story, because I heard about this last night. What's incredible is that nobody's talking about the pervert, horrible, deranged individual that raped a 10-year-old. And what are we doing about that?
I agree with you.
What are we doing about those
of
individuals?
Course,
that
is an important discussion to have.
Rico.
Yeah.
That's your first pump fake.
Mm-hmm.
That's your first. That's your first pump fake, right?
Right. Exactly.
Right. That's
completely
your first
take
pump
it off of what exactly. Thank you.
Hey.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at her. Look at her.
You
You ain't gonna get no
know, like,
answer.
man, the curtains, man. The curtains, really? Okay.
You're not gonna get an answer. Look at the bird. Look at the bird. Look at the bird.
You know,
And they're gonna tell
remember the
you.
movie?
They're gonna tell you that these are outliers and anomalies. You know why they were outliers and anomalies for the last 50 years? Because we didn't fucking hear about them. The only reason why we heard about this case was because Ohio had a trigger law. So when this young lady found out, when they found out she was pregnant, Ohio said, fuck you, you're gonna have that little graper. That's what Ohio said. The state of Ohio, so you're in Cleveland, Columbus, Akron, fuck you, you're gonna have it. That's what Ohio said. So her doctor called over to Indiana, who didn't have the trigger law yet, which their shit's gonna be coming down the pipe, and say, let's try to do something about this little 10-year-old.
Okay, so that was the first pump fake, because I don't know how many pump fakes are out here. So that's her pump faking. Okay, let's finish up.
You rape children. That's an issue that the Supreme Court has weighed in as well.
Listen, I totally understand that,
but what we can do for that little girl, I think we also need to be addressing those sick individuals that do this to our children.
I couldn't agree more. But our bodies are our bodies, and women are the ones who get pregnant. And in this case, it wasn't a woman; it was a girl. Should she have to have a child? A child? Should she have to have that baby?
Every single life is precious. This tragedy is horrific. I can't even imagine. I've never had anybody in my family or myself gone through anything like this. I can't even imagine. But in South Dakota, the law today is that the abortions are illegal. Except
Clarence, you missed the second pump fake. You know what the second pump fake was?
I saw it.
What was the second pump fake? Every single life.
Everything, right?
Every single.
Well, she had a couple of them in there because.
So the issue is
once again.
Right. So the issue is, we're gonna save the life of that graper's deed. That graper did that deed, and we're gonna save the life of his deed. That child is fucking 10.
Wait a minute, bro. Do you understand the
So and in that moment, they're saying, fuck the 10-year-old. Fuck the 10-year-old.
Yeah,
We're
I get it.
about the deed of the graper. Oh, the graper was wrong for doing it. But the deed, which is the result of what the graper did, because the child is 10, the child cannot give consent.
Correct.
It just all of that just defies logic.
Well, my point is
the deed of which is the result of what the graper did is growing inside this baby. And they're saying,
my point, Rico.
Fuck that baby. I'm worried about that baby. So they're saying, fuck one. Do you know the risk to a potential? I'm going to say, okay, maybe she's middle 10, she'll be 11. Do you know the risk to an 11-year-old child giving birth?
But Rico, this is my point.
She has a high risk of dying in childbirth.
100 years ago, or 200 years ago, 100 years ago, or 200 years ago, they would say this is absolutely a savage thing to do to make an 11-year-old girl have a baby. They would just say and you have the option of not having a baby. They would have said that's a savage thing to do, right?
Clarence. She could be 10 when she had the baby. She could have just turned 10 and got impregnated. So the baby will be born, she'll still be 10. And what I'm sitting there saying is, I hope you motherfuckers that are celebrating it take that same accountability when all of a sudden we have an abundance of 11-year-old mothers. Because let me tell you something. If y'all think this is an anomaly, you know how I found this video? I typed in the YouTube 11-year-old Ohio girl pregnant, and it just pulled up the ones a 10-year-old. It was like 4 or 5. This shit was going back 10 years ago. There was a guy 10 years ago. There was a pastor that impregnated a 10-year-old. They got videos 10 years old and 15 years old when this shit was happening. This shit ain't just started happening. In all those cases, because abortion was the law of the land, it was just quietly dealt with and no one talks about it. But now they won't be able to hide it because guess what? You will have 10 and 11 and 12-year-old mothers
Wow, bro.
That's what's going to happen. And I hope you motherfuckers still celebrating. I hope you're still celebrating. And don't tell me, I wouldn't give a shit if she was 10 and the father was 12. But in most cases, the child is 10 and it's a grown fucking man. But even if it was a 12-year-old, it doesn't matter.
Do we need to go any further, Rico?
No, not with the video. No, we don't.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that because, again, like I said, we've spent so much time. And again, I'm not knocking it. They overturned it. Like I said, it ain't my problem. But what I'm saying is it's the same way we talked about kids being left in last place. Kids doing this, kids doing that. We can't celebrate one thing and act like there's no effect on the other. And if we're going to, what I would like to see is I would like to see all of the Black community that celebrated this then say, you know what? I'm going to step up and I'm going to start foster. You don't have to adopt, foster. Be a foster parent.
They pay you for that.
Get all these Black babies out of these shelters and orphanages and mentor and foster them and help us. Other than that, you ain't got no business celebrating. Because a lot of them going to end up there. Even the ones that are born, that you are celebrating being born, that's fine. But they're going to be given away. And I hate that. Y'all don't look up the data. See who get it. See who get taken. And see who get brought in last. See who get brought in last. See who end up the worst. See who end up at 18. And you know what? The foster care, they say you turn 18. You know, here's the thing, right? You got guys out there in our community that I don't understand parents kicking their kids out once they turn 18. They need to learn how to become adults. You know who kick them out at 18?
Cool.
One day after their birthday, guess who kick them out?
Cool.
Foster care. They're huge documentaries on why you have a lot of teenage and young adults out there, all in the streets of LA.
Yeah.
18, 19, 20-year-old prostitutes. And you know why they are? Those are children of the foster care system. Because when they reach the age of 18 of emancipation, they're turned out to the streets without any assistance, without any government aid, without anything. And no one cares. So they end up
Rico,
selling their body.
They only turned out if with nothing if they don't want to do anything. Now they do give them a few services.
They're 18 years old, but then in our community, you got people who are sitting there saying 18-year-old. They're saying that a kid ain't ready until they're 21, 22. We shouldn't be putting them out until they're 21, 22. Right. These kids are being put out at 18.
Right, but Rico,
you see what I'm saying?
Services. I don't want it to be like make it look like they don't have nothing because they do give them services.
Well, I'm saying they have to grow up. So my argument is
if they continue going to school, they still get service.
They have to get it as an adult, independent.
Yeah, correct. But I'm saying it's not that they just like
they don't
nothing.
But Clarence, they ain't getting the housing. They're not the services are drastically, unbelievably.
I agree.
So it's not the same thing. So my thing is, if that's the case, I would accept everybody kick your kid out at 18, and let's level the playing field. They all adults, right? They all adults, right? Right. I don't want to hear no more y'all sitting there talking about your baby got to be 25 before you gonna cut him loose. Why he got to be 25 when they kick the one that you may get born into this world that nobody wanted and nobody cared about get kicked out 7 years earlier? Because you was okay with that one. You was okay with that one. You didn't you said fuck that kid, but you gonna sit there and you gonna do what I call you gonna breastfeed yours till he's 30. I know motherfuckers got 30-year-olds in their house. I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
They breastfeeding 30-year-olds, but saying fuck the 18-year-old. This is what we're doing. So I'm saying it. Y'all can hide behind your vote and your bullshit and your live streams. But that's all I'm saying. That baby's 10. I don't know if she's black, but I promise you this. It's little 10-year-old black girls that are getting raped and impregnated. Because if you do the YouTube search, you'll find them. Yeah. I promise you. They're not all white. I don't know if this one was. I don't know if this one was, but they are not. And that's all I'm saying. It's
That's a terrible thing, man.
The exception of the raping, the incest. You're going to force them to live with that loss of innocence.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? 11-year-old mothers? The fuck is wrong with us?
That's crazy, man. That is
what
crazy.
What is wrong with us?
That is crazy. That's crazy, man. That's
I'm off
crazy.
my soapbox. I'm off my soapbox.
That is crazy.
I need a little more libation to bring me down.
Yeah.
And you're going to stoke it up with another hot topic, but go ahead. But I just we get into a good
All right, y'all.
Forgive me, Sister Risa, but you're right. Yeah, it's called aging out, and they just give up. And I apologize to the listeners for the rant, but I just think that, I think too much we get caught up on the sensationalism of a particular issue, and we don't look at the nuance and all the other stuff. And I'm saying a lot of that's going to come down the pipe, and people are telling you it's not going to have the impact on our community that it's going to have. All I can say is hold on. Hold on. I like to read. I always like. I ain't got no college education, but I love to read, and I read a variety of sources. And my reading and my researching and my data, and I ain't into that conspiracy shit. I go with valid stuff, but
Rico, can we move on to the next topic, please?
Yeah, get me off of this one. Talk me down.
This is a no-win topic, and it's really bad. It's just really.
But it had to be said. You agree?
Yeah, you
made
agreed.
It had to be said. I hope it hit the algorithm.
You definitely made your point. It's a good point. Okay, Rico.
Yes, sir.
The state of Texas is trying to rename history.
You talking about the state of New Mexico? New Mexico. The land they stole from Mexico? The land they stole from Mexico.
Of Tejas.
The state of New Mexico.
As it was once called.
It can't be part of America because they didn't have slavery in New Mexico.
Well,
so I gotta call it New Mexico because they didn't have slavery in Texas.
Well,
they didn't have slavery.
The state of Texas did not have to abide by the union rules, so a lot of times, so what people would do was take their slaves over into Texas.
So they went part of America. So that's New Mexico.
All right, so let me read the article. Rico, let me read the article. Texas Board of Education strikes down proposal to call slavery involuntary relocation. Holy smokes. Shout out to News 22.
They put that out just yesterday, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, go to the top. Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, 4/21.
They caught all that smoke. They caught all that smoke. But remember, I told you, they're going to try it once. It don't pass. They're not going to give up. They're going to come a different way.
Oh, yeah, they said a different way. The Hill. A proposal by Texas state educators to call slavery involuntary relocation. That has chaotic written all over it, huh? In second grade. In second grade classes
idiotic
has been rejected by the state board of education.
Continue on.
Right? Okay, so now in the second grade classes, they want to put in the books, they don't want to use the word slave, they don't want to say slavery, they want to call it involuntary relocation, right? The proposal, first reported by Texas Tribune, was first introduced at the board's June 15 meeting. Throughout the summer, the board will consider several curriculum updates to comply with lawmakers' requirements to keep subjects that make students uncomfortable out of the schools. Holy smokes. Which students are being made uncomfortable, I wonder?
You know what made me uncomfortable? You know what made me uncomfortable in school? Fucking math. Math. I hated math. Them numbers kicked my ass. Algebra, oh Lord. I hated math. But they wouldn't change that shit for me. Kept putting them letters on algebra.
No, Rico. We're not changing nothing for you. 9 educators, including a professor from University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, were behind the suggested language change. 71% over by, okay. The Tribune reported that the proposal was struck down by the board unanimously, Rico. Even white people are striking it down as well.
Correction,
Wow.
correction.
What?
Don't stop giving these bastards credit, because again, they struck it down after the backlash. Don't give white folks credit for doing something after everybody bitched at them. They didn't do it when it was initially proposed.
I'm not
When it was
saying
initially
that I don't know.
proposed, no, but yes, we do. It was
No,
initially
I said
proposed
I don't know
last
that.
month. I know it.
Okay.
It was initially
Okay.
proposed last month. They had no objection to it. It took a
Oh,
black
really?
woman
Okay. All right.
to raise
All
an
right.
objection. They got a bunch of backlash, and then they
Oh, and now
unanimously
they
voted.
unanimously. Now it's
Tell
unanimous.
the
Okay.
timeline and tell it accurately. They only
Okay.
do
I
this
didn't know.
shit
Did not
after
know
they
that.
get
Okay.
smoke. If they hadn't got no smoke,
Rico, calm down.
that's
Rico,
what it
calm
would be
down.
called.
Rico,
Continue on.
calm down. Calm down. All right. So, while involuntary relocation isn't an entirely unknown term in social studies, it often has relationships to refugees and forced displacements due to violence or ethnic cleansing, said Neil Shanks. See, they were saving you from ethnic cleansing. Clinical assistant professor of
Utter
middle and
bullshit.
secondary
Stop. Utter bullshit.
education at Baylor
Refugee,
University.
Clarence, don't you
What?
do that. Don't you
Do what?
disrespect them. They wasn't saving us
Do
from
what?
nothing. Involuntary relocation in reference to refugee is totally different than slavery. We know the difference between refugees.
I'm being facetious, Rico, calm down.
Oh,
calm down.
okay, all right. You just being
being
your normal asshole stuff. My bad. Go ahead.
In this case, Shanks added to the term appeared to be intended to water down the issue of slavery. In a statement posted to Twitter, Texas Education Agency said that the board provided feedback from the meeting indicating that the working group needed to change the language related to involuntary relocation. Holy smokes. Any assertion that the SBOE is considering downplaying the role of slavery in American history is completely inaccurate, the statement concluded. The suggested language change comes from a year after Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, signed House Bill 3979 into law. That law, which went into effect last September, prohibits school from teaching critical race theory curriculums. See, right there. Von Erich is right, brother. They teaching critical race theory in schools. Critical race theory examines how the history of race and racism in U.S. continues to impact systems and institutions today. Do you think that's something they're teaching in a second grade classroom, Rico? Ay. All right. These are the least, from a social studies perspective, says Shanks, talking about slavery as an involuntary relocation obfuscates the way slavery as a system is embedded in so many aspects of our lives. That includes the way slavery is embedded in the criminal justice system, the economic system, and even the electoral college, he said. But in December, yet another Texas law forbade instructors from teaching slavery as the true founding of the United States. It also advised slavery as well as racism is a deviation from the authentic founding principles of liberty and equality. But while many may question if slavery is an appropriate topic to discuss in elementary schools, Shanks believes if a child is young enough to be affected by, in this case, the history of slavery or the institution of slavery or the way it's embedded in our society, then they're young enough to learn about it. He added, students are adept at seeing the world around them and asking questions based on their observations. If their school curriculum is painting a picture of a world that is free of injustice, Shanks argues students will do one of two things. They either think badly about people who are struggling and suffering because of injustice, he said, or they reject school and the curriculum that is being taught to them as something that is not real or relevant because they can see with their eyes the ramifications of this. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, y'all. Holy smokes. All right. I think Rico stepped out for a minute. All right. So, What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Also, the article I had yesterday, they want to change the name of slaves to workers, right? Not coworkers, but workers, right? They would say, hey, they were just workers.
Yep.
Well, workers implies that you're getting a wage, right?
Yep.
So we know that you wasn't getting no wages. So how can you be a worker? You're a slave. Slaves don't get wages, right?
Nope.
Man. So my point
again,
is,
that
Go
goes
ahead.
back to, again, Clarence, the whole thing is called white erasure. It's an erasure of the things that they've done that's unfavorable or, you know, unpalatable to decent folk. They've done it. And the thing is, I'll say this: when it comes to white Americans, are almost the fucking worst. So this is where I'm gonna have to take my hat off to white people, because white people around the world aren't as fucked up as white Americans. White Americans tend to be the worst because you will get them from other nations, and they'll be more open-minded, more civil and sensible about. They know what they did. They don't try to sit there and stick their fucking head in the sand, you know. So as difficult it is, people from nations like Germany, France, even England are starting to own up to the shit they did. You know who ain't never gonna own up to it in my lifetime or yours, Clarence?
Who?
You know who ain't never gonna own up to it?
Who?
They be having a party tomorrow.
Who?
They gonna be having a party tomorrow. They gonna be. If you think those motherfuckers tomorrow gonna ever own up to it, you out of your fucking mind.
Talking about these good white folks we got here?
You gonna be dragging them to the cemetery, kicking and screaming, swearing to God. Literally. That's why I always say. I said, you ever notice how they sit there and go, "God bless America"? So I'm like, so what are they saying? Fuck everywhere else?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, fuck everywhere else. Why not God bless the world? No, just America. Supposedly God made the whole wide world, but he only supposed to love America. And my thing is I find it troubling that their ideology is that they really believe. And I ask people, I'm like, do you believe that God favors America over everywhere else?
Absolutely.
Hey, do you know how lunatic that sounds? Do you understand how? And remember, I was talking to you earlier before we got on the stream about the idiot who just lost his shit discussing how America is the greatest country in the world, and we are so fucking far from it. It's ridiculous.
Shout out to Brother Chris. Shout out to
You know,
Brother Chris. Math is awesome, and people that don't like math, go somewhere where you don't need math. We those of us that like math, we can appreciate math. People like Rico, go sit down somewhere. Don't they have a place where's the place that people that don't like math go?
It's a damn shit. Aim for a country that loves math so much that why we like probably 20th place when it comes to math. We're like in 15th and 20th place when it comes to most things. You know, I'm like, it just the, you know, I sit there and I think about some of the things, and it just, I listen to some of this shit, and like I said, you know, I'm a veteran, my son's active duty, I served, I would serve again. But my thing is like, I never served and ever, you can serve and still not, you know how many people I served with in the military? And the funny thing about it is, it's weird. Military people are patriotic in a way, but not in a way that a lot of people think. We're patriotic in that we do our duty and we follow orders. But a lot of people in the military don't necessarily believe in what America's doing in all the places that we go. We believe in, we stand up for our country. We believe in doing our duty, because that's sort of the thing they drill into.
Right.
Do your duty, follow orders. They drill that into you. And I've been, and that's why I sit there and said, as old as my fat ass is right now, some shit break up, some aliens or some other country come to invade, I'm gonna take my old fat ass, grab a weapon, go to the front lines and fucking die. Because I'm gonna do my duty. But it doesn't mean necessarily I believe in the fight. I'm just going to fight the fight. Because this is my home. So I don't like, but that's different than me saying I believe that we're better than anybody else, because I don't. I believe we're better than some places. Obviously, a lot of places we're better than. But there are places that I think we got a lot of work to do. Especially, let me tell you this, especially as a Black veteran. Even that, so let me make sure I speak of it that way. As a veteran of color, because you've seen and dealt with so many things, you realize your patriotism is different. It ain't the same. They want to tell you it is. It is to a certain point. But people in the military get their nigga wake up calls too. You'll get a nigga wake up call in the military. Don't think you won't. Women will get a sexist wake up call in the military. So your young daughters, I would love for my daughters in the National Guard, just that whatever, encourage them, this, that, whatever, I would never discourage it, but I also tell her, like, yeah, they can be sexist as a motherfucker. Probably one of the most sexist institutions in America is the military. You think police are sexist? The military is very sexist. So that's just keeping it real. But come on, let's get back with the renaming.
Because I mean, you got them libations, you got on these 20-minute tangents, brother. We're trying to let the people come in and try to talk to us, man. All right, if you guys got an opinion on you got an opinion on how renaming slaves will affect Black students, come on up here. Right now, it's just me and Rico talking, but you're welcome to come up here. We're trying to organize it so that we can get you guys involved a little more quicker than before, where we had you guys waiting for 2 or 3 hours before you could actually get involved. Okay, so let me give you my version.
Mexican boss, I need him up here. Don't be high and get out them damn bushes, man.
Hey, maybe maybe he went back to the mothership to do something over there.
Get out them bushes.
But anyway, so how will renaming slaves affect Black students? Well, first of all, let me say this. Let me say this to Black Man Unfiltered. Black Man Unfiltered, if you out there, if you in the bushes, if you got somebody over here lurking, I would like us to meet. I will send you an email, brother, because I want to invite you over. Well, I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to discuss the situation with Security Boss and Uncle Stu. And since you asked me about it, I don't think I represented that situation very well on your program. So what I want to do is discuss it. I don't think it should take that long. But I definitely invite you to come up, since you're one of her biggest what's the word I would like to use? Supporters. I would like you to come up and I will invite you to be on that live stream. So I will get in touch with you and let you know when that is going to happen. All right, so let me get back to
brother New Growth, get out them bushes and come on up here too.
Who? New Growth? New Growth is fixing breakfast or doing something, man.
Get out them bushes, man.
All right. So how will renaming slaves affect Black students? So this is the question. Okay, so why are
get up here, Chris? Chris, get up here. I agree with what you're saying. I need you to come up here and chop it up and give me some explanation.
So why will this affect Black students, or how will it affect Black students? Well, first of all, it's going to affect Black students because they're going to look at us in society and say, they lied to me. They lied to me. Once they get the truth, they're going to say, this society lied to me. And then they're going to say, well, where else did they lie to me at? See, that's going to damage you. So when you lie to somebody, what you're doing is you're showing them that you can't be trusted. And so once they see that you can't be trusted, now when you tell them something else, they're not going to listen to you, or they may take the wrong turn because you told them something, but because you lied to them before, they don't know whether they should trust you or not, and they just go their own way, right? This is why I say all the time, I tell parents, don't argue in front of your children. Don't argue in front of your children, because what happens is when you argue in front of your children, you put your children in a very bad situation where they have to decide, because the children are smart, so they're going to say, one of these people is not correct. They both can't be correct. One of them is not correct. Which one is the wrong person, right? So they got to very quickly figure out which person is the person that they can't take advice from anymore or take instruction from anymore. Once they figure out, oh well, they can't take instruction. And a lot of times they say, well, if I can't take instruction from one, I won't take it from the other, and so they forget both people. They drop both parents, right? We don't want them to do that, right? Because they need our instruction, especially in America. Black children need instruction for a long time, most of the time, right? So we don't want them to do that. So don't argue in front of your children. Argue behind the scenes, right? Always present a united front. That way you don't confuse them into thinking that, oh well, you know what? There's a gap in there. There's a gap in the wall. I can play them at the gap. And children don't care. What do they know, right? They can't see their future. They can't even see their own future, let alone your future. So they just play the gap at the moment, right? So how will this affect Black students? This will affect Black students because once they realize that everybody was a willing participant to lying to them, they're going to say to themselves, we can't trust nothing about this country or none of these people. My own family members lied to me and told me that there was no slaves. They were just involuntarily relocated, right? No. This is going to badly affect Black students, and they're gonna reject the rest of the education. Once they figure out they've been lied to, they'll reject all the other education that's out there. And then where
And
they
they should. If you've been lied to, why not?
Where are they going to be, Rico? Where will they be if they reject? Like that, we talk about mathematics, right? They'll even reject mathematics.
Yes.
When mathematics has no color, right?
Whoa. But Florida's already doing it. Let's not act like that's not rejecting mathematics.
But see, here's the thing.
Even what I'm saying is the
children can't do anything because of what the state is doing. I'm saying whatever they put on the table.
If the state is telling you that foundational mathematic books are flawed because of
CRT, right?
That creates doubts about everything. And I think that's a game that they've never played before. That's a new game. They never used to do that. I mean, hell, do you know how long it took them to sit there and even start questioning Christopher Columbus when we knew 100 years ago the shit he did? But yet America continued to blindly support the theory that we always knew America's Vespuccia discovered America long before Christopher Columbus, and he didn't discover America. He discovered Hispaniola, and he brought the disease and all the death and degradation, raping and pillaging that he did all over America. But yet, because it was a fact, they didn't. That's the only thing I would say is, like, America, if they tell something to be a fact, when it gets proven to be a lie, they won't change it. They'll stick with it. But now the thing that's probably a little bit scary to me and problematic to me is you got one side of the equation that's willing to call everything into question because not that it's not true, they just don't like it. It doesn't have to be false. Remember, in the last 4 or 5 years, we came up with this alternative fact bullshit. That never used to be a thing. There was never such a thing as an alternative fact. An alternative fact doesn't exist. A fact is a fact. If there's an alternative theory, an alternative belief, but until that theory or belief is substantiated and proven, that's all it is. It doesn't become a fact until it's proven. And once it's proven, then the previous fact no longer exists. We're in the world now where we got facts going parallel to alternative fact. So if you tell me, Rico, the sun is yellow, it's hot, it's made of fire, and I say, Clarence, looks cool to me, you can't prove to me that it's hot. I don't even know if it's yellow. It could be white. So now I create an alternative to what all of science has said what the sun is, what it's made of the gases and the fires and all this. I just make up some shit. That's the world that I'm saying that we're living in, and that's the danger, because we never used to. I didn't grow up with alternative fact. I don't think you did either. A fact was a fact, and people didn't. I didn't see it in the public sphere. I didn't see it regurgitated. I didn't see it reported. Thank God we didn't have this stupid thing as the tube, the internet, and then this other shit for people could just spew. So the useful idiots who spew this shit endlessly now couldn't do it then. It's a problem that we live in an era where anybody can just pull shit out of their ass, and they're getting traction and a huge following, and people are celebrating becoming stupider or dumber. Literally, I'm going to come up with an alternative theory based in nothing because I want to. And you know who gets fucked first? Look in the mirror. They always look like us. They look like us. They sold to us by people who look like us. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not telling people what to believe. I'm just sitting there saying is, when did facts no longer become facts? Hey, Sister OG.
Hey, my brothers, how y'all doing this Sunday? Happy Sunday to you.
Happy pre-Klan Day.
Exactly. It's for sure ain't our Independence Day.
And the words of Brother Frederick, what is the Independence Day to the American slave?
Hey,
Exactly.
why do I gotta keep telling y'all? Everything ain't about race. Rico and Patrice, everything ain't about race.
You sound like somebody else I know that always say that.
It's an idiotic truth. Everything.
Is that what you call them now? Idiotic truth?
Yeah. Everything.
Well, hey, but he ain't the only one that say that.
No, he ain't.
And in general, we all know that. So why are they? That's like an oxymoron, right? Why are you feeling you have to have the need to say to me that everything is not about race? Well, we know everything is not about race, but when we are talking about the things that involve race, then goddamn it, it is involving race. Like that's the oxymoron for me. It's like, oh my God, stop it. If it ain't about race, we gonna know and say it ain't about race because it has nothing to do with race. It could be a situation, a total different thing. And we know that in general, but when we specifically say Black Lives Matter, why do they gotta say all lives matter or blue lives matter? Well, God damn it, if all lives matter, there wouldn't be no need to say Black Lives Matter. So stop it with the madness. God damn. People kill me with they ignorant ideology and comments that they say. Whew. Y'all, I'm just.
Patrice, it gets me, and why I'm so disturbed is because, again, like I had told Clarence this before, I said, and it's funny, I get so, even right now, right? I get the financial misappropriation that the organization did, right?
Yes. And the hijacking of it. And the hijacking.
And I have no problem with people putting the scrutiny to that. I have no problem with that. But what I'm sitting there saying is, what I have a problem with is the dismantling of the message because of the misappropriation. Yes. So again, why can't we just? I'm like, where else they misappropriate funds? In the U.S. fucking government.
Hello.
Money is misappropriated in everything, but ain't nobody talking about we're gonna dismantle the U.S. government with all. Look. I'm telling you the perfect example. the COVID money. They're sitting there saying there's approximately almost $2 billion that they know was fraudulently obtained that they can't even fucking find. Two with a B, with a fucking B. The U.S. government gave out over $2 billion. A lot of them over in Nigeria, them Nigerian scammers and motherfuckers, all of PPP and everything else, that they would lost that the U.S. government will not get back. And we as taxpayers, we are fucked out of. That's misappropriation. Who's talking about getting rid of the U.S. government? Nobody. But when an organization about Black Lives has some issues with questionable finances, we want to destroy the total. And my problem is, it's like we're destroying the message. So people now are not even supporting, because what they want to do is, like you said, as you put in the back chat, you want to talk about this new case.
Oh yeah, I just.
What I'm saying is, when they destroy the BLM movement, that's an organization that now who's gonna fight for them? Because if you notice, I noticed
the thing.
It doesn't have the same level. It doesn't have the same level of outrage that it had when there was a stronger Black Lives Matter movement. And I don't know if it's going to get it. And it's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame that they so much weakened organizations who spoke out against this over misappropriation of funds, that, you know, this young man may get no justice, because that's what pisses me off. I said, exactly. Shit on the message.
I'm gonna see where are they gonna be at now with this whole case with and we got to do it. I just got off of Angela Stanton King. She just did a thing on it, and
I saw Daryl repost. They might get away with the shit, because if we don't have again, and they're going no, let me say they done shit on BLM. Every time you turn around,
that's why I'm finna see if they're gonna come out the woodworks. I'm getting ready to see if they're gonna come out the woodworks for this case.
So
for this Jalen Walker, over 90 some shots, and he was shot over 60 something.
Right.
And listen,
so my thing
they were still shooting when that man was on the ground and already dead, as he had to.
So my thing is, when the Ben Crump and the Al Sharpton show up, why y'all shitting on them? Because if they can bring attention to the case, because without attention, because I only heard about it slowly. You see what I'm saying? If that was
I just saw two different videos. Yes, sir. Yes,
Patrice,
sir.
Tell them who you're talking about. Tell the people who you're talking
about. Go ahead, Patrice.
I'm talking about Jalen Walker, guys. He was just recently executed by the Akron Police Department. It's all over social media. It was over 90 some shots. He was unarmed, and he was shot over 60 something times. They did find a gun in the vehicle, but when he got out and ran, he was unarmed, and it was a traffic stop, guys. It was literally a traffic stop. And these are some of the things I'll be talking about, is why are our Black men and women dying over minor traffic stops that ends up getting escalated. And obviously, yes, he knew he had a vehicle, he had a gun. That's probably why he left the gun in the car and got out and ran. He was running. He was already, by the time he got out and ran, he was surrounded. And from what I just saw in the video, he absolutely was unarmed. They found the gun, which was questionable the way it was, to me, strategically placed in the front seat on the driver's side, along with his wedding ring. What do you call the thing that come out the gun? Lord, I can't even think right now.
The magazine.
The magazine was popped out. Now, during the chase, they alleged that they heard shots, but I didn't see no urgency. They just said, "Oh, shots fired, but we're okay." They were saying all this stuff over the radio. We got to do a topic on that, like ASAP, because it's all over social media and show. Now, the one footage that I saw, the media and the police department absolutely edited out a lot of stuff, and I think they showing the full video footage to the family. But that's what I think, that the American people, the citizens, we need to see the full, uncut, unedited version of it, because the dash cam, the cops cam on their bodies, it shows a little bit more, where the chase ensued, was in pursuit of him, and he got out and ran at some point, and they started running after him. And about 9 or 10 seconds into them running after him, you just see blazes, riddles of gunshots, and he's laying on the floor and they still shooting. Laying on the ground and they still shooting. And it ended up being over 90 some shots. He was shot over 60 something times. That is absolute overkill. That is absolute ridiculous for a minor traffic stop. And the gun that is alleged that he had was left in the car and found in the car. So we just gonna have to see what else unfolds. But it's just, the math ain't mathing to me. It's looking mighty shady. But yeah, we need to do one on him ASAP, because yeah, the math just not mathing to me. It's just not looking right. Why in the world are our Black men and women continuously being assassinated for minor traffic stops? And I don't believe he had a criminal record. From what I'm understanding in the news, they did not say he had a criminal record. So, and if he did, that's beside the point. He still was unarmed at the time when they shot him.
Yeah, a lot of these white guys stopped and
But you know they try to pull up everything on them and to create a narrative. But from what I'm understanding, they were literally stopping him for a minor traffic stop, because when they ran the plates and everything, nothing else popped up. So we'll see. But it's interesting, guys. His name is Jalen Walker. So start looking it up for yourself. You guys start researching it, because we need to talk about this one ASAP.
Well, you know what the crime was? Driving while Black.
That part, of course.
Ain't got nothing to do with it, but driving while Black.
Of course.
Yeah, I looked it up. Yeah, I'm trying to see.
What little bit I saw about it, yeah. I still got a lot more work to do on trying to find out the details and what's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out more too. So I just saw the video for the first time, so I'm trying to find out more too. I'm gonna dig up as much as I can. They already showing the family. I think Ben Crumpy is already the attorney, I believe.
And the thing that stands out, I think, for everybody is the number of shots shot and the number of shots that hit the body.
It's overkill. Absolutely overkill.
When you think 60 times, like, how many fucking officers discharged their weapon? That couldn't be 1 or 2 or 3.
No. Yeah, he was surrounded. They had surrounded him. Surrounded him. He was running, and then they claiming that he turned around to face them. But if you're surrounded, no matter where you turn, you're faced by the police officers. If you are truly surrounded.
And I'm thinking, if it's 15, I'm thinking to myself, when I hear the number of shots, I'm like, okay, that was like maybe 15 different officers shot. And if 15 different officers shot, unless they were standing in a line side by side to each other, which that's usually not the way. They're like positioned differently. It's no way everybody could have saw him turn around and look like he had a gun. He might have turned around and looked at 2 or 3 of them that thought he had a gun, but the other ones would have been behind him. I was just like, I just don't see how that logically could be possible that 15 different people from 15 different vantage points saw what looked like a weapon. And if that's not the case,
well, the shot that was fired, they said he was.
Why did all these other people shoot?
Bro Rico, the shot that the police said that they heard was while they were in high-speed pursuit of him. Now, you know how hard it is to drive in high-speed pursuit, shoot your gun from the driver's side and shoot backwards from whoever's behind you that's chasing you while you're in high pursuit. But anyway, we all know, I mean, if you go to the range like I do and target shoot and practice, it's hard to shoot a moving target.
It's hard to shoot out of a moving vehicle.
And when you're in hot pursuit in a moving vehicle with another moving vehicle, now I'm not saying it's not impossible, but I'm saying it's absolutely tremendously hard to do that. But they claim, listen, this is the thing. When I saw the video, they claimed that they said shot fired. Now, when a cop says shots fired, you're gonna hear chaos all over their intercom system, that they're gonna be shots fired, blah, 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 blah. I heard nothing but shots fired one time. That this cop is in a hot pursuit with his partner in the car. You don't hear nothing from the partner in the car. You don't hear nothing else over the radio. And then you hear him say, "We're all right." The police. It was no urgency when he said shots fired. It was no urgency when he was talking over the phone, intercom, over the, what do you call it, PA system, whatever you call it thing. He was saying, "We're all right." So if they are in pursuit and saying shots fired, but we're all right, you letting them know you're all right. And then with all the lights flashing and different things going on and noise and all of that, who's to say that it was actually a shot? It could have been the car backfired. It could have been something else from somewhere. It's like, we really don't know. It's so much that we don't know that really needs to be dissected and investigated thoroughly. And I pray to God that that is done properly, and that the media don't hype this up and make this young man, because he looks young in his picture, look like public enemy number one, because you know that they use the face of Black men for that sole said purpose. So yeah, this one, guys, I saw the video, guys. I'm telling you, if you just see the video,
where can we go see it?
It just looks like firecrackers going off, but you see police officers standing there, and you see none but sparks from gunshots. Man, the riddles, the way they shot, the riddles, it was just,
Patrice, put it in the back chat where I can go get it, because I'm trying to look it up now. Can't find it.
Oh, okay. I'm on my thing. Because I'm out and about, but I'm on my phone.
Okay.
I can't look it up right now. But
all right. Gotcha,
I'm pretty sure I'll send you either the link to where you can look it up. Gotcha. But yeah, because I just literally watched it on Angela Stan King's YouTube channel. It just, you guys, when I tell you, it's so much of this, and when we say, or when I say this happens disproportionately more to any other race, because listen, look how they had to take this Black man down, and look at the difference between the way they arrested the white guy that shot all those people in Buffalo. Look how they took him down. Look at the difference in the way.
Standards catch back that automatically.
We call that Tuesday.
And that man had a semi-automatic weapon, had already deleted 10 people. And look at the difference. And he still had his automatic semi-weapon on him when they arrested him and accosted him. Look at the difference in the way they took him in, and in the way they did this young man that was running away from them just for a minor traffic stop. Do you see the difference in what I say, the things that happen to us disproportionately more than any other race? Do you see the difference in the arrest? Do you see the difference in the outcome? And these are the things that I say, that when I'm talking to people that don't want to hear those narratives because they like spinning narratives, it's bullshit. I call bullshit.
Patrice, we call that Tuesday. Okay, let's just call it Tuesday. Black
and you want to say, well, everything ain't about race. Oh, but it is about race when it comes to this.
Oh, Tuesday.
So I'm gonna need you to
Black
miss me
folk
the
get
bullshit.
shot, white folk get Burger King. Right?
Exactly.
So we say, Clint, what we doing on Tuesday? We're gonna go shoot a nigga, and we're gonna take a white guy out.
So you're gonna tell me
that
shooting that Black man over 60-something times out of over 90-something shots, riddling his body with over 60 gunshot wounds. Majority of them was in his front. So when if he did turn around and face someone, he was body riddled with bullets, mostly in the front than it was in the back. Because if you're running away, your back is turned. But when they surround you, it doesn't matter which way you turn. You're surrounded. You're always going to be facing a police officer.
I'm looking at it now to see if I can.
We call that
with gunshots.
That's Tuesday. That's called Tuesday.
And you're not going to tell me that that's not overkill, and you're not going to tell me that's literally an assassination.
I don't even need to see it to know what it was because I know that's how they operate. I want to see it, but I'm saying I know that's how they operate.
Ridiculous.
There's no shock value to me. But what my thing
if our people cannot see the difference in the way the scenarios happen for us, and then the way they happen for all other races, disproportionately, then we the problem. Hello.
And that's why I sit there and say
we don't stand a chance.
Right. My frustration is, again, and as much as people, and I constantly hear people beat up Al Sharpton, beat up fucking Ben Crump. I'm like, okay, so now what happened to this young man? What if they don't go? Who's going to keep the spotlight on this case? Who's going to keep the spotlight on it? They will.
I wonder how old he is. They never said his age, but he looks young. He looked in his 30s.
He's 25. I heard it was 25.
25. Oh my God.
My thing is this, Patrice. We shit on certain black leaders who do certain things. Oh, they are grifted. They worried about. I'm like, yes, but they can put attention on this case and keep it there like you, I, and Clarence can. So if you shitting on Al Sharpton, and if you shitting on Ben Crump, who else is gonna give a fuck about this young man?
I get what you're saying, bro, Clarence. And I ain't particularly crazy about them either. I ain't
crazy about neither one of them. But
what you're saying it from that perspective.
And my perspective is, if it's your child, you ain't got to like them. You want somebody to give a fuck, and if they're good at making people care, why? I don't know what that young man's family is going through, but they need all the help they can get. So because I don't like him, I should sit there and shade an ally who can get them the help that they need, is what I'm speaking to. So again,
I get it. That's why I get BLM.
BLM is not good, but it got people the help that they needed.
But the thing is, but the thing is, we're gonna see where they're gonna be now, because
but here's the thing.
There is no listen. There is no specific office to walk into as a black person.
Nope.
That there's no specific office in any specific state that you can walk into as a black person, as far as walking to a Black Lives Matter location and say, I have a case. My son or daughter was deleted, and it's all in the media, and I need help. It's no physical place to go.
But here's the thing, Patrice. It always was a grassroots organization, so it was always fluid. But here's the thing, right? So not only look, and here's the thing that I say is like, they're not
out of 90 or over $90 million, they need offices in several states. I'm sorry.
But listen what I'm saying. Not only, and here's the thing, they're not just content with shitting on BLM. They shit on the ones that got offices. Guess who got offices?
NAACP.
Yes, and they shit on them too.
Well,
they shit on them too.
They've been asleep at the wheel on some things now. Let's be real. They've been asleep at the wheel on some things when it comes to us.
Patrice, let me say this. I 1000% agree with you. But if we ain't got them, okay.
Well, we're gonna see if they're gonna come out and speak.
But let me finish, Patrice. Throw them away. If we ain't got the NAACP and we ain't got BLM, I want you to tell me who we got. I know how sorry they are.
I understand. That's why I say I understand, and that's the sad part, that we get the short end of the stick from our own people, and we get short end from the stick from other people.
And that's all.
That's the sad part.
I've always said was like, are we going to beat up we got a little bit of help, and because we're not satisfied with the little bit of help, and I agree it's not enough. I just don't see how it helps us to beat up the little. I'm in a fight with a 6 foot.
The thing is, the reason why I get it. But the reason why we constantly lose hope and momentum is because our own people continue to rip us off. They continue to rip us off. They continue to steal. They continue to embezzle. They continue I mean, and it just leaves us drained a little bit more every time. And I get it, but I just don't want my people to throw in the towel because listen, these things are going to continue to happen to us, and we cannot just throw in the towel because somebody did us wrong. It's just like if that old boyfriend or girlfriend did you wrong, you can't take it out on the next person. You got to continue to believe in the next person, that they're not going to do you like the last person. Right. And this is what I want us to stay on that plight.
Here's the thing. Every time we beat up our organizations, what do we do?
Well, hell, I beat up on them when they deserve to be beat up on now. Let's keep it real. Listen, we have to hold each other accountable first, because Brother Rico, we expect it from the enemy. We don't, but when it happens to our own, when our own do us that way, we got to hold them to a higher accountability and be on them just like white on rice. We have to.
I agree with that, Patrice. I'm not disagreeing with the scrutiny or the accountability. I'm disagreeing with the decimation because here's the whole thing. You're sitting there saying right now with this young man's case, you hope people ain't gave up hope. I'm telling you, they've almost destroyed Black Lives Matter. I don't think there's much, if anything, left of that organization.
No, it wasn't destroyed. You know what? They took the money and ran. They took the damn money and ran, bro.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm talking about the forces. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Patrice Cullors and all them who stole the money and all that. I'm talking about here's the problem with any organization. You have inside forces, as you know, right? Insiders that you're fighting against, and outsiders. So the outsiders don't give a fuck about you.
Yes, and you fighting your own that's inside your circle, right?
So even within what you're doing in the reparations fight, you guys are fighting outsiders and insiders. When insiders weaken you, it makes the outsiders' job easy.
And we gotta fuck out the insiders that ain't. Listen, if the insiders are crooked, if the insiders are thieves, if the insiders are embezzlers, if the insiders are what do you call it, conjugating with the outsiders to plot against us, like COINTELPRO come into the actual movement to cause a detriment, we have to get rid of them. Right. That's what has to be done from an inside level.
Which is fine, but what I'm saying is, where again, you're doing that with all the insiders, but then the outsiders who look like me, I told you them niggas ain't shit. They don't deserve reparation. Blah 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? Once I get wind of the inside turmoil, I exploit that, and I use that to go against the argument.
Yeah.
And then when all of a sudden, when those Mayo-looking motherfuckers see, even black people don't think they deserve, because I'm black. So I use my skin as a weapon. You're fighting the insiders. Then you got my sellout ass on the outside, shitting on the program. So the people that you possibly was trying to win over, they're sitting there saying, well, Rico and them said it's not a real organization and blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying my whole problem is again, it is a delicate balancing act. And I'm all for us holding our people to account. But here's the thing. Remember how we love to do this, right? This is what we love to do. We all love to act like we Jewish, even though we ain't. We love to talk about how they. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, we love to talk about how what they don't do this and whatever. They don't let house business in the street. We let house business in the street. You know what I'm saying? So you don't think the ADL have had issues with money and shit like that? They've had the ADL, Anti-Defamation League.
Oh yeah,
they've had. I guarantee you they have. They don't let house business out in the street. So it's hard. It makes it harder for people outside to fight them. Further, in addition, as a community, if there's a Jewish person outside that's speaking ill of them, everybody else attack that person and tell them shut the fuck up.
Yes,
they even know that they have money problems in. They still tell them shut the fuck up because our issue is anti-Semitism, which is even bigger. So we're not going to get
know
so
what
bent
else-
in the shade
You know what else also
about
they
the
do within
feeling
the community?
that we're gonna let you on the outside help
They'll
these
know
motherfuckers put us back in the next life.
exactly. They'll know
They don't
that
do that shit.
they know that one of their own is effed up, right? And they
Yeah.
kick them out. They kick them out the community, kick them out the
Yes.
family, whatever the situation. But they still stay within that
Organization.
box of that organization. They don't
Yeah.
go outside of that. That's the see that, and
That's what
that's
I'm
the difference between them and us,
Yeah.
is because even though they may outcast one of their
Mhm.
own, they still stay on code.
They don't let the. That's all I'm speaking of is the fact. Like I'm not arguing about fuck Patrice Colors, fuck all of them.
Right.
The message was, well, all lives matter. No, the message is Black Lives Matter too. Y'all act like it doesn't. And when I'm constantly hearing people beat them up, they're saying, you know what I keep hearing, Patrice? Oh, you niggas just saying Black lives don't matter. Just say Black lives don't matter. Just say that. Fuck. There's misappropriation and theft and everything. Just say all lives matter. Black lives don't matter. Just say that. Because my thing was, it's not the organization, it's the message. And we're gonna go fall right back into
I'm for in the beginning what the message stood for,
Right.
what the ideology stood for, because Black Lives Matter movement started out of the Mike Brown case out of St. Louis.
Actually started
And
from Trayvon Martin. It started from Trayvon Martin.
I thought it was Mike Brown. Okay,
No,
but
it
either
goes
way,
back to Trayvon
either
Martin.
way, that
Right.
black young man or that both of those were black young
Being
men. So it
killed,
started from
unarmed, unjustly, unfairly.
started from out of that movement, and then it turned into something
It
else.
goes all
Got
the way
hijacked by something else
Right.
and a whole nother different agenda.
But Patrice, the message goes all the way to what's his name, Mr. Walker.
Jalen Walker.
What the premise of it is?
Well, it's not going to stop, because you know there's going to be many more Jalen Walkers, right?
Of course.
But see, let other people tell it. It don't happen to our race disproportionately more than other races. Let that other cop person tell us that.
And here's the thing, Patrice, because like you said, just like the George Floyd, then the young boy shortly thereafter down the road. My thing is, the issue was, and I keep telling people, I was like, the issue wasn't about Black men being killed. It's like, why is it such a high proportion of unarmed Black men being killed, and oftentimes fleeing the police, not attacking the police, but trying to get away? And my whole point is because they bring up all the issues about the organization. They bring up, and they diminish it. Now all of a sudden it's actually permeating in the community. Oh, don't listen to Black Lives Matter. The more Black people are starting to have an unfavorable opinion of the message because they associate it with the organization. The message is
for most people that know, Rico, we know the original ideology and message behind it.
Patrice,
what we don't support is what has the hijacking of it. That's what.
But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell you is this: I don't think most Black Americans or even most people can discern the difference. I do, because if
you saying that our people are literally that conditioned to not know the difference in what the movement stood for in the beginning, and then how it was hijacked and what happened by those leaders, those founders of it. If they don't understand the difference in that, then we in trouble. We in trouble.
I'm telling you.
We in trouble.
I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you that most people cannot separate the two different things. So they believe, which is true. It's not just they believe; it's factual that the founders misappropriate, stole all the money, this, that, and whatever.
Right.
That's true. I don't disagree with any of that. But once they conflate that, they do the baby with the bathwater ideology. That's what. And not only us, but even supporters and allies. Once that narrative gets pushed out, people are like, oh, Black Lives Matter, they stealing. Don't give them your money because they be stealing. Because if you look all through these streets, and you put BLM, you will see negative after negative after negative. The narrative is coming, and that's all that keeps coming up. There's nothing positive about the
and this is another thing. This is another analogy that I wish our people stop doing. I see your point exactly, bro, Rico, because it's just like when they say, when we talk about the police shootings and killings of unarmed Black men and women disproportionately more than any other race of people, and then our own people say, well, what about the Black on Black crime? We need to understand that these are two totally separate and different issues in the Black community that we need to solve. So when we say, talking about police killing of unarmed Black men and women, it's totally different from Black on Black crime in the Black community. And I wish that ideology and people stop saying that and throwing that thing out there when we're talking about one particular thing and topic and subject at the time. They are two totally separate, different problems and issues that need to be resolved. Police killing us has nothing to do with us killing us. That is a different situation. As a Black community and as a Black culture and people, yes, we need to address our people killing our own people. Yes, but that is totally separate from what the police is doing to us. And I don't understand why we don't get that, for the most part, a lot of our people, because that is the first thing come out of their mouth when we're talking about police killing of unarmed Black women and men disproportionately. Has nothing to do with if I go to your house and harm you. Yep. And you look like me. God, people, I wish our people would just understand the ideology of the difference in that.
Patrice, now you get what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. It was like, because what I think is certain information and misinformation. I'm not even gonna say misinformation, but one thing has nothing to do with the other. And if they keep flooding the zone, that's what they do. They keep flooding with this, Black Lives Matter still, Black Lives Matter still, Black Lives Matter still, Black Matter. Yeah. All that's true. And now all of a sudden, Black Lives Matter stealing, Black Lives Matter stealing, Black Lives Matter bad, Black Lives Matter bad. You don't even hear the change from stealing to bad. Because they just keep flooding. So the same thing, unarmed Black killing, Black on Black crime, Black on Black. You don't even hear the transition. And unfortunately, yes, I'm saying what about all the Black on, and like I said, you look at all the spaces and it's like, I can't believe these motherfuckers are bringing this up. Like white on white. Oh, 80% of 90% of Black men are killed by Black men. Okay, 90% of white guys are killed by white men. So what? We all know.
Exactly, brother. Exactly. Crime against your own race is proximity and opportunity. Period.
That's just normal. That's normal shit. Ain't nobody Black killing nobody in Wyoming, North Dakota.
Well, again, bro, they use us. They use our race and our face of people as to be the poster child for all of that stuff. Because that only happens in certain cities and states disproportionately in certain areas.
And Patrice,
like they use Chicago as the poster child for. Listen, and see, and this is how I know how our people don't research and don't look at things from a demographic, from a social economic. They don't look at these things on those terms. They're just spewing it out of their mouth just to spew it out of their mouth without doing the research.
I got some smoke for you, Sister Patrice, second A sister. You 2A girl. I know that. Okay, no, I'm just fucking with you though, but for real. And the reason why I say that, because what you said, oh shit, and that's your hometown, and you hit a point that just fucking blew me away. Because again, and I know you second A. Hey, shout out Mr. Real Estate. Hit the link if you can't come up and we chop it up a little bit. You don't mind, right, Clarence?
No, I don't know. I mean,
Hit the link. I want to come up and chop it up with you. But listen.
And I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I want to apologize because I didn't mean to come in and divert the topic, because I know y'all were talking about So I want to
Yes,
apologize for that. But I just, man, I'm telling you, I just saw that video, man, and it just, I'm
Patrice,
fucking like,
Patrice,
I'm
stop it.
done,
'Cause
man.
stop it. I'm not done with you. Okay. My question is this, because I'm not even done with you. I only had no attack for you. But like you said, I'm gonna lean into again about how there's the change is how when they talk about Chicago, they always trying to drag Chicago through the mud, right? And they talk about, and they do that with this 2A argument. But okay, that's TMI, Mr. Real Estate. I don't know about where you at in the hot tub with the audio with your little creepy ass. People gonna talk about us.
Oh,
So
wait. Or is he trying to make us jealous right now and hate because he in the goddamn hot tub?
I don't believe you unless y'all see a picture. So Patrice, here's the thing, right? They always do that with Chicago, and I hate when they fucking do it. I ain't even from Chicago, but I fucking
Yeah,
hate
we the poster child. We are
I'm
the
so
poster child.
tired of fighting for Chicago, and I'm sitting there like, again, because I know the coded language when they talk about Chicago. They talk about black people. That's what they talking about. They don't say black people. They just Chicago is the word they insert for black people. So my thing is, it's like, yeah, you want to say, oh, but Chicago got these great
And calling us Chirac, comparing
here's
us
the
to
thing.
Iraq, like the war in Iraq, all of that.
Because the argument they say, oh, gun control laws don't work. Chicago got some of the strongest gun control laws in the country, but look at what's going on in Chicago. And I'm like, yeah. And they get all their fucking guns from Indiana. How about that? Indiana's what, maybe 45 minutes away from Chicago, the state line? I'm not sure, Patrice. You can tell me.
Yeah, about 45 minutes. Yep.
So I'm
You're
like,
right.
and they've already traced like 60, 70, 80% of the guns in the city of Chicago are not bought in Chicago.
Bro, Rico, you know it's
They're
bigger than that.
outside.
So where's Indiana getting them from? Hello.
Right. So my whole fucking point is, it's like y'all don't say, they don't say, well, look at Chicago because of Indiana. No, they say Chicago like all of a sudden they're making and selling and manufacturing guns in Chicago. I'm like, the guns in Chicago don't come from fucking Chicago. You know where the most of the guns in New York City, or I'm not gonna say most. I'm gonna tell you, you know where more of the guns, they trace more guns in New York City from the state of Virginia than from the state of New York, because New York has good gun laws and the state of Virginia doesn't. You can buy, at one point, Virginia had a one gun a month, but shit, now I think you can buy one a day, one a week. So straw purchasers, people will go, they will drive down to Virginia and get all the fucking guns they want, and they will drive them back up to New York and they sell them to people on the street. So again, the whole narrative, and that's why I sit and say when they do the whole black on black crime, the gun, I'm like, yes, because people don't read or look at about the nuances of how things come about, and we just take it at face value. Again, I do not like the administration of Black Lives Matter, but the message I feel strongly shouldn't have been. I don't like everything that Al Sharpton, the National Action Network, Ben Crump is just a lawyer, so I was like, I don't know why nobody's shitting on him, but they are. I think they shitting on him because you know why I think they shitting on him?
Because they say he's more like an ambulance chaser. And now,
No.
from what I heard, there is a Netflix documentary out on Ben Crump, and they say that if you watch that, and I haven't watched it yet, I plan to watch it. They say that if you watch it, he will go into detail as to say why he do what he do. Okay, and maybe we might look at him in a different light. And I'll give anybody a chance to rectify that. And I say, okay, now I get it. I see. I understand. And now I can say I apologize for having the feelings of what I feel about the Ben Crumps of the world, the Lee Merritts of the world, and all these people. But right now, that's my stance on it until I see different, until I know different.
This is the part I don't get is I'm like, okay, well, they say ambulance chaser. I'm like, but here's my whole point was, if Ben Crump was white, would they feel disfavorable about it? Probably not, because guess who else is a celebrity always showing up somebody? Clarence, we talked about her earlier, right? You muted. And she's a white woman who's always
who's that? Who's that? Who you talking about?
She out there and she West Coast gal on every case, always popping up.
Oh, you
Gloria
talking
Allred?
about Gloria?
Gloria Allred?
Yes, right.
Look,
that's
man,
right.
she got a specific thing specifically for black men. Let's be real about that.
But but let's be real about this. They got more smoke for the black man than they do for that white woman. You do not hear black people shitting on her, and she's up on almost every motherfucking case. And
that is true.
That's
true. That's true.
We gotta ask ourselves that, Patrice. If you got smoke for Virginia, what the fuck ain't nobody got no smoke?
I absolutely have some for her because I know what her agenda is and what her angle is, specifically, the whole with the Bill Cosby and with the R. Kelly. So
listen to me. In the rest of the community, they don't. Oh, she just doing her job. So my thing is, I'm like,
and O.J. Simpson
have always existed. Why all of a sudden we get our ass on our back because they look like us? And at the end of the day, Ben Crump is successful at getting results. He didn't just get results in George Floyd. He also, I'll be honest with you, like I told you, I said, I didn't know nothing about the brother in Georgia until he got on the case. Ahmaud Arbery. I didn't know anything about it.
None of us did until that video came to light.
But I didn't but him being on the case, because the thing is, and I tell everybody, I say, y'all getting mad. But what can Bill Crump and Al Sharpton do? See, what town you in Arizona, Patrice? Phoenix, right? Something happened to you or your family, you won't get the local news.
Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm watching the video they showing a bunch of different body cams. And they put them all together,
hang on one, Clarence. Here's the one thing I want to point out. If something happened to you in Phoenix, it might be a big deal in Phoenix. When Ben Crump and Al Sharpton show up, it's a big deal where?
I know what you're saying, worldwide.
In America. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. I get that part of it. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm like, you ain't got to like these motherfuckers, but if they can bring a certain level of attention that you can say, oh, well, I'm standing on my. I'm like, okay, but guess what? And then all of a sudden they get away with the shit. They bury it, and they gonna sit there and say your kid had a gun, and he was. You know how they gonna do it, and then all of a sudden it goes away. No, fuck that. I want justice. So I want the justice of sunlight to shine on my child's case. And fuck y'all, leave these niggas alone, because if they can bring that level of attention to get the federal government and the president and the protesting involved.
Rico, let me say this. Rico, let me say this.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the video, and you're right, Patrice. This dude is already on the ground out, and you still see bullets flying into him.
So share the video.
I told y'all, listen, man. I
want to look at it, Rico, before.
I was speechless. I was speechless. Literally, like, it's nowhere in the world you can justify this as to be justifiable from a police perspective. But we don't always get that outcome. It just they found, and listen, the way that his gun was strategically placed with the magazine out and the ring on the seat, on the driver's seat.
Right.
I'm in a hurry. I'm running from the cops. I'm not gonna strategically place it. Right. Like I'm telling you, just things that looking suspicious already to me, bro. The math is just not mathing. Are you gonna show the video or what?
Yeah, I'm just making sure there ain't a better one to show. That's all.
Yeah, because it is a couple of. It was a couple of. I think the news had one, and then the police. And then it shows the police one too. But the police one, remember, is edited because I think they're only gonna show the full one to the family right now.
Right. Because there's no audio for it. So, let me see if I'm gonna try to pull it up here. Let's see. This might get us to So I'm only gonna show. I'm just gonna show a little bit of it.
I don't know, because Angela Stanton King, she showed the whole thing on her channel, and it doesn't happen. And because I think it's public, is once the news, the media puts it out. I don't know. I'm not sure, but if you're gonna show, yeah, go ahead.
Let me find it. Let me get it back.
I just, just observing it from the chase, which was several minutes of chase, and it only shows from one police officer's
No,
vehicle.
it's showing from about 5.
Oh, now they got more. See, they put more up. Yeah, because you got to think, if it was several cars in pursuit of him, they all should have, body cams on, from different angles. So we should absolutely see different angles, because if they had them surrounded, there should be different angles.
This is not too clear. That's not clear enough for you guys? Is
and
it?
Make sure.
But this is the only one that has the audio though. But let's listen to the audio first.
What the fuck did they see? That shit sound like machine gun fire. That's crazy.
Stop the video. Stop the video. With one of the moderators, please put a warning trigger in the chat, and fair use in the chat as well, and warning trigger graphic video, just to make sure we don't get in trouble. Please, one of the mods. Thank you so much.
I see fair use in the chat.
Okay, we still got to put a warning trigger for the graphicness of the video though as well. We don't want to trigger somebody, or parental discretion is advised, all of that. We don't know if children watching, like what. Thank you, mods. We love you. Thank you. All right, y'all saw that, right? Just even a little bit. What's y'all take on it? What do y'all think?
That's fucking the Middle East. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I'm troubled by the fact, like, I'm not there on the ground, but like, what the fuck did y'all see?
Well, he got out of the car. You saw him when they came up to the car. They didn't even know he had got out the car. They came, or maybe they thought somebody else was in the car. I don't know. So they come up to the car.
Well, they didn't see the car. They weren't chasing
the car is clear. Then they see him running, and they start running after him.
Yeah.
And then like maybe 9 seconds into them running, bullets riddled from.
I hope the Justice Department steps in at least. I don't see how this is any less than a violation of his civil rights. And I think until we get a case where, and then it's funny because they did, and this is weird because, Minnesota did the shit with Chauvin, that's fine. And they still got the state case on the other 3 guys. But I want to say the justice, they did do a federal, I guess, civil rights case on the other 3 officers. And 1 guy already pled guilty. The other 2 are fighting it. So I think all 3 of them are going to get fucked. I hope in this case they do the same thing. I think they need to continue to do.
Honestly, I don't give a shit what happens to none of them. None of those cops. The ones that was complacent need to go down as well.
Right,
Like,
but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that,
I have no sympathy.
right. I'm not talking about sympathy. I'm saying we need more convictions and more sentences for more police officers to get out of their fucking head, because I think what happens is I think we've gotten to the spate where this qualified immunity shit, they know they're not going to be found guilty for killing black people.
That's the
So
problem.
unless we start convicting and locking up and throwing some
Not
of these
only that, when they get off, they not decertified, so they can
right.
go in other police departments in other cities, states, zip codes, and still continue to work as a police officer.
But my thing is, I don't want decertification. I want conviction and
Exactly.
time served. So they don't have to worry about that. My
But
point
we
is,
know we rarely get convictions. That
right.
rarely happens. But I'm saying when that doesn't happen, why are they continually being able to work, whether it be in their own department or somewhere else, and continue to do the same thing?
Right. What I'm hoping is if enough of them get locked up, then the ones that ain't caught a case yet will start to think better. Like, look, my ass can go to jail. That's it. And that's what I think right now, up until this point, because so few of them have been convicted and locked up. That's why.
He's out. He's out. He's out. Yeah. Approach on the driver's side. He's right there. No, he's out cold. Hey, get in your mess. Get in your mess. Yes,
So hit a pole, I guess.
Got a window punch if you need to.
So the vehicle's disabled.
Nothing in this hand. Seatbelt on. Hands. His eyes are open. Yeah, his eyes are flicking. He's flicking, guys. All right. Hey, pull up. Hey, yeah, you can release the trailer. I got the door.
I don't understand how a guy even get out the car with that many cops around him.
I don't think.
But my question is,
now is that the same video? Because now it looked like they were shooting at him in the car. Okay, it says he gets out and begins to run away. Okay. Now, see, I didn't see this part of the video.
No, this is Elijah K. This is Elijah K. This is a different video. This is a different.
Okay, because this wasn't the one I saw from Angela King.
Yeah,
I know there should be more. There should be plenty more. If all those officers out there, they should have multiple angles.
But what I don't understand is this. This is what I'm trying to understand. You go up to an immobilized vehicle. The cars crash. Officers are on both sides of the vehicles. I'm trying to figure out, how does the suspect exit the vehicle and not immediately be taken into custody? How the fuck do I get out of the car? I'm sitting in my car like this. There's a police there. There's a police there. And somehow another way, I get out and get away to wiggle away. I'm like, did they step back 50 feet to let me get out and run? What the fuck?
Yeah, because I didn't see this part of the
normally
video.
They would step back, open
on
the
the
door,
expressway for several minutes, and the suspect vehicle exited onto the Archwood Avenue ramp. The pursuit proceeded through several city streets until he neared the intersection of East Wilbeth Road and Claremont Street. At that point, the driver slowed down and exited through the passenger side door of the moving vehicle wearing a ski mask.
So what the fuck happened to the
suspect fled from the vehicle on foot, turning and facing officers momentarily. He continued to run, evading arrest. Officers attempted to safely take the suspect into
Clarence, can
custody
you go
by
back a little
deploying
bit
their
to that?
tasers.
Go back a little bit, just a little bit.
Until
I
he
want to
neared
see
the
him stop when you
intersection
see that
of
picture
East
of him
Wilbeth
getting out
Road
with
and
the ski.
Claremont Street. At
And
that
they
point, the
already
driver
said
slowed
it's a
down
ski mask,
and exited
ski
through the
mask, because
passenger
that
side
just be a
door of the
regular
moving vehicle wearing a
protection
ski
from
mask.
COVID.
That's a reach, but go ahead. I mean, I don't know. Stop there. Where the fuck is the officer that was on that side of the car? Are you telling me no? So wait a minute. So this the left side of the driver. So he went across to the passenger seat.
You're right, and got out and ran.
Looking, and where is the officer? Because is that not that's standard procedure? Officers are supposed to
should have been an officer on the other side. Yeah.
The vehicle. That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm like, when they come up on me, it'd be one here and one there.
Yeah, well, as many was out there, as many as was out there, why isn't one on the other side?
So how the fuck did he get? And that's what I'm sitting there saying. If there was just an officer positioned there, no matter what, he would have taken him right to the ground the minute he opened. He shouldn't even open the door. As soon as he crawled over the seat, he wouldn't have crawled over the seat because the officer would have been there. That's it. So my thing is like, what the fuck kind of policing are they doing in Akron? What the
I
fuck
don't know, bro.
My issue would go into, is this how y'all approach a vehicle of a suspicion? First of all, he got his gun drawn. Where are the other police officers that should be positioned around the vehicle long before
this police officer right here, Rico? There's a police officer right here. He should have been
at the motherfucking
I see one on the driver's side. Where's the one on the passenger side where he's getting out?
Right here.
No,
right here.
Put your oh, okay, he's right there. Okay.
Right here.
But that's not where he's supposed to be standing. He's supposed to be standing.
He looks kind of far
right here.
Yeah.
There's another one right here.
Clarence,
there's another
if
one.
That's where he's standing, that violates all police protocol. Because here at this point,
I don't know. I'm just telling you where they're at.
Let me tell you, at this point, if he's standing there and there's a passenger in the back seat or somebody on the other side that has a gun, he can't see inside the vehicle. They're supposed to be positioned where they can see inside the vehicle.
Okay.
He can't see inside the vehicle standing back there. Are you fucking kidding me? But he wasn't there. He wasn't there in the earlier vehicle because in the earlier video, he was closer. So why did he retreat? Did he hear him say gun? So my question is this. He heard him say gun, he retreated. So when he retreated, he automatically went into, okay, I'm going to retreat back and I'm going to go into the kill mode. He's got a gun. Back up, back up. That's what everybody did. So then you let him get out of the vehicle. That's the only thing I can think of. Well, you heard him say a gun. Did you see a gun? Or you heard him say gun and you retreated for your own fucking safety. Guess where else they did that at? Uvalde at the schools and let them babies die. Because they give a fuck more about themselves than they did about the people they're supposed to rescue. See what I'm saying? So when we talk about police officer being the most dangerous job, that's bullshit. It's not. They care more about protecting themselves than they do anybody else. Continue on. I'm
wondering if the police officer was closer, would he have gotten out? Because it just, I don't know. He was allowed to, I mean, he got out and ran a few feet before they started shooting at him. It was like 9 seconds. It was like 9-10 seconds after he got out of that car and started running, did they start shooting.
I think he heard or saw a gun and he immediately ran back for his own safety. Which, if that's the case, just say it.
It's just,
I heard and I ran back for safety. So then you allowed him to get out. And if you allowed him to get out, if you were going to shoot him, I don't know.
And are they saying get back in the car as he's getting out? Like, I wish we could hear that part. I don't even think they said get back in the car, don't get out, or don't move.
And my thing is this: it's like, okay, if this is what I would ask also. Okay, so when you heard gun or you saw a gun,
suspect fled from the vehicle on foot, turning and facing officers momentarily. He continued to run, evading arrest. Officers attempted to safely take the suspect into custody by deploying their tasers.
Oh yeah, and they said the tasers didn't work, or they missed with the tasers.
Deployment of tasers was unsuccessful, and the suspect continued to flee on foot. As the foot chase reached the nearby parking lot, the suspect stopped and quickly turned towards the pursuing officers.
He probably turned to give up.
Probably did, because he was unarmed at that point. The gun was in the car. So,
right, so why would he get in a shooting position? He ain't got nothing to shoot with.
But when you turning, you know, even if he was turning to give up,
it looks like you crouching, but you're not.
Why would they shoot?
Officers reacted by discharging their firearms, striking the suspect. Under visual inspection of the suspect's vehicle, a handgun, a loaded magazine for a handgun, and what appears to be a gold wedding ring were observed in plain view on the driver's seat.
And that's the thing for me too. This is media, so I don't know how much hype this is as well. Now, doesn't that look strategic?
Cameras do not provide a 360-degree or three-dimensional view. We will now play 13 body-worn camera videos.
Like so perfect.
Ooh, that does. That looks perfectly placed. I agree. That looks awesome.
602 on West on Wilbur Firestone. Can I get in?
Still westbound on Wilbeth. We're passing Evergreen. We're heading towards Maine. Looks like we have some units up ahead at the intersection of Maine. He's slowing down here, slowing down. Stop. It's your fucking head! It's your fucking head! Don't you fucking move the car! You fucking move!
Hey, don't fucking move!
Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move! Show me your hand! Show me your fucking hand!
Now he was way past dead, and they rolled him over with the bullets, right?
Yeah, that was bad.
602 on West on Wilbur Firestone. Can I get in? We're still westbound on Wilbur. We're passing Evergreen. We're heading towards Maine. Looks like we have some units up ahead at the intersection of Maine. He's slowing down here, slowing down. Slowing down.
Hey, Clarence, go back and play that for a second. Go back and rewind that a little bit.
Y'all, oh my God, I can't keep
what
watching.
I'm going to say is, no, here's the.
I gotta close my eyes. I can't keep watching.
Did you guys see? Did you guys hear where the guy had to tell him to cease fire? They would have still been plowing more rounds into him, but the guy out there said, "Cease fire, cease fire."
Clarence, you want to know the recklessness of what I just saw?
What's that?
This motherfucker almost shot another cop.
I did.
That was in the line.
I saw they were all of them were in a line of fire between each other. I was like, "What's going on?"
Yes, you play that shit slowly. I'm surprised another cop didn't get shot. I think it was pure luck that a cop didn't get shot by friendly fire. That's how fucking stupid and irresponsible. And do 1.5. Oh, okay, 7.75. 0.75. Yeah.
All right.
I was just
at
like,
the intersection of Maine.
And when they stop, go to half. Play back to me.
slowing down here, slowing down.
Go to half now. Go to half speed.
We are at half speed.
Oh, okay. Now watch when they start shooting. He's right. See, one, right? Now he went to the other side. Now they're going to the other side. They're running. Look at the officers in front of him. And this guy's shooting. He got a cop directly in front of him, one right to his right. Look at him. We got police officers all in front of him. And he's shooting. Look at that guy in the car. Is that not? Look, he's still shooting. He's still shooting, and the guy to the left, right? Can you imagine? Right? Now explain that to me.
Guys, if they do all of this for one black man for a minor traffic stop, imagine what they'll do for worse.
So you watch the speed, and then you watch the recklessness.
Stop the video. Oh my God. If they do all of this for one black man for a minor traffic stop, imagine what they'll do for worse.
So what I was trying to show Patrice was the how that the whoever, I don't know, maybe he was the commanding officer or the officer of the day.
Yeah, had to say ceasefire. Yes.
Yeah, but he was saying it a long time before they ever did it.
Yeah, exactly. It was overkill. It was absolute overkill. Absolute overkill.
Absolutely.
I can't. Like I can't. I can't.
That's the bad part about it is, you know, and then to have people tell us that stuff like this don't happen. Now they'll say, well, he should have never ran away, right? Or he shouldn't have been carrying a gun.
Oh, they were already in the chat of Angela Stanton. You know, he should have just stopped. He should have just complied. Right. He shouldn't have ran.
Know
we already know all that stuff. Tell us something we don't know. But when you look at overall the mistrust and the way black people are treated by cops and the fear that they have instilled in black people out of fear and adrenaline, that's the first thing most people do. Is either they're going to freeze up or they're going to run. Period. Yeah. So I'm tired of people pushing that ideology as well. We know, yes, he should have stopped, he should have complied, and he should not have ran. We know that, guys. But still, out of a minor traffic stop, all of that for one black man that ends up riddled with over 60-something bullets in his body, over 90-something rounds being shot at one black man that ran because of a minor traffic stop. And the fact that, yeah, he had a gun and he knew he was wrong. He didn't want to go to jail. That's why they run. They don't want to go to jail.
Obviously.
Oh my God. I can't. If our own people and other people are saying that is the reason why he should have ended up this way,
then we're fucked.
We're fucked.
We're
in trouble.
That's why I'm leaving this motherfucker. Y'all can have it. Thank you.
I'm sure it's going on in the DR too.
Oh, you wish.
It's going on everywhere. This is going on everywhere in every big city. No, I'm talking about the deletions of. Yeah, in America, yes.
In America, yes, 100%. In every big, not every big or little city. And this is an American thing. This is an American thing. This is not going on in Europe. This ain't going on in. They ain't killing black people like this in Africa.
I don't believe that.
I don't give a fuck what you believe. They ain't killing Africans like this. This is an American thing. And when you having your Klan celebration tomorrow, make sure you celebrate this. Make sure you celebrate the 11-year-old mothers that you're making. You know what I'm saying? This is an American thing. So to all the
wait, Rico. Let me see if I understand you. You're saying that that 11-year-old girls aren't getting pregnant in DR. Is that what you're saying?
No, I am not saying that definitively. No.
Okay. Now I just want to make sure I'm hearing you right. Okay.
No,
right.
no. But what I'm saying is that they're not shooting up schools in the DR. They're not shooting up grocery stores.
I'm gonna try to transition us back.
They're not shooting up churches in the DR. They have some of the strictest gun laws in the world. Okay. They're not shooting up random black people in the DR.
But it's not to say that it can't happen. Because people always think things that can't happen in their city or their state or their town, and it absolutely can. Even in the suburbs, it can happen.
Patrice, I will say that shit will happen anywhere in America.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Anywhere and everywhere in America. And it can happen in another country. But if it happens in another country, it's going to be like the fucking moon is made out of cheese of an occurrence. In America, it'll be called Tuesday. If we get a school shooting tomorrow, it'll be called Monday. They're not going to call it anything but the day of the fucking week because we are so desensitized to this level of violence and this level of death to unarmed black men. And even further than that, not even just unarmed. Say her
women.
Name.
Don't leave the women out. Don't leave Sandra Bland out. Don't leave Breonna Taylor out.
Did I not say her name? I said say her motherfucking name. And guess what? They get away with it and no one cares. And these motherfuckers don't even lose their motherfucking job. You know why? Because people that look like us, they're black people that are sitting there saying that, what's the sister in Lexington, Kentucky? What's her name? You just said it, Patrice. Breonna Taylor. She deserved it. It was her fault. Sandra Bland, if she had just complied, she was pulled over for not fucking making a signal. Ended up 3 days later dead in the fucking jail cell. Why the fuck was she arrested for not making a signal? Are you serious? And you know, I don't get. I'm not mad at them racist ass motherfuckers in Texas that did it. I'm mad at the pieces of black shit in Texas and the rest of the country that say that makes perfect sense. Oh, that's okay. I ain't mad at the racist pieces of shit in Kentucky that shot Breonna Taylor. I'm mad at the sorry, no good motherfucking black people that said, well, her boyfriend shouldn't have had a gun, but the white man can walk around with a fucking AR-15 and do whatever he wants. But this black man can't defend his own home with his girlfriend to protect himself against unarmed, unannounced police kicking in his motherfucking door. Do you see what I'm saying?
No knock warrants. No knock warrants.
The issue isn't them. The issue is us and what we accept. And my whole point is, I understand. I know I can't beat the system. That's why I'm leaving. But I'm saying it goes back to the conversation, Patrice, that I was saying before. I don't like what BLM does. But no matter how much I hate what they do, I'm not going to be the voice to shit on a message for us. And I just keep telling you this. If you ain't got nothing, your program, I don't believe we're going to get reparations. But guess what, Patrice? I know to shut the fuck up. And that's all I'm saying, is if you ain't got nothing to add to it, shut the fuck up and get out the way. We can't do that.
Stop hating on the ones that is fighting when you ain't doing a goddamn thing.
That's what I'm saying. The issue isn't about the people. The issue is like, why do you sorry, lazy motherfuckers who won't do anything? You should be doing something. But you know what? I get it. Can't make you do nothing. But can you get the fuck out the way and be quiet? We used to be able to do that. That was the thing we used to do. When Martin and Malcolm was marching,
you know, black people enjoy shitting on other black people. Black people enjoy shitting on other black people, and that is fighting and doing something. They enjoy talking about other Black people that is doing something when they ain't doing shit but sitting up on their YouTube channels talking shit about the ones that is doing something.
There you go. That's it.
Patrice, Rico.
Yes, sir.
Patrice and Rico.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the topic that I actually had up for discussion today?
What you got? What you got?
Can we talk about that, brother? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can, sir. Hey, Brother Vaughn. Tell Brother Vaughn get his ass out the bushes and get up here.
You know what? Vaughn didn't want to get caught in the crossfire, so he stayed in the bushes.
Get his ass out the bushes and get up here.
But actually, it was a good topic. It needed to be discussed.
You showed it.
We need to get because I think I trust Patrice. You?
Yeah.
He iffy. He iffy. Is he iffy, bro?
Well, Patrice, we're good as long as he ain't got started on no libations. Now, once he gets started on them libations,
he had on no libations yet today.
Man. It can go off the rail now. It can go off the rail real quick, Patrice.
Tell Brother Vaughn.
You already know I know. You already know I know.
You right? And so when he ain't got the libations, I'm good with him. I'm like, man, this is my ace phone. But when he got some libations in him, I'm like, well, I gotta take his advice with a little grain of salt there. All right, so Patrice, let me transition this back over to we're trying to finish up what we were talking about yesterday, where in Texas they want to change they're trying to change the school books in elementary to say that slaves were involuntary relocators, and also that slaves weren't slaves, they were just workers, right? And of course, workers implies.
Well then, bro, Clarence, all I gotta say is if they were workers, where is the 12 to 14 trillion dollars from 450 years ago to now that my ancestors don't have to pass down to us? That's all I want to know. Just where's that money at?
That was my point. My point was, if you're going to change the name in the school books to that blacks were workers, because workers implies that you're getting some type of wages, right? And but as slaves in America, you weren't getting no wages, right? So how can you there's a discrepancy there, right? So but the point is, what is going to be the effect? What's going to be the real-time effect of this? Let's say, I mean, it got shot down. But we know those Republicans in Texas, they're going to keep trying to push it a different way, reconstruct it. You know what I mean? They'll call it something, right? They wanted to say Black history, but they can't say Black history, and they don't have enough Black Candace Owens type people to push it, so they had to rename it something else so that they can push it, which they call it critical race theory, right? They say, oh, you teaching critical race theory, but they're not teaching critical race theory because that's a college course class. So, but they use code words. Critical race theory is a code word for actually teaching actual history that happened. Shout out to Chaotic. They actually teaching history, right? They're actually teaching real-time history, but they want to take the Black part out because why? Because the Black part is teaching the white children or giving them some type of
no. Say the truth.
Say
the truth. Don't.
Am I lying?
You lying if you sit there and you go with that feeling shit.
I'm telling you what they have said.
Oh, okay.
They have said that teaching critical race theory is giving white kids unwarranted guilt complexes and making them feel bad about the history of America, right? If they learn the truth about the history of America.
Other spaces say fuck their feelings when they talk about Black people, so fuck their feelings when we talk about them. There you go.
That's true. That's true.
That's what I heard from the Black spaces. Fuck their feelings, right? Can we say fuck their feelings about everybody? Was it just us? Was it just us? Only fuck our feelings.
Well, that's the point. That's the point. That's
the
part of
that only applies to us, and that's been applied to us for 400 and some years. Fuck our feelings.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going to be the real time effects of this? For example, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. let's say we teach this. Let's say we start changing this. We change this language from slave to coworkers, right? Or we change the language from slaves to involuntary relocators, right? Which has a connotation that we were being rescued in some kind of way, or we were refugees in some type of way, right? Which is not the correct situation. The correct situation was you were property. We were property being brought over here like any other piece of property, a broom, a kettle, a stove, or whatever piece of property, a horse,
cow,
a
table,
cow, whatever, right?
You got it.
And so just like they branded cows, they branded their Negroes, right? Same thing, right? So
just like they insured their property and they animals, farm animals, they insured they slaves as well.
Can we say this? Can we say this rather than sitting there and saying I should ignore the chat, but
yeah,
I don't.
I mean, no, you can answer. I mean, being respectful.
Bring up some of the questions in the chat. Let's address it.
That's one of the questions.
Patrice, Chaotic Truth is in the chat.
Questions was,
and he is putting up some of the stuff that he.
My God, y'all! I thought that dude was blocked. Like y'all for real right now.
Yeah. No, let me tell you. One of the questions was instead of teaching slave, we don't block anybody, Patrice. We love babies and food.
Okay. No, they say God loves baby face. They say God loves babies, old folks, and food. So which one is he?
Yes. Well, so here's the thing. I'm a drunkard. So I'm a drunkard. Remember that. But here's the thing. Even in my drunken stupor, So and I get the question. Instead of teaching slavery, Jim Crow, etc., focus on this or whatever. What you call Jim Crow and slavery, learned people would call history. So if we're going to teach history,
well, is not our history a part of American history? Is not our history a part of American history?
Our history is a part of world history. So to sit there and do this erasure is disingenuous at best. So I don't care about the math and the science, and it's not to say that we're not teaching that, but we're not going to ignore history, especially if tomorrow y'all gonna celebrate Klan Day. That's history too. I don't hear nobody talking about.
Well, I just know it ain't our independence. It's not our independence. How about that?
I don't hear nobody talking about ignoring that bullshit. I don't hear nobody talk about ignoring the Tea Party, ignoring that lying ass bullshit when they made us 3/5. I don't hear about any of that. So if we
ignoring Columbus Day, Columbus Day,
we can't ignore none of that. We only supposed to ignore us. That's all I'm saying. But continue on, sir. Continue on.
I'm proud.
We're right. Exactly.
Why are you proud of me? Why are you proud of me?
Because you're handling the situation that I thought you were going to. I thought you were going to explode. You're handling it very well.
No. Oh, absolutely. I will no longer address buffoonery. I would no longer address coonery. I would no longer address none of those.
And if we got the truth on our side, I mean, we can address anybody. Who cares who comes up here? We can address any of them because we got the truth on our side. I mean, they can say a bunch of lies. Everything this young man is saying, it might be his perspective, but is it the truth? It's not the truth. And we know that truth knocks out truth hits falsehood until it knocks his brains out. So, I mean, it's not at least that's the way I see it. I don't see no threat nowhere. If I got the truth on my side and he got the truth on his side, then he should be agreeing with me, right? If he's not agreeing with me,
the gentleman wants to be entertained. Look, the gentleman wants to be entertained. So at some point we will invite him up, Patrice, with your permission.
Listen, you guys can do whatever you want. I will not be on the platform with the buffoonery. Do you understand? I will, I know, and I will respectfully go down, and you all can argue until you blue in the face with the buffoonery and the coonery. I will no longer do it. I have better things to do than to sit and argue with somebody that had disrespected me, that is going to talk about my generation of people and where the hell we need to go and all of that. Listen, I don't owe any explanation. I don't owe any more conversation to people that disrespect me. And because I choose to no longer be disrespected by Black men on these platforms, that is up to you, bro class. This is your channel. I will respectfully bow out.
Patrice, I'm gonna make it correct.
You ain't got to worry about nobody disrespecting you. That's what
But I will not have a conversation with no Black male that has disrespected me in a way. Especially, there was never an apology. There was never an apology, and I won't do it.
Stick around.
I won't do it. And I don't want an apology if I gotta ask for an apology.
Listen, look, Patrice, hang on one second. Chaotic. Stick around like the bitch that you are.
Because it is not warranted, and then it will not be true or heartfelt. So I don't fall into the buffoonery. Like I said, I noticed when he get on other people's platform, he act like he got sense. He only want to come in certain places where he wants to act up with the buffoonery and the coonery. Listen, I know the difference. Listen, I ain't got time for it, y'all. Y'all address that bullshit. I ain't got time for it.
Sister, you know we rock with you. You know goddamn well. If anybody gonna cape for you, it's gonna be me. And again, I don't need to cape for you because I got issues with this young man that I want. And you know what? I need to correct myself. I was correcting you. I need to correct myself. This young person of color, because we're using the word man too loosely. So I wanted to correct you when you called him a Black man, because I don't see it.
Yeah, you're right about that, because I gave him more benefit of the doubt than he gave me and my generation of people.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm not trying to do an ad hominem, but at the same time, based on the things that I saw, heard, whatever, can we invite him up for a few minutes, sister?
Sure, I'll just step down. Just drop me down. I'll come back up later. Y'all do what y'all gotta do.
Give him the link.
All right, I'll drop it down.
Let's do this shit today. Let's do this today.
You want to do it today, Rico?
Let's do it now. Let's do it now. No, I don't run from a motherfucker.
All right, Chaotic. If you want to come up, I think the link is up there, but I'll throw the link out there.
Don't run like a little bitch. Come on now.
Okay.
No, don't run like a little bitch now. There's the link.
Well, Rico. I need you to be I need you to be just stick to the topics. Don't personally attack them. Just
give me your solid 10.
Give me a what? Oh, you're talking about Talking Chaotic.
Yeah.
And shout out to Bonnie. Patrice is all cap. She loved the white man in his society. Stop, man. Stop.
No, let him go. Let him go. I don't want you to reel him in or anything.
But I'm not gonna let him talk about Patrice. He ain't here to defend himself.
No,
I'm not gonna let him talk about Patrice.
Let him go, is what I'm saying.
No.
Let him be him.
Chaotic, is this you? Let me see if it's you, man.
If you're gonna come up,
I don't know who CT is.
Cam up everywhere else. No.
Yeah, I don't know who CT is. Oh, you have to cam up, Chaotic.
No, Clarence. I'm cammed
you want
up.
To cam up? Okay.
He cam up every fucking where else he go. He cams up on his show. He cams up on Lapeep. He cams up everywhere else. He don't have a problem with
maybe he just came from church, Rico.
I don't give a fuck where he came from. He can.
So you don't want it. Wait. Let me understand you. You don't want him on a broadcast unless he's fully cammed up.
Yeah, I want him to cam up. I want his face to support and substantiate his words.
Okay, well, then maybe today ain't a good time.
He needs to cam up, Clarence.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Every
maybe
time
he ain't cammed up. He's not cammed up. He's here, but he's not cammed up.
Every time I see him, he's never an avatar. He is cammed up, so he ain't camera shy. So
yeah, but maybe he don't. Maybe none of his shirts. Maybe he ain't got his shirts out the cleaners yet.
If you don't want to do it, then just say I don't want to do it. Don't you make excuses for him.
I don't know.
Don't
I'm just
you
saying.
make
You say you gave me. He said he got 10 minutes for us, and so
okay, cam the fuck up for 10 minutes.
well,
Cam
I'm
the fuck up for 10
I'm the
minutes.
big YouTuber. I set the tone whether I cam up or not. Okay, Cam.
Oh, there you go. See, there you go.
That
See,
was it right there.
that
Okay,
feminine
I
shit.
appreciate
Okay,
you.
we
I
done.
appreciate you, man.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And I'm not making you do it.
Chaotic.
But everything.
Just turn the
but
camera on,
line,
man.
Here's the thing. I'll talk about your ass whether you come or not.
That's
matter.
that's what's gonna happen. That's
But
what's going to happen.
Man. Be a man.
Von
Don't
Bryson, he's not coming up. He just wanted to interrupt the chat.
It's me to you, mano y mano. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna accept you and your femininity. You ain't got the cam up. I just want to recognize the voice.
Now you don't have the camera? Okay, Rico. Okay.
I just want to recognize the voice.
Well, he left now.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right,
so this is all I'm saying. Clarence, this is what I'm saying. When you don't show deference, no, listen what I'm saying. When you don't show deference and you don't bend the knee to people, he came over here with that clown shit. And I wasn't having it. So what did he do? He ran like the little bitch he is. Period. Full stop. So motherfuckers will be in the chat. Bring Chaotic. Bring him up. His bitch ass had this opportunity. You okay? Come the fuck on up.
He said he'll be back. Hold on. He said he'll be back. Rico, calm down. Rico, we just talked to the young cat.
No, because this whole. Remember I told you when come over here with that bullshit. I'm a celebrity shit. To who?
Yeah, he
to who? Clarence, I'm not doing this deference shit.
Well, no, Rico. We let a lot of people come up here without being cammed up. We let a lot of people come. I said
it.
So we ain't no deference to him.
I said no, but I'm saying I'm not doing the Rico. Hold on. Let's do. See, cause what he's trying to do is he's trying to make it be like now he running over there. He calling his little monkeys. Hey, y'all gotta come over here. Y'all gotta. You know what I'm saying? He doing all this shit. Cause he can't do nothing by himself.
We got Risa. We got Quantum. We got everybody in the chat.
I'm
about to give Von Erica a wrench too.
The reality
we got Marcus.
is this.
We got everybody in the chat.
You know the school I come from. You know the school I come from is this. I always tell a motherfucker, the measure of a man is what he does alone. Okay? So when you walk in the valley of the shadow of death, motherfucker, you walk alone. You ain't gonna walk with a gang. You're not gonna have a crew. You ain't gonna have no backup. The measure of any man to me is what he does alone. Because I've seen all kinds of people get crazy, braggadocious, full of themselves when they got a whole fucking peanut gallery behind them. But when they by themselves, crickets.
Shout out Be Easy.
Crickets.
Shout out
Sit in the chat, Be Easy, bro. Watch my life work.
If you haven't already, man, I'm telling you, Rico, the best, hottest show out there is Easily Rigged. You need to go check that out, man, on Knowledge and Relationships. And one of the half of the dynamic duo is Brother Be Easy. That dude is man. I mean, if you haven't checked that show out, man, it's the hottest show in town. Go to Knowledge and Relationship. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationship, the whole K&R family over there. Check them out, man. Check it out. It's a great show. Great show. It's Be Easy and the Brother Big Riggs. Great show. Two young brothers, man. Very smart, very intelligent. Check it out. Sister Patrice, you back in the building.
Yeah, what happened? Why did he want to come up?
He was in his femininity.
Because Rico said, Rico told him he had it.
I stepped out so y'all can do y'all thing, you know.
Rico.
Femininity. I'm not coming back. And this is the thing. I don't mind him having a different point of view and opinion, but the disrespect for me is where I draw the line. And
we're not having that.
He could come up here and say his point of view and opinion regarding this subject. That I'm cool with that, and I'm cool with him not agreeing with things that we agree on or don't agree on. Like I'm cool. I'm not that type of person that try to stop a person's voice from being heard or spoken. I just don't care for the disrespect of the things that he has said about me on other people's platform and on his as well. That's where I draw my line. That's why I have no conversation for him at all. You know, he can say what he want to say in the chat about I love white. You know, listen, I got white people that I'm cool with, right? Like I got white people in my family. I just said my daughter-in-law to be is white. Like I my first cousin is married to a white man. I like white people that are not racist and that are cool people, that are decent people, period. I don't like racist people. And it doesn't matter of the race you come from. If you're racist, you're racist. I don't care for racist people, period. So that's where I think brother chaotic or whatever is being very disingenuous in the angle he's trying to come at me at, is saying, oh, I'm using white man StreamYard. We all know that StreamYard, the YouTube, and all these other social media platforms are owned by people that don't look like us. We all know that. So what's your point?
Patrice. Yeah. Gus Patrice. He's a
That's a senseless point to make, though.
Patrice.
Why I made it clear is I don't care for people that are racist, whether you're white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever. If you're racist, I don't care for you.
Patrice.
I have a disdain for racist cops.
Patrice.
Period.
Patrice, the problem is...
And the thing is, that brother knows it. He gets on Angela Stanton King. I've seen him on a couple of other platforms, and he act like he got some sense. See, he knows where he can go and do the buffoonery and talk all the crazy ideologies and say the things that he say and say disrespectful things. He know where he could do those things at because he can get away with them.
Patrice, let me finish.
No, he's disrespect not going into this over here today.
Okay,
so I can't say what I wanted to say.
No, but let me tell you what you want to say, because if he would have brought his ass up here and disrespected me, I would have had a problem with y'all with that.
No. I agree.
I was about to be very greasy and disrespectful to him, but I'm not, because if I do, then he gonna cry. And that's why I'm not coming.
No. He don't have to, Rico. He don't have to come up here. I mean, we was moving right along before he got here.
I want you to understand, right? He came into the chat and he made some old stupid ass comments, right? And then the first thing he said was, "I'm the big YouTuber. I set the tone," right? What makes him a big YouTuber?
Yeah, where?
This nigga got 1,000 followers. You know why he's a big tuber? Because he's been over there on his knees sucking Lapeef's dick. That's what he been doing. We've seen. Stop. Don't make me clean it up. Don't make me clean it up, because you know that's what this motherfucker been doing. He been over there bending the knee. He been over there bending the knee. They've been skeeting all over his face, using his anti-black rhetoric, which that's all he speaks, is anti-black rhetoric, shitting on black people. So they're propping him up. We need to have this conversation. We need to have the conversation about black people propping up.
No, that's not a troll, y'all. I saw his face. It's not a troll.
Listen to me, Clarence. We need to talk about black people propping up other black people who are anti-black. If you can find a non-anti-black stream of chaotic truth, I'll kiss your ass. Because I looked through the library. It's all shit. Almost literally everything. I watched them literally. Am I lying, Clarence? This is the gospel. This is the gospel. Y'all just hold on for a second. I watched this Negro while he's sitting there, and I don't know. I don't give a fuck if you're a Candace Owens supporter. While they sat there.
Good point, Von Bryant. Good point.
And let her skeet all over their face, right? But this is what they said. This is the part that really fucking blew me, right? Was the fact that they went into a conversation, a 4-hour stream, and they started defending slavery. Just let that sit.
Wait. From the white man's perspective?
No, I don't give a fuck from whose perspective. It could be from the black man. How the fuck do you defend slavery? Just let that sit. Fuck the Clarence.
Well, ask him when he comes up here. Rico, ask him when he comes up here.
Excuse me. If his cowardly ass show back up, the reality is this: they defended slavery.
Okay.
Not my words.
But brother Rico, don't you know that we have a lot of black conservatives that defend that? Do you not know that? The same ones that defend the Confederate flag. These are the same type of people.
So
So we're gonna have people that's gonna do that. You know, and people that believe in that ideology and point of view and opinion is going to defend that. It's just like it is what it is.
But here's the thing, Patrice. What I'm saying is this, Patrice. They too are what? The enemy. We can't say that the enemy is only black people.
It's a lot of people that look like us are enemies. That's why everybody can't get in the boat and roll the same way you roll.
Right. But I'm saying they the enemy too. So my thing is the same way I'm mad at white people who defend that shit. Fuck you, sellout ass Negroes that'll sit there. This is. Listen. I just want you. Give me a second. Give me grace. Give me grace. This is his words, not mine. Not mine. And y'all can go to this stupid ass stream. Africa was a shithole. Just let that sit. If you believe the continent of Africa was a shithole, okay, you believe that. I think the level of fucking dishonesty and stupidity is stupefying to even make that statement. Africans never had a government 10 or 20,000 years ago. No one did. Civilized society didn't exist. Okay, Clarence. Okay, be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet.
And after you make this point of view, can we move on to our subject because it's people like him that come in and they literally distract from what we're talking about. That it's too much attention being given to them. Bro, Rico, say what you want to say and let's move on. Like honestly, we got to stop being so easily distracted.
Thank you, Patrice.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Let's go.
All right. Anyway, you know, he knows how to hit the link if he wants.
Whoa, you said you're moving. Let's move.
We are moving. Rico, calm down. Rico, calm down. Rico, calm down.
I'm sorry. Apologies.
Let me do some shout out.
I'm sorry. I'm
shout out to Brother Sam. Shout
Can
out
y'all, Risa, do me a favor. Block that piece of shit.
No, Risa, don't block. Don't block. But only block him if he says something outrageous.
Why do you want him to keep? I'm with Patrice now. Why do you want to keep block him? You waste of time.
You don't have to block him, Rico. If we stop talking about him, he'll go away.
If we block him, we don't even know he's there.
Don't have to
if we block him, we don't even know he's there.
And if we don't block him, he's welcome to come on the stage and defend himself, right?
He's not.
However he can do that, right? We gotta listen to me. Listen to me.
Okay, go ahead.
We gotta stop getting all emotional about all of this stuff. He's just another person on YouTube. He's not no big thing. He's just another person on YouTube, man. I mean, you know, if he's gonna come up just like any of our other people, if he's gonna come up, he's gonna come up. He's gonna have to follow the rules like everybody else. If not, cool. We don't have to chase him around and we don't have to do all that. He ain't even deserved all that attention. Either he's gonna come up or he's not. Okay. If he's not, cool. We're done with it. Let's move on. We were talking about something that was really positive, which is the changing the term slaves into involuntary relocators and how that would actually affect the children with boots on the ground in the classroom. How would that actually affect the children? How would that actually affect the parents? How would that actually affect our community? If our children see us letting the schools change all their school books into where it says slaves were just co-workers instead of slaves were just instead of saying slaves were slaves, now you're changing it from slaves being slaves to slaves being yes.
If they want to name my ancestors workers, I'm gonna need them to pay the debt to my ancestors to us, and then they can call them workers because the debt will be paid.
Agreed.
Because we know that they were not voluntarily relocated here, as they're trying to say, and we know that absolutely they were not workers. Workers get paid get paid wages. They were never paid.
Now let me ask you something, since you're in the ADOS community. If they say, okay, we're gonna give you reparations, but we want to change all the history books from slaves to involuntary relocated people or co-workers. We want to change it to workers, right? Would you be okay with that? Hello? Patrice? Patrice. She must have went into a bad phone line. What about you, Wrinkly? Wrinkly, what about you?
Fuck no. No.
So even if they pay the money, even if they, let's say they pay the back wages, you still gonna have a problem with them changing it.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because the debt is owed. I don't give a damn. You don't get to change the facts of the scenario. The debt is still owed. You don't get to pay to change the facts. The facts are the facts.
Good point. Good point.
What happened happened. The debt is owed.
Good point.
So you don't get to pay it off, because other than that, they can pay off the genocide of Native Americans. No, it was a genocide. What they did was what they did.
Germany is still paying Israel.
And they don't get to change the facts. They don't get to change the facts. It is what it is.
Every time you turn on the History Channel, or every time you turn on
it is what it is.
The American Warrior Channel, they talking about Hitler. So yeah,
and they're not going to let them. They're going to take their money, and no, you're not going to call it something else. I don't give a fuck what, because you're not going to forget. Period. You did it. End of discussion.
Now,
and
do
the
you
Germans
think that
did not? Here's the thing: the Germans who did not do it, the motherfuckers who stood by. So the whole argument about my ancestors didn't do it, all Germans didn't do it. It was only a select, maybe 10% of the German population was responsible for the Holocaust. They were the Nazis. The rest of the Germans didn't have a problem with Jews. That 10% did. And they killed over 6 million of them.
Well,
but guess what?
It was a process, Rico.
But no, if you know the history. If you know the history.
Very familiar with it.
The entirety of the country.
Right. I agree with you. I'm just saying, how did the 10% get the 90% to go with them? See, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, the 90%.
The 90% outnumber the 10%.
Yes,
so how can the 10% get the 90% to go along with them? They have to use propaganda.
Clarence, power and influence. Power and influence do not require you to have everyone to go along with you.
But you can only influence people that.
Can I finish?
Okay.
Power and influence requires you not to have anybody oppose you. So I don't think they got the 90% to go along. They got the 90% to not oppose them for what they were doing, and the 90%.
But I'm trying to explain to you how they got that way. How did they get them to not oppose them?
Right, which I get. But when you say go along, you make it seem like they agreed with it. They didn't agree with it. They just didn't do anything about it.
No. They agreed by omission. I'm not. They didn't do nothing, or they rolled in. They said, "Hey, look, because this is the way things are going, and so let's just go along to get along, right?" They went along to get along, and so I'm saying that.
Where did that happen at before?
What happened at before?
Where did that 90% going along, or agree with? Go along with, where did that happen before the Holocaust?
I'm sure it happened many times in history.
It happened in America. Times. It happened in America.
You know what it was called? What point are you tied? Yeah,
slavery.
What was it called?
Slavery, because only maybe 20% of Americans owned slave. The other 80% just shook their shoulders and went along with it.
They
did not. They were not for it. But not being for something doesn't mean you are. To not oppose something does not mean you are for something. It just means you just don't oppose it. So
Rico. No, you when you're in a situation like that, either you act or you don't act, right?
Yes.
If I see a grown man trying to ARP a little girl, like this scenario, a 10-year-old girl out there, and I say I'm not cool with it, but I'm not going to do anything.
I didn't say that they didn't say they weren't cool with it. I'm just saying they just
go ahead. Whatever the scenario is there when you say they just said, hey, I'm not gonna get involved with that.
And you're complicit. You're complicit to it.
There you go. Okay, that's the term they use if you're involved in some type of capital crime, and you knew about it and didn't try to do something to stop it. call you, it's a conspiracy. You were complicit in that behavior, right? And so they sometimes may charge you just as harshly as the person that actually pulled the trigger or committed the act.
But we're talking about a nation state. So now we're saying.
But I'm telling you how you get a nation like that. You get a nation like that by, okay.
And let me finish. We can't say that a nation state is okay with the deletion of an entire people because the rest of the nation didn't raise up against the part of the nation that was doing it. Do I think they have a moral obligation? Yes. And when I say I'm not even going to say, I'm going to take it back. I'm going to say maybe they were complicit, but I'm not going to say that they was okay with it because oftentimes in history, people will stand by. They even talk about it in America, right? People will stand by and do nothing when they see something wrong being done.
But I didn't say they were okay with it.
Right. But that's what I was talking about. When you said that, and I was like, we just can't say they was okay with it because they didn't do anything. And we know they just stood by and didn't do anything.
Well, look up the word. Look up the word complicit and see what that means, guys. Look up the word.
Yes. Well, complicity is a little bit more than just standing by not doing nothing. It is a part of it. I agree. You know, they do say silence, to not speak out, not because
involved with others in an illegal activity or wrongdoing.
So were they complicit? They just didn't do anything.
Well, the whole country got
right.
They had what do they call that? War crimes. Were guilty of war crimes, right?
No,
so the whole country had to pay for it.
The whole country had to pay for it, but the whole country was not guilty of it. The whole country had to pay for it, yes.
But my point is,
well, is that the right word to use? Are we using the right word?
That's what I'm asking, because South Africa, you know, just other countries are paying. You know what I'm saying? We all pay. That's why that's the whole reparations fight. The whole reparations fight is, again, Patrice, I'm arguing your point that the same way that in Germany, all Germans were not responsible for the Holocaust, but they still had to contribute to the payment.
Right. Just like we know all Europeans, all Europeans was not had anything to do with slavery, but the fact that a lot of them benefited off of it, and they know that they are, and they know the history of it. Does that make them complicit?
I don't know if it makes them complicit, but it makes them. That's why I said they say it was like when I look at the Germany argument, I'm like Germany and Austria and other countries. I'm like 100% of the people did not have something to do with it. 100% of the people did not agree with it. But guess what? You motherfuckers are going to help pay for the sins of that country. And I get that. So that's the same argument I'm making about America, was that, no, I don't believe all Americans back during the time of slavery wasn't in favor of slavery. But guess what?
Oh, yeah, we know that there wasn't, because we actually had our allies that helped some of the slaves escape. So we know that all of them were complicit with it, yes.
But you and your descendants are going to help pay for it, period.
If they benefited off of it, yes. Same way the financial institutions and the insurance companies did, and a lot of the colleges benefited.
And the premise of them benefiting of it was because of your race. The bottom line, you got an advantage over other people who was another race. So if the fact that you didn't take advantage of the benefit, that's your problem. So when they go, I'm still poor. Okay, motherfucker, you didn't take advantage of your white privilege, but you had the privilege. The privilege still existed. The fact that you didn't do nothing with it, that doesn't absolve you of saying, oh, I ain't have, no, you didn't do nothing with it. You still got it because as a white person, you had a
privilege. Oh yeah, that's gonna always be there. That's gonna always be there for them.
Now you don't do nothing with it. You decide that's your business. Do you? But you can't say I don't have something that we know in this country exists. That's all I'm saying. Come on, argue, you old Negro. I see it in your face.
You know what? I'm just saying. I've been trying to tell you for 15, 20 minutes.
Come on, baby,
how this
chaotic.
happens.
Come on, baby,
how this
chaotic.
happens. See, because it relates to how it happened here in America. You have to use propaganda to get for the 10% to be able to control the 90%. You have to use propaganda and all kinds of other tactics to create such a high degree of fear of non-compliance that the people just go along with the situation, right? In Nazi Germany, they had about 3 different political parties, right? When Hitler got to power, 1 gone, 2 gone. That's it. Just the Nazi Party was left. You don't even have an option to vote for nobody else. And any other person that was trying to promote that option, they just suddenly woke up dead the next morning, or they would just woke up, disappear, or whatever. They did all of these different things, and then they told the people that the reason why you having all these issues is because of the Jews. The JEWs are the reason why you having all these issues, and they was able to push that propaganda enough to where when they started taking action against the people, against the JEWs, the people didn't resist, because even the people that you're talking about that said, "Oh, we don't have no problem with Jews." Some of them did. Matter of fact, we all remember the Diary of Anne Frank, right, where there was a German family took in Anne Frank, had them living there for about 2.5 years, maybe 3 years, maybe living in their attic, and then of course they got found out by the German soldiers.
Yeah, that's
right?
true. I remember the Diary of Anne Frank.
Okay, exactly. So my point is, we know that all the Germans wasn't with the program, and the same thing happens over here in America. And America's just a little bit more different because it's a capitalist situation. So money talks and everything else walks, right? So the reason why the North was able to turn their head so much from the slavery of the South is because they was getting that tax money, right? So they didn't care, or then I would say they didn't care, but they didn't have the a reason to resist that until it got to a point where they were going to leave. Now they realize, if they leave, they're taking this money with them. They're going to create their own currency, and next thing you know, they're going to overtake us. We got to get them now. So that's how you got your Civil War. What really put the South on the map, I told you guys before, is a black man. That the Civil War can be attributed to him. His name is Elijah Whitney, and he was the one. Eli Whitney. He was the one that created the cotton gin.
The cotton gin, yeah.
Yes, he's the one that made the South he multiplied their money 5 to 10 times. So he's the one that made them start getting super rich. And then now is when they start deciding, why are we paying them taxes? Why are we paying the North taxes? They're trying to close our greatest industry down, which is the slave business. They're trying to close that down, right? Right? Just like the brother told me on another platform, where they had the agreement with the South, the American government, that we're only going to let y'all import slaves for another 20 years. So in 1808, they stopped importing slaves. So what did they have to do if they wanted slaves? Right? Well, slaves don't pop out of nowhere. Somebody got to get on top of somebody and get to pushing and shoving, right? So they had places where they call the MFer farms, right? Where they had a place where they could take stud black men.
The breeding farms.
Exactly,
Yeah, the breeding farms, yeah.
And take them down there, even if they ran into a relative, or even on the plantation, they put them together and say, "Hey, you got to do this," and that's that. You know what I mean? So my point is that although everybody wasn't down with slavery, because we know that, right? We know the John Brown and all that. We know that everybody wasn't. But how was all this 10%? Like you said, I agree with you, Rico. It's probably about 10 to 15, maybe 20% maximum of the people actually in this country that actually owning slaves, right? But how were they able to control so much? They was able to control so much because of the propaganda and because of the greed of the people, and you paying all these taxes. So, like I said, they would turn the other way. I don't see that. Just the same thing they did in Germany when the Nazis took power. Okay, I don't see nothing. Okay, Rico. Yeah, I don't see nothing. And so they just took the money, right? Because if
They
you can say
took
a
the
lot,
money. They took the money and ran like a lot of them do.
exactly. Now, here's the bad part, though, Patrice. When you do that, somebody has to suffer, right? Because propaganda is mostly lies. It's lies mixed with falsehood. I mean, it's truth mixed with falsehood. So it's a little truth, a lot of lies, right? So, but somebody's gonna suffer. In the case of the Germans, the Jews suffered, and anybody who had sympathy toward them suffer, right? Just like in people in the South that has sympathy for abolition, they suffered, right? They sometimes hung them just like they hung a black person, right? Then the same way that so the propaganda that they put out there was these people are and we see it now, right? These people are savages. They savages, and so us bringing them in chains over here, we are improving their lives, bringing them over here, civilizing them, making them be slaves. That was the propaganda that they had to put out so that they could sleep at night knowing what they're doing, right? This is another form of propaganda, what they're doing with these history books. They're trying to change everything around so that they can let their children, because their children's going to ask them, hey, what is the slavery situation? What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? What does that mean? Oh, and then they want to put everything together. Oh, that's why they're so upset, because all these series of events have happened based on that event, right? So, all that being said, if we allow this propaganda to continue, what is going to be the effect on little black boys, little black girls? What's going to be the effect on little white boys, little white girls? What's going to be the effect of just the American population? Is it going to be good? I have never seen anywhere in history where propaganda was put out and a good thing happened. But it was a good thing for everybody. It's usually somebody.
It's never been a good thing for us, and the only thing I can say to that is quote Michael Jackson. All I really want to say is they don't really care about us.
Well, I mean, and so what we gotta do is just keep vigilant and stay on top of stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because if we start letting them relabel everything, that's going to be a bad thing for our children, because their children are going to say to them, when they find out they lied, once they get old enough, they may say, oh, okay, I see why you lied. I see why you did that. You weren't right, Dad. You weren't right, Mom, but I see why you did that, because you wanted to make sure that I was going to have a better, an easier time in this world. And I get why you did that. But what are our children going to say? Why did you let them lie to us?
Yep.
You stood right there and let them lie to us.
We know that we've been lied to. We know that our parents was lied to. And now we know that our children were lied to in the educational system coming up. The whole farce and falsity of a lot of American history that we were taught was not our history per se. And the history that was given to us about Columbus and things of that nature, we know that those are all lies. We know that the inventions that some of these European people are taking credit for were not their inventions. They were actually the inventions by our ancestors.
Correct.
And we know that that's a lie. But it's okay for us to, to continue with the lies and the falsities and give them to and pass them down to our children. But it's okay. Like I said, all I really want to say is they don't really care about us, but they care about everybody else except us.
Well, see, here's the thing, Patrice. You're right. and especially our children. Our children, they really don't care how. So it's up to us to stay on top
To
of that. Like you
teach.
used to go
Yep.
read. Yeah,
To
like you used
teach.
to go
Yep.
read to them. We got to do that because if we don't, just the kind of stuff that's going to happen when they go to school, if we're not careful, you're always teaching this, and I appreciate this about you. You're always teaching, hey, go to the school board meetings, go
Mm-hmm.
to the police meetings, go to the
Yep.
meetings, the neighborhood watch meeting, go to the meetings so that you
Yep.
can see what's going on. That way because when these books come out, you never even voted on these books. You never voted on the people actually that vote for these books. You can go and see what they talking about, and you can see, this person don't need to be on the board because they talking about this. Let's get them out of here, right? And so, but we don't do that. I mean, I'm talking about black people in particular. We just don't,
Mm-hmm.
as a group, we really don't do that. I mean, there's some of us do. So shout out to
But
those
but
people
but
that.
I tell you who is in these meetings fussing, protecting their children, the ones that don't want critical race theory taught. And you know what they look like, and they don't look like us.
But that's my
They
point.
there at the meetings, they shouting, they screaming, but we not there to fight. We're not. We're not there.
That's my point. And see, that's another. And so we not, and then we not even in the mix enough to know when we hear these code words like CRT. I mean, come on. I mean, they're not teaching that class. That's a college class. They're not teaching that class, but they using that code word to say, oh, well, they're teaching elements of race by teaching the history, right? If you teach their history, there's a part in the Bible where um, the people that's ruling over, I don't know if it's the Hebrews or another people, but they're ruling over them. I forget now, but I think it was the Hebrews, where the Egyptians, where they said, just get all the old people. We don't want the old people to even teach the young people about when they were free, because the old people, when they got done being a slave that day, they eat dinner together, they broke bread together, and the old people would tell them that we wasn't always slaves. There was a time where we were in our own land, and we sang and we danced and we ate together and we laughed. Now we working here for these people, but we
And there
wasn't
was
always like
wealth
this.
there. There was beauty. There was wealth. There was
Exactly.
oil. There was diamonds, and
Exactly.
it was all hijacked by who?
These people, right?
Let's keep it a bean. We
Right.
know who it was hijacked by.
So my point is, they will always try to cut the history off from the younger people because they don't want the younger people inspired to try to restore what has been lost, right? Because the younger people would say, I got the energy, I got the fight in me. You might be old, but I got the fight in me. I'm willing to risk my life to go and restore what was stolen, right? Let's restore it. But we got a funny situation here, because how can you restore what has been stolen when you don't know the depth of what has been stolen? You can only
But this is
estimate.
the biggest thing that I think our people need to look at too, bro. Clarence, is why we always are the ones that they want to change the narratives, our history, our race, our culture. We've already had all of that ripped away from us when they brought our ancestors over here. That's why half of us don't know the very lineage that we come from, if you have ancestors that come from Africa. That's why we don't know who the hell we are. We don't really truly know our true culture, our true language. Everything was ripped from us. And they continue to do it almost every day with these different laws and things and rules and regulations they trying to pass about us. These are people that continuously want to control the narrative when it comes to our people. Continuously. It's not done as overtly as it was done back in those times. It's done more covertly now because it's we kind of want to slide this by. Just kind of let's see it. Let's see if it'll work. Let's just put this change the words. Let's change the narrative. Let's see if they'll rock with that. Then listen, these are people that, again, this is systemically how they want to continue to control the narrative when it comes to our culture and our race of people. And if we don't see through this, if we don't really see what they're trying to do, now we've already had everything ripped from us when they brought our ancestors over here and took everything from them. Right. That's why we don't literally know who we are, literally, from down to the very lineage of where we come from, or who our ancestors were. I know mine, but I mean, for the most part, I didn't know mine for over 40 something years, right? Until I did my own ancestry. And there's so many of us don't know that because of the very reason it was ripped from us. And now they continue want to spin and change the narrative when it comes to us and our history and our culture and our ancestry continuously. Right. You talk about continuously want to sweep shit under the rug, continuously want to change narrative, spin narrative. This is what they do to us. They are not doing it to no other race of people when it comes to the atrocities that was done to other race of people. They not over there trying to change their narrative, trying to change what happened to them and call it another whole different thing to try to sugarcoat it. But they're doing it to us.
I know.
It's like we don't realize how deep this is, because they know everything affects us economically. Everything affects us regarding equality, because we are not treated equally. And I don't even want to. I'm like Angela Stanton. I'm like Queen Ahmadiyya Shakur. I'm like Michi X. Let's stop saying civil rights. God damn it, we need equal rights, because we're not getting treated equally. Yeah. They never respected us and gave us any civil rights. So how about treat me like you treat the next man that don't look like me, equally? Yeah. The equality and the equal spreading of the wealth gap that is such a huge gap between our race of people and theirs.
That's
equal.
Now, here's the thing, Patrice. That is probably not going to happen, because
I know, but I'm speaking from a broad perspective, and I'm saying that if we don't see that how everything affects us, these are not just words. These are things that affects us on so many other levels in our lives. And that's the part that I want us to see. We thinking it's just a changing of words. It's not. Because guess what? If they change that and we allow it, they're going to start changing other things. Like you said, the lies, the propaganda, they're going to put shit in the history books that is not true about our history.
Right. Right.
If we continue to just sit back and just say it's cool, I'm gonna just roll with the punches. Any way the wind blows is cool with me. And that's what we do a lot when I don't see us in meetings. But I see them in there fighting like, you ain't finna put this BS in no books and give them to my children. You ain't finna do that. They fuss it, they fight, they curse it, they in those meetings, and they don't look like me. And they saying you ain't teaching my child that. But we ain't up in the school fighting for what's right. We not in these meetings. We're not there. We're rarely there.
Yeah.
So when I see people that sit on platforms and talk bullshit, especially people like that brother that came in here and used my name, that brother Chaotic, and that other young lady that can't keep my name out her damn mouth.
Oh, I saw that.
She want to be famous. Cause she want to be famous, but you making listen. I ain't trying to be famous. Cause I ain't got to say your name to get no props. But you keep saying my name. You keep saying my name though. I ain't studying you. I ain't bothering you. I ain't thinking about you. I ain't bringing you up no more. I'm done. I said, when I'm one and done, I'm one and done, baby. But you keep bringing up my name. Why?
That's all it.
See, but this is what our people do, and this is why the great distractions happens, and we get so off of code with things because we worry about everything except the things we need to be worrying about concerning our people and our culture.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's a good thing. I'm glad you always keep pushing that message. Hey, if you know, wherever you live or whatever, you should get involved with the community and try to at least, see what's going on. If it's the neighborhood watch or the PTA or whatever, it's definitely at the school. You got children in school. You need to know what's going on at the school. You know what I mean? Because they can be teaching your child anything, or they can have a teacher that just redirect that, that teach what from their understanding, right? And try to teach your children something like that. Oh man. It reminds me of one time I was I was in Mos 54 in Compton. I was in Compton, and I was there, and a lot of brothers was there. A lot of brothers was there, and so Dr. Collins had just got done teaching, and another brother got up on the rostrum to start teaching. And so everybody was all pumped up from Dr. Collins, right? so this brother started to sit up, and he started talking way crazy, right?
That brother was out the box. He was not your ordinary guy, and he was very Dr. Collins. He was very
yeah. No, I'm saying Dr. Collins was cool. Dr.
Oh
Collins
yeah,
was cool.
yeah, he's cool. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking about the next brother that came up.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
The next brother that came up. The next brother that came up was start talking outside. See, when you go up on that rostrum, whatever you say, even if it's if it's something you feel, it better be connected to the teachings that we're being given from the Unrealized Muhammad. If it's not, they're gonna yank you off. So that's what happened to this brother. The brother started talking way outside of, just talking about his own personal feelings.
Yeah, out there in left field. He went all the way left.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he started talking about, man. I'm not even gonna say some of the stuff he was saying. It was just way crazy, man. But they gave him the hook. Remember? You ever watch the Showtime at the Apollo?
Yeah, when they give you that hook.
Yeah, they give you that hook, and the Sandman come out.
The Sandman, yeah.
They give that brother the hook quick. But yeah, man. I mean, if you teaching, I think, like you said, all we want is just to be treated equally, right? All we want to do is to be treated equally. Now, the problem is that is scary to a lot of those elite white people. It's even scary to a lot of elite black people, right? The bourgeoisie, because they've been designed to be that buffer in between the lower and middle class and the elites. The bourgeoisie is the buffer.
Well, that's why we have the crabs in the bag syndrome, with our people. It's because people like them and a lot of people that ain't even like them, just regular folk that got a little something. For some reason, they think they the only people supposed to have a little something, that nobody else supposed to have a little something. So they would literally will when they see you crawling up, they and their team of people will pull you back down. That's that crab in the barrel effect.
Yeah,
we seem to have that in our community. We have it in these YouTube streets. That's the problem. That's why I say the concentration and focus is on all the wrong things, and people love to deflect because they ain't got shit else to talk about but the same shit, rhetoric, echo chamber bullshit over and over again. But want to constantly throw out people names that is out here boots on the ground getting shit done. I'm gonna need you to have several seats. I said what the fuck I said.
I said what I said. Well, let me ask you, Patrice, because you here now. Let me ask you. I saw what you talked about yesterday. Just a sidebar, real quick. I saw what you was talking to me about yesterday. Are you ever going to address that situation or that person on any of those particular topics?
Nah, it ain't worth it.
But
Clarence, I feel good that I'm out here doing something for our people that are genuine, that I care about seeing things get done, right? Like I'm getting ready, not too long ago, I'm getting ready to perform again, but it's actually something special where we getting ready to give back to this school, right? For You know, they celebrate the 4th of July. I don't celebrate it, but I'm gonna participate in it because it's something that's gonna benefit the children.
Right.
So I'm doing a performance in a few hours. And this
Right.
is the shit that gives me joy. When I'm giving back in some way to our people, not sitting on platforms talking about somebody, saying somebody's name because you done got into it with somebody and disagreed with somebody on some bull crap that ain't worth nothing. I addressed it. I'm done with it. And I don't plan on addressing it again. But for some reason, that person continues to spew my name out of their mouth. But let them, because that just shows the difference in the level of intelligence and importance of what really matters in our community. You're busy talking about me, and I'm gonna be busy working. How about that?
I was very surprised. I thought it was over, but maybe not. Maybe not. I was very surprised at that. But
well, maybe it ain't with them, but it is with me.
Right on.
Like, but
so,
yeah.
Well, hold on. Patrice, Von Eric says, "Where's Rico?" It's a good question, man. I don't know, man. Maybe he, like Risa said, maybe I pissed him off.
he said he'd be right back, and then he was like, 1 second. Did he fall asleep on us already?
He may have. I will have to call him later. I'll call him later and then see what's going on with him. But you know, he can't blame it on the family. He put the family, he took them off on a vacation or whatever. So it ain't the family. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Check back in.
Bro, Clarence, I definitely understand where Brother Rico is coming from when he's saying he's tired of, this country and he's ready to leave it behind and go and retire somewhere where he can live better and take advantages to whatever opportunities another country may have. Because I'm starting to wonder. I'm already knowing that with all of the different things the Supreme Court is doing, the laws they trying to pass and with a lot of the dictatorship that I feel like America is starting to come under and become like more like a dictatorship, telling us what to do, when to do it, how to do it, where to do it, and damn near who to do it with. I get where he's coming from. I do. I understand when people say they tired of what's going on here in the US of A and they about to bounce. And they want to retire in another country. I get it. I totally get it. And if they can go over and buy a beautiful home in another country and live cheaper and live at peace.
Yeah.
And live out the rest of their days being happy with the one they love, I have at it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm all for that too.
I totally get it.
I'm all for that too. I mean, that's part of being American. You got the option to do all that. So yeah, I get that. That's no problem with me. I feel like, hey, if you can do it, go ahead and do it. You feel safe there, you feel comfortable there, and I don't know. He said his wife's from El Salvador. But I was gonna say, if she had family there, I mean, you got family there or whatever.
Is that where he plan on retiring? He plan on
retiring in the Dominican Republic.
Dominican, okay.
Yeah. So,
but the thing is, I get it. I get the ones that want to leave. I get the ones that want to be separate and build their own and do their own thing. But there are people like me and other people in the world that have to stay and fight, right? Because everybody can't leave.
Right. Most of us can't. Yep.
Yeah, most of us can't, for that matter.
Yeah, we just stuck, but it's more of a mental stuck than a physical stuck.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a mental and it's a conditioning that a lot of our people are under, and they are literally sleepwalking in it. You know how you sleepwalking, you wake, but you asleep at the same time.
Right.
It's a lot of people that have been walking around for decades sleepwalking, literally.
Yeah, and they were sleepwalking through their whole life, unfortunately. But a lot of time it's us, and we don't see how it's affecting us as a community, as a group. I was on a show a little while ago, and one of the guys said there is no black community, and that there is no black community, and I'm just like, see, that's just the mentality we get when we give up, right? We feel like, hey, there's nothing I can do about this situation. But there is something we can do about the situation. First of all, it's coming together and being willing to work together.
I get what he's saying when he's saying, I think I get the ideology of what he's saying. Like when he's saying there's no actual community where there's where there's predominantly black homeowners, predominantly black owned businesses, and ran predominantly blacks. I get that. When if he's talking about in that sense as a community, I can get it. It's areas in every city where it's predominantly black neighborhoods. Communities, I can get it what he's saying, because are there black owned businesses, resource centers, after school that are black owned for our black children, ran by us, owned by us, other than maybe a home past that. So maybe in a sense, I don't know, he couldn't mean it in that sense, because I heard somebody else say that too, and I was like, well, wait, what do you mean? He said, no, like if you really think about it, we live in black neighborhoods. He says community, that's a whole nother different thing. And I didn't think about it like that. He gave me another perspective. He's like, no, I'm talking about where we literally have black businesses owned and ran by us, black things, resources, community centers for our children. And we own all of that, and we own our own homes and property as well. So I don't know. It was just a different perspective.
Yeah, and I get where they're coming from as well. But I always gonna look at the black community as us living together. I mean, whether we own the businesses or not, whether we we own the land or not, we have to live. We pretty much have to live there and conduct our lives there. So we're a community. I'm talking about in my mind.
Yeah,
we're a community whether we want to be or not, right? Whether we want to be or not.
I actually get both sides. I get both sides of the spectrum of that, right? Like it makes sense when the brother broke it down like that to me, and it makes sense absolutely what you're saying. Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
I've heard that argument before. So I mean, that's just the way I think about it in my mind. We waiting on Rico to come back. I don't know if what's got to him. You know what? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna pull him down until I'm gonna let me leave him up there because he might come back. He may have fell asleep. No, Rico, he probably fell asleep. He probably fell asleep. But
he said be right back, and then he said 1 second in the back chat. So I don't know. But it's been way more than 1 second, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he had to do something personal. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a phone call came up.
Is anybody coming up? Were you dropping the link? Was anybody coming up? Or
I dropped the link several times.
Oh,
anybody let me put out there. Anybody out there that wants to come up, you can come up. Me and Patrice will stay up here for maybe another 15 minutes, and then we'll close it out if you guys don't want to come up. But you're more than welcome to come up, say a little piece, and then as long as everything is respectful, y'all know how we get down. I'm trying to make sure that everything stays respectful. So just like in the chat, they'll get you. I'll get you up here. So saying if you come correct, you got it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, what other topics? Just real quick, Patrice. What other topics on your head? What other topics on your head, real quick? Anything else out there going on that you
Well, that thing was the newest one, but I think I text you something.
Text me.
I think I texted you something a few days ago about, the one about that young lady. Remember that that is the business owner that is a millionaire. Remember that one about?
Oh yeah.
We need to jump on that one because she had some very good perspectives on this whole gender war, male female role thing, and to hear this young lady that I think she's 20. What's she, 28, 30 something? 28. Anyway, I got 28. Yeah, and she married young, and her like the history of how they started out kind of with nothing, how she inherited and the money to sell her I think it was her grandmother's home and start her own real estate business, and now she's a millionaire, her and her husband, and just to hear her perspective of the whole, you know, woman's place, man place, you know, the leadership, the roles. Like this young lady breaks it down, and I think that is something that the younger generation needs to hear because it's coming from someone from a younger generation. And her interview that that young man did with her, I think it's a great perspective on to get this point of view from a young Black woman that speaks to the very things that's being, a lot of stuff that's being said, you know, that about the gender wars and the role that with the man leading and when the woman, you know the lead, and when she knows to step back and still be a leadership role in her place as a woman, but let her man lead and things of that nature. To hear this 28-year-old woman talk like that, I think is definitely needs to be heard from that perspective.
Now, I wanted to ask you something, Patrice. I never got a chance to ask you. What's your opinion of the Roe versus Wade situation?
Okay. Oh, see, I don't know if I want to hear my perspective, that's why I never spoke on it, because it's deep. Because our people think, see, everything. A lot of times we think things are surface, right? We think it's just surface something. But the Roe versus Wade thing.
Whoa, Patrice, wait. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't want to get you to say something that you don't feel comfortable saying. If you don't feel comfortable.
No, I'm just gonna say this. This. All right. Because that is actually a whole conversation that I could break down to our people where they would understand it to the lowest term. You know how you have the fractions and they say break it down to the lowest term. That's what I would do with the whole Roe versus Wade. So that's a whole nother topic. But I will say this: we as a people need to stop looking at things just only on a surface level. If you really have done your research and digged on the lady that started the whole Roe versus Wade thing, y'all will realize that this was never designed for us in mind, meaning Black women, honestly. And this is what, that's all I gotta say. It's a lot of things see, I'm a deep thinker, I'm an analytical, I break things down, I research things. Do y'all know the history on the woman that is behind the Roe versus Wade? It was never designed for Black women in mind. And I want us to really realize that the history behind that woman, who was a Caucasian woman, who used this very thing because she lied and said she was raped by Black men. Y'all don't want to go down this rabbit hole with me.
Why not?
No, because I told you this is a whole nother topic. And she end up getting some Caucasian female lawyers behind her and to push and protest this thing based off of their experience of wanting to get abortions themselves. Y'all, listen. When I tell y'all that it's deeper than just the surface of what you think it is about Roe versus Wade and pro-choice and pro-life. Like I'm telling y'all, it's not. You gotta go deeper. That's what I said. Everything affects our community, our people on a deeper level, socially and economically. So we gotta do the research, guys. We gotta know the history behind Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
And this woman came out of Texas. The same people that's trying to do what they're trying to do to slavery and change the narrative, change the history. Like, really do your research on Roe versus Wade, and I promise y'all have a different perspective on things. And it may not change your mind, but you will think about it.
You mean not Margaret Sanger, but you're talking about
not Margaret Sanger, the actual lady.
The lady Wade.
The lady. The lady Jane Roe, I think it's Jane Roe. I think they named her Jane Roe because she was underage, guys. She really has another legal name. At the time, she was a teenager that had already had, I think, 2 or 3 children, and she got pregnant and lied, guys, and said she was raped by I don't know if it was gang raped, or I know she definitely said she was raped by a black man. Okay. So listen, ooh, God, this is the thing. We gotta be critical thinkers here, right? We gotta really think, how did this all start? It came out of a whole nother movement that had nothing to do with black women. It came out of the white feminist movement, guys. These were white feminists that started this whole movement for their own agendas.
Holy smoke.
Please do your research and think. Now, you see, did you find something?
Yeah, it says that she eventually, she was an anti-abortionist.
Thank you. See what I'm saying? See, but when those type of women have an agenda based off of their needs, it turns full circle. See, I want us to think. We got to be critical thinkers, and this is coming from the woman that does not have any talking points, and my whole what she called it, what did she say? I forgot, but anyway. But yeah, I'm a critical thinker, guys, and I always research and I always analyze and break things down, and I'm a deep thinker. I want to find out what's the root of where that come from. Where is the root of what Roe versus Wade come from, y'all? Do the research on the young lady. She's now an adult. She didn't even did a commercial saying I'm the face. She said I'm the face of the lady behind Roe versus Wade. And she is a Caucasian woman.
She passed away in 2017.
If y'all knew her history, her family history, her background of her life story, I'm telling y'all, it will blow your mind. So that's why I never gave my perspective, because I could have did a whole program on it. And I was just like, that's why I never got on any platforms and talked about it and never spoke on it. But I'll just give that tad bit of education because I want us to really be surface thinkers. I mean, not just surface thinkers. I want us to analyze things, break it down, do the research, and find out where this whole thing come from. And it did not start where black women were on the forefront fighting for no goddamn abortion rights. It didn't come from that. It didn't start from that.
Yeah, holy smokes. It says she was allegedly arped by a mother's cousin. A mother's cousin.
This is the thing. She was being arped and molested by her relative, but because she wanted to hide that part and he denied it and they wanted to sweep it under the ground, then guess what she turned around and lied and said? She was raped by a black man.
Yeah.
Pay attention. Listen, research, guys. This stuff is not hard to find.
So it was an attempt to hide her family's culpability in the situation. Okay.
Yeah, they were protecting whoever this person was that did this to her. Yes. It did not start with us. We weren't at the forefront of this. It had nothing to do with us in the beginning. And she ended up getting with an attorney lady who had her own agenda that had got pregnant and wanted and went to another state, I think it was, to have an abortion. Y'all, this rabbit hole is deep. Man. This rabbit hole is deep. When I tell y'all, it's not just Roe versus Wade, pro-life, pro-choice.
She's a lefty, as they say down south.
At first, yes, she was. And guess what she is now? Guess what she is now?
What?
She's a part of the alphabet community now.
That's what I'm saying. In the South, they call it. They say you left-handed.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you was talking about white ring left wing liberal or
No.
Republican. That's what I thought you was talking about. Conservative
No.
or liberal.
No.
But yeah, guys, listen. I knew this story. I didn't know it in depth, but I knew that it started with this Caucasian woman that told the lie. I knew that a few years ago. But when this whole thing came up with it being overturned, I dig deeper into it. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to go on the platform and talk about it if I can't do a whole analogy on it. I said, because our Black people, we only see surface. We only understand surface, and we base our opinions off of that when this is a whole different thing, y'all. Like, y'all don't know how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Hey, Rico, I asked Patrice, what do you think about Roe versus Wade? And she gave me a little education on the lady. I didn't know about it.
On Margaret?
Roe.
McCorvey. I think.
Norma McCorvey. Norma McCorvey. Yeah.
Look, I apologize for my absence, folks.
No problem.
No, what I want to say
man,
was
you're not gonna get your paycheck. You're not gonna get your paycheck, man. Deduct that time from your paycheck.
So my paycheck not gonna be 0.001. It's gonna be 0.000.000. Let me just say this too. Let me just say this to everybody that's listening, real quick. I got some guests lined up for Tuesday. Woo! Okay. It's gonna be good.
Great.
It's gonna be good. I was setting. Okay. I got one set up. I'm about to try to set up the other. And we're hoping to do a stream on Black people who have moved overseas, in particular the Dominican Republic. And just to give you just a little bit of a tease, I talked to one gentleman, and he moved over to the DR with his 2 teenage sons. He has a teenage daughter, and he'll tell his story. And there's another one with a Black woman who moved over to the Dominican Republic and got married. And she married
the Dominican guy over there?
A Dominican guy over there. They both married Afro-Dominicans, whether they call themselves Afro or not, because that's just a whole nother story. We'll
like
touch on
Afro-Latinas.
No, they're Black. They're fucking Black. They Black and
but I thought you said they Afro-Dominican.
You're right. Your description of is saying that sometimes don't call themselves that, no matter what they look like. So they didn't go out there and look for the aesthetically looking long, straight hair. No, they went out there and found love who looked like us.
Hold on, Rico.
Even though they went to
Rico, hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, Monty, what's going on with you, man?
Hey, what's up, Monty? So what I wanted to say
was Monty's in the building.
I just say that we're going to touch into that conversation Tuesday, and I'm just trying to tie in the timeline for the other person, and then hopefully we'll have that nailed down, and we'll do a thumbnail in the timeline. But go ahead, brother Monty. Happy to see you again, sir.
Monty, can you hear us?
Can you hear us? I see him, but I don't. We can't hear you, Monty.
Monty.
Yeah, I see him, but I don't hear him.
Unmute yourself. If it might be your mute button, or try to go out and come back in.
I'm vibrate. It's echoing. How can I make the echo stop?
Oh, you got to close the YouTube window, brother.
Yeah, you got 2 windows open. Close the YouTube window and keep the StreamYard up.
You just want to be looking at us through StreamYard, not YouTube. So close the YouTube.
Just X out of it. X out of YouTube one, not your StreamYard one.
And let me just
you probably got to go out and go back in and do it.
It's your fault.
The gentleman that's coming on, bruh, Clarence, his history is fucking phenomenal. Phenomenal. Black NAA. Let me get you some little gems he dropped on me. Youngest NAACP recipient award with Lisa Ray.
Okay.
This guy has been He was a young baseball player. So he's going to give us whole synopsis on a lot of things, being a baseball player, been traveling since he's 46 now. He's been traveling since he was 17.
Okay.
He's got some shit by
it sound like you read Brother Rico, it sound like you read you sound like you read his bio, and sometimes we need to save some things for the introduction of the bio when we have our guests on. So don't tell too much. Don't tell too much.
No, I'm not gonna tell no more, but because again, like I said, he's not gonna talk about everything, but I'm hoping to tease it a little bit to get
what
people
is he talking about?
And all I'm saying is the topic is gonna be about the word is called expat or expatriate. It is the actual terminology.
Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah.
So when people come from another country into America, we call them what? Immigrants. Correct? Right. When Americans go to another country, what are they called? They're not called immigrants.
Yeah.
They're called expats.
Yeah.
Because the reality is that it's a they're not going to look at us the same way we look at people that come into America. So we're looked at as better. So they change the terminology, what they call us. We're fucking. If I go to Mexico,
it depends on where you go. It depends on where you go that we're looked at as better now, because you can go to some other countries and they don't like Americans.
Holy.
No, I'm not saying that they like you, but I'm saying is, I don't care where we go, they're not going to call us an immigrant.
Well,
if I go to Japan, I'm not an immigrant. If I go to Mexico, I'm not an immigrant. If a Japanese or a Mexican comes to America, they are an immigrant. Okay. The language matters. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Patrice, am I making that shit up?
Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. But I'm saying, okay, so when we do this, make sure we break down and have the meaning, the definition and the meaning of what immigrant means versus what expat means.
Right. And then the only reason I say
expat, I got it right here. Expat means a person who lives outside of their native country.
But an immigrant is what?
Let me look up an immigrant.
There it is. And you tell me the difference. And why is one word with disdain and the other is not? Because when we say expat, it sounds adventurous.
Wait, let me tell you, Rico. An immigrant, a person who comes to live permanently in a foreign country.
What's the difference?
Okay. What is the difference?
Yeah, you tell me, sir.
So because I can go to Europe. I can go to Europe and live, and I'm an expat
permanently.
Permanently. But if they come and over here to America and live,
they're an immigrant.
Permanent, they're an immigrant.
Right. Okay. Because you know why? Because one sounds sexy and one sounds like shit. Don't think language doesn't matter. We gotta stop that.
I want to give Monty a chance, a shot.
Oh, is he here? Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, let him have it. Let him have it.
Monty, are you there?
Hey, good evening, guys. How do I sound on your end?
Sound fine.
Good evening, Monty. How you doing?
I'm doing well,
great, sir.
I'm doing well. Very intriguing conversation. First of all, let me begin by if I got outside of myself emotionally the last couple of times I was visiting with you guys. My apologies, and just ways to make your point without becoming so emotionally attached to it that you fail to make the point. And so I would like to extend my apologies to you guys, just from brother to sister and from brother to brother, and I hope that you can accept. That being said, the conversation is really intriguing.
Well, brother Monty, let us first accept your apology. Because I don't want you to go into your conversation, because this is what we have to do as brothers and sisters. I, as your sister, accept your apology because I understand, right? So I want you to know that I accept your apology wholeheartedly and thank you for your apologies. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Same here.
Thank you for
Same here.
thank
Hey,
you for
Maya,
accepting.
can I say one thing? And I'm not
Yes,
going to cut you off. I just
yes,
want to
sir.
say this to you. As I told you before when you came in, this is always your home. Bruh, this is your home. You can come here, you can get in my ass. Mostly Clarence. But you can and you know what I'm saying? Is as family, we respect the disagreements, and I mean, I didn't take anything that you said
And we
as
understand
out of
sometimes
place.
emotional, and we understand sometimes emotion get involved. But yeah, but we get it.
Right.
You,
And I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm just sitting there saying, don't you ever think, because you always came in. I was trying to say it that night. Maybe I didn't say it the right way. Brother, this is your house too. This is your home. Please don't ever think you are not welcome here. You are always welcome here. And you are always
Appreciate.
welcome here to come and share your perspective and your opinion. Matter of fact, I encourage it.
no, and I'm so glad that
Thank you.
sometimes we need to take space and cool off and
Yes.
cool down and then come back and readdress things, right? And that's what I love
That's
about
it.
how you really could do it if you genuinely mean well by other people. It's okay. We get emotional, sometimes we get hot-handed, sometimes we say things, but the grownness and the maturity of it is if we can calm down, cool off for a couple of days, and rethink things and say, okay, I was out of line. Now I can go back and I can apologize to my brothers and sisters, and hopefully they'll accept my apologies and it'll be all well. That is the beauty of that.
And Monty, why are you always accepted here? Because that work that you're doing in the community, because we're gonna have a great topic coming up about a brother that's doing some work like you doing. It just, I please come. That work you're doing, that shit does not get by without me seeing it and recognizing it and wanting it and applauding it and loving it. Keep doing that work. Don't worry about how I perceive you or anybody else perceive you. You keep doing the work you're doing, sir. You ought to be saluted for that. You ought to be saluted for that, and I love you for that. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So, with all of that being said, and all the kumbaya out of the way, love y'all too. The topic is really intriguing, and I just listened. I sat back and listened, and so I could gather my thoughts. And I think the word complicit was absolutely the correct word. Um, No, and yes, it was only 10, 15% of the people that owned slaves, but the people that were in the communities where those slaves did their free labor were complicit, absolutely complicit to what was going on. Not only were they complicit, our people couldn't even look at them, couldn't speak to them. If he spoke to a white woman, then and he would find himself hung from a tree, right? And everybody would stand there and watch and applaud that as if that was correct behavior. So complicit is absolutely the right word. It's just that what their plight in life was that they didn't have the economic resources that the slave owners had. But if they'd have had the monies to have owned a slave, they would have been absolutely down for it. Absolutely. Not only were they complicit, still the fabric of our country was such that, and even such today, even though they can't do it so overt, they still in many forms and many fashions feel as if they are better than us. And that's where the conversation sort of changed a little bit, and you guys got to talking about being treated civil and with equality. Well, I don't think that you can treat me civilly if you don't think of me as an equal. Now, you may treat me with common courtesy and not do things that's just barbaric, but if you think of yourself as superior to me, so long as I act inferior to you, then you will treat me with courtesy, not civility. Those are two very different things. And to now come up with some new book to try to hide and mask that, I think, is absolutely ridiculous. I think that we have gotten into a society where we keep running from the truth to try to make everybody comfortable.
Ooh, thank you for saying that, brother.
The thing, I was with my son today. I took it. He trains for football, and I don't mean to harp on my kids, but my life revolves around my kids. In his training, on his team, he's a superior athlete. I don't need you to be the superior athlete. I don't need you to be good when you be great when you're amongst good. I need you to be great when you're amongst great. So now when you come into this facility where you are amongst great, you have to still walk in your greatness and not be scared of that. And I'm not scared to make him uncomfortable and push him to his limits. The point is we got to stop trying to make people feel so comfortable that we remove the ability to go through some challenges and see what life is really going to bring. Life is not easy. And for you to keep telling them and making things comfortable for them, especially a black male, especially a black female, you're doing them a disservice. You would do better to them to tell them the truth and tell them how to become overcomers and push through and power through the situations and circumstances that are in front of them, rather than sugarcoating it and making it as if things are going to be easy. They were not easy when they come over there and got us with the boat. They were not easy when they got us back over here and got us off the boat. They were not easy when we were doing the work for free for them. And it's not easy today. And for you to now sugarcoat it and tell them that if things are now going to be easy, if we call it something else, then I think you're doing them a disservice.
Amen, brother. See, that's why you so messed over here. You be dropping them gems. I agree 100%. And this is the thing. We sit in our comfort zone and accept and allow it to be and say it's okay for them to put these things in the school books and teach our children this when we know it is a blatant lie and it's so far from the truth. It's a lie and the truth ain't in them. And they continue to tell it and spin the narrative. And we say, okay, we'll just accept it. Let me just fold my hands and cross my legs and be okay with it. These meetings, I see them fighting about, you ain't teaching my kids this. They protecting theirs. Are we protecting ours?
I mean, and like I say, guys, that's my piece. I'm gonna get off. I ain't want to be long-winded. We could go into hours and hours with this conversation, especially with me growing up here in the South and being the direct descendant of a runaway slave that was able to amass hundreds of acres of land that was only to be taken from him from our Caucasian counterparts at his demise because my grandmother and her mother couldn't read. These things really happen. I know it, right? And to ride through the homeland and see the things that were taken from you as a runaway slave, don't now try to retitle it. No. Because that's not what happened. That's not at all what happened. And to now try to get me to feel some kind of way better about it because you call it somewhere they were just involuntary relocated. What?
Get them on it. Get them motherfuckers.
What? Go ahead on, man. So I think the value, and this is just me. This is why my passion is to try to get these kids to put themselves into a place where you don't have to do what I done and go the college route, right? But even as a college grad right now, not only am I doing the insurance thing, but I'm dibbling and dabbling back with my tool belt and really thinking about starting a restoration business with my cousin. And we do everything. The value of it is to be able to show these young men how to read a tape, how to drive a screw nest, not a nail, how to tote a board without working yourself. Teach them how to work. But because I have that skill, I'll never be out of work because I can always go get.
That's right.
If you can control your own destiny, then you don't have to be named relocated, and you definitely don't have to become enslaved to anyone because you can control your own destiny if you're willing to learn.
That's right.
That's the value. That's what I'm trying to add to my community here in Northwest Georgia. Right? And what everybody else do, it's completely up to them. But as for me and mine.
I heard that. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for coming through and dropping these gems. We appreciate you. We always enjoy your perspective, and it ain't always agreeable with ours, but this one just happened to be, and I appreciate you so much for doing the work you're doing in your community, and you're standing up being that man and being the example and leading by example for your son and other young men in your community. So thank you for that.
Ain't no problem. So I'm gonna get down and just listen to y'all do y'all closing remarks and just be a part of the conversation, supporting from a distance. And you guys keep bringing up conversations that can really spark and help the community. If Brother C, if he was to put up, sir.
Monty, do you have any closing remarks? Because I think what you said, as Sister O.D. Patrice said, was excellent, outstanding. But as we're going to close, what do you have any closing remarks? We'll give you the floor for a few minutes. Just tell us what's in your heart, whatever you think.
I think I spoke my piece.
Yeah.
I support the channel and what you guys are trying to do and spark positive dialect. If this was something that was speaking on some nonsense, that was just clickbait, it would be far more than 11, 12 people in the chat. Right? If you was on something that was about some bullshit. But because it's something that's really trying to be a positive effect in our community, I think that it doesn't draw the traction that it should. And thus what we've done, since we're talking about the title of this here video, is our minds have been relocated into some bullshit, and we remain enslaved to the thought process that was given us because we're not willing to open our mind and expand and do the things that we need to do to progress us as a people. So we have, in effect, relocated our damn self. They just didn't give us that title. We did it for our damn self. Put up some bullshit and watch you get some traction. But so long as you're doing something positive, our relocated minds are not going to come to it. But soon as you start doing some bullshit, here they come. So as a community, what you're doing, if it don't get but 11 people, if it don't get but 12 people, if you plant the seeds and salvage and save them 11, then your work has been done. That's all you can. It ain't up to you for the rest.
Right.
All you can do is plant the seed. Has nothing to do with you how that seed grows. If you break up the soil with the plow,
right,
plant the seed, cover the seed back up, water it and nurture it the way it should go. Then the earth and the creator is responsible for what that seed becomes. You've done your part. So keep planting the seeds is what I encourage you guys to do. And that's my closing. I'm gonna come down and just listen to the rest of the chat.
That's a mic drop. Mic drop. Mic drop.
I'm about to say that. I said, did he mic drop our ass retreat? He might drop the fuck out of that. That was good, Monty. That was good.
Yeah,
bro.
excellent, brother. Thank you so much. You're so appreciated.
Thank you. That's why you better keep your ass over here, because we need you.
Man, I ain't going nowhere, man. I'm gone.
We need you, bro. That was good.
They say, I holler.
That was good, bro. That was good. Thank you.
All right, man. I think Monty, shout out to Monty, man, because he didn't have to apologize. He didn't have to come.
No.
That's what men do. Hello.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Hence the difference between men and boys. Okay.
Right.
Men.
Right. I'm glad that people could see how a man's supposed to be, how a man's supposed to do, and then people could see how a men and women supposed to respond to something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good, man. I think we are being what we are being about it as we talking about it, right?
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? I mean, we ain't just saying, like, I was on a broadcast where they was condemning one situation, but the same situation that was in their house, they was approving that situation. I couldn't get that, how they was able to say, do as I say, not as I do. And I never was one that liked that. But some people have that. I think I'm glad about the three of us. We at least try to be about it. If we say if we say this is how things should be, we at least try to be that way. You know what I mean? We don't try to, pull no punches. And except Rico, I'm waiting on Rico. Rico, Why don't you ever apologize to me like that when you cuss me out?
Cause nigga, I ain't sorry. Continue on.
Okay, y'all. Let's close it out. Do we got to talk, y'all? Do we got to talk?
I don't know. Do we got to talk?
2 minutes. 2 minutes after the stream.
Oh,
okay.
2 minutes.
Oh,
all right.
Just 2 minutes. I ain't gonna keep y'all all night. 2 minutes.
Patrice,
you know how that goes, Patrice.
I already know.
You better water your plants right now.
Listen, I gotta go and do this show. Look, the kids need me. I can't stay up here all day. The kids. Look, I'm gonna use the kids. I'm gonna use the kids. Listen, look, the kids need me, okay? Kids.
Clarence, I'm going first. Okay, I'm done. Fuck it. Bring me down. Patrice say you done. Fuck it. Bring me down. Clarence.
What? All right. Patrice, you got the closing remarks?
Not much to say. Great, man. Awesome stream. I'm so glad Brother Monty came and dropped those gems. I was hoping that Brother New Growth was still in, could come up, and Brother Be Easy, because I love their perspective as well. But maybe next time. Great stream, brother. Thank you to you and Brother Rico. Salute to the chat. Y'all are so freaking awesome. I love y'all. I really, really do. We a community over here, right? I feel like
best chat ever.
We family. I feel like we family. We're a community over here. We look out and protect each other, and that's what it's supposed to be about. But don't just do it in here. Do it in real life, in real time, out in your neighborhoods, in your community. Also, the subject at hand, we brushed up a little bit on Brother Jalen Walker. Let's research him a little more and address that later. And as time progresses, we get more information on the case. Also, the whole theory with this involuntary relocators and change and slave the workers, that's a bunch of propaganda BS. I'm gonna leave that where it is. I will never accept that. How about starting with some reparations if you want to pay those workers that were involuntarily brought over here. How about that? And also, what else did we cover? The other subject, the last subject.
Which one? Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, the Roe versus Wade. Again, y'all, some things are not just surface; they're deeper. We have to realize, as Black people in our community, in our culture, things affect us a lot more differently than they do other races of people, and I mean that on all levels: socially, economically, educationally, because we are the last on the totem pole for most things, and we try not to ask for much, and they give us so goddamn little. So when we do ask and fight for things, it's a reason behind a lot of these things. Pay attention to what's going on in Congress, the Supreme Court, things that laws they're trying to pass and have passed that affects us as a community as well. Everything is not just surface level. We have to be critical thinkers over here, and that's what I want for us. So thank you. I digress. Somebody's on mute. Why I can't hear?
I apologize. That was my dumb
I'm like, well, I can't hear.
That was my dumb ass.
I digressed already.
I literally only came up here to promote Tuesday because, again, I'm trying to encourage or excite more people to come out. Again, as you guys know, I'm here in the U.S. I have a home in another country. And what I'm sitting there saying is I've reached out to some of the people that I know that live in the DR. I reached out to a gentleman who lives in the DR. I reached out to a lady who lives in the DR. And they're both African American. They moved from the USA to the DR. They started lives there, got married, whatever the case may be. And I want them to come and speak to us about their story. Because, again, on the Let's Live the Better Black Life channel, I'm trying to open up spaces where we don't normally think about. Nobody wasn't educating me. I'm trying to take an opportunity to educate you all and to introduce you to people who can sit there and tell you, like, look, I don't care what you guys think. Don't take Rico's word for it. Take people who are living there, full-time, boots on the ground. So Tuesday, I know for a certain I got one. Hopefully I'll have 2 and maybe 3 people who are living there on the island. And I have a home there, but they, I'm whatever. They're full time. So I'm talking to people who live there, and they can give you in different parts of the island. In addition to that, they can tell you about what the change was like, what the language barriers like, what the cultural barriers like, and why they love it and how they love it, and so on and so forth. So I think that's a big thing. I've also reached out to people in Africa, people in Central America, and so on and so forth, because I'm just trying to tell us as a people, not that this is not a promo to go. This is just an understanding as to why people have chosen to do what they do. So again, I love my people, and I love the fact that these people will give an honest assessment, and they're not going to sugarcoat it and candy coat it in a way like I think some spaces have. They're not going to make it bad. It's going to be honest. I think Tuesday's going to be really good, and Tuesday's guest, in addition to him being an expat living in another country, he has a wildly interesting and a wildly fascinating story that's just beyond the depth that we can understand. He'll get more into it as he goes into it of his own choosing, but please tune in Tuesday. I love you guys. I'll see you guys then.
Okay. All right. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right. That was Brother Rico. So, first of all, first people on the list, the first people I always want to shout out first is the chat. You guys in the chat, man, you guys held it together. We had a little turbulence there. When Chaotic came through, but you guys was ready to you guys was ready to put the hammer on them. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I want y'all ready to go. You know, I just want for when you guys do slam somebody, slam them for being disrespectful. We don't want to slam them just because they have different opinions than us. Okay, all right. You the one that got back up here. Now Rico sent me a message in the back chat of make it short and sweet. He's the one that came, and he's the one that just came and told me, bring me down, and then he said, bring me back up so he could do that long-winded thing, right? All right, and Patrice just came back. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so the chat, I got to give the chat their props always. Chat, you guys have it, just, you know what I'm saying? We don't mind them disagreeing with us, even if they're a little strong. But when they start being disrespectful, that's when we want you to drop the hammer on them. I mean, even if they think they're going to get away with something, just drop the hammer on them, man, because we'll explain to them later. All right, but thank y'all. Chat to chat. What kind of performance? Strong performance from the chat. Always. You guys rule. You guys, the reputation precedes you. And, like I try to tell Rico, you don't have to chase Chaotic down and block him. You just, people like that, all you got to do is just keep on moving with the program, keep pushing the program forward. They'll eventually get tired of not getting no attention, and then just move on. So they're not going to stay anyway. So we don't have to put no whole bunch of energy into them, right? Anyway, what did y'all think about the show? We tried to make it a little intro. I wanted to go over some stuff. We really didn't even get to scratch the surface of what I really wanted to talk about today. But maybe it'll come up again in a news cycle, and we'll have another chance to talk about it. But shout out to the chat. Strong performance as always. Strong performance from the chat. Thank y'all. We are, like Patrice said, we are together. We in this together. We are a community. And without y'all, we ain't nothing. What we doing up here don't mean nothing without y'all making sure we don't have to worry about people coming in and being crazy, right? So shout out to y'all for being there. Just chat. strong and solid performance as always. Okay, who else we have on the platform today? We have Monty came up. Monty came up. Said, "Hey man, check this out. Maybe I was a little loud. Maybe I was a little forward. When I came out." And Monty came up on the chat. Monty came up on the stage, got that out the way, and then what else did he do? What else did he say? He said that, and then he dropped some jewels, trying to drop some bombs. Now, the last time Monty came, it was all right performance, but this time was very strong, very strong, very strong, very manly performance, very strong performance by Monty. Appreciated that, man. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciated that, man. Although you can stop by, we didn't need you to apologize, but the fact that you wanted to make that right, we appreciated you for that. Thank you, sir. All right, that was Monty. Strong performance as always. Who else came up? OG Patrice. What do you think about OG Patrice? She came through, right? I didn't even know if Patrice was going to come through today. I mean, I'm always going to send her the link, but I didn't know if she was going to have a chance to come through. Said Sunday is family day. I don't really expect, everybody come through. Sometimes I don't even expect Rico to come through because I know it's a family day. But he just happened to have the space, the time, right? Patrice came through, right? Came in, shot her shot. What do you think about Patrice and the way she handled the situation with Monty, right? Class act, right? See, if you go around the internet listening to what they say about us, me, Patrice, and Rico, they have you thinking, man, we got horns coming out of our ears, right? Out of our heads, right? Tails out of our behinds. But if you really meet us and get to know us, man, we just regular people, man. We ain't we ain't no angels over here. None of us got no chicken wings on our back. But I mean, we regular people, man. We decent, hardworking folks. You know what I'm saying? So we know how to handle a compliment as well as we know how to handle some disrespect. We get at you, right? So anyway, shout out to Patrice. She came in, handled that situation like a soldier. You know what I'm saying? Stayed on top of it, de-escalated Monty even further. He was already de-escalated it even further. Appreciate that. That's why I like Patrice to be here. I don't got her here because she's here voluntarily. She's here because she just want to be here, and I appreciate that. So I ain't got no hook in her mouth, but she's here because she's just a good person. She wanna, and she wanna help us build something that maybe we can help a couple of people, right? Shout out to her. Strong performance as always. We're gonna give her an extra star for that Monty situation, but she had good takes as always, and I asked about that Roe versus Wade situation, and she dropped some real bangers on us because I was looking it up. I was like, dang, I didn't know all that about the chick. Anyway, shout out to Patrice. Who else we had on the platform today? We didn't have a lot of people up here today, but it's Sunday. A lot of times we're not going to have a lot of people up here. We had Rico Young. What do y'all think about Rico Young? What do you think about Rico? Von Eric asked, hey, where's Rico? Where's Rico? Where's Rico? Yeah, Rico said I talk a lot. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I don't pay no attention to Rico at all. I don't pay no attention to Rico at all, unless I ask him. Now, if you ask Rico for some advice, man, I'm talking about, man, Rico will give you a spot on advice. But after them libations get in, he start giving you advice on his own. Patrice said she's just a girl with talking points. Let somebody tell. Oh man, I saw that situation, Patrice. Well, I'll talk to you about that in a minute. I thought that was pretty funny. I thought it was over, but I mean, I guess your name puts somebody in attraction. You know what I'm saying? I guess your name gets them in the algorithm, Patrice. Because I guess somebody gonna run back and tell you, and then it's gonna be a big old thing. Because I saw she got a lot of views on that. So, but hey, shout out to her. All right. Anyway, let's see. Rico Young. What y'all think about Rico Young? Strong performance. He did a Houdini for a little while, right? Where's Rico? Where's Rico? Right? And then we didn't know. I was gonna call him, but he came back in. He fought his way back. So shout out to brother Rico. But what do you think about Rico? Always good takes. They're a little long sometimes when them libations going, but they're a little long, but always good takes. Always good takes. Always give you something to think about. Shout out to Rico Young. He's got something lined up for you guys on Tuesday. I don't know what time we're gonna do that. I guess we're gonna work that out now. But I don't know what time we're gonna do that. But I'll put it up and I'll let you know what's going on about that. Yeah. So Rico's strong performance as always. Patrice. Patrice said, this is the same chick I had to educate on Black history. Patrice, calm down, Patrice. We all know how that went over here, so calm down. Shout out to Patrice. All right, so Rico Young, what do y'all think? Strong performance? Absolutely strong performance. As always, we all did a strong performance. I thank you, everybody, chat, everybody on the panel. I think everybody, none of us are. I think I got my last cash app was Brother Anderson about a week or two ago. I want to shout him out. Oh, by the way, y'all, we made it to the 600 subscriber mark. Thank you guys for whatever you're doing out there to help that happen. If you out there and you sharing these videos or you just liking them just to move the algorithm, I appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? I said we try to do something, man, that you guys could take away and think about and maybe improve your lives. So hopefully we're doing something, and hopefully it just gets bigger and better, and a lot of other good stuff will come from it. All right. OG Patrice said, thank you for the 600 subs. Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you. You was a part of that. I never would have got that without you and Rico. Absolutely. I'd still be sitting at probably about 300, 400 right now. All right. So that's it. That's it, y'all. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you, everybody on the panel. Thank you, everybody who wants to come up, but you got tied up. You got children, you got everything, other stuff to do. I understand. You guys can't sit around for 4 or 5 hours. I understand. But pop in when you can, pop back out, pop back in when you can. All right. Chaotic didn't even make it, so I don't want to bring up Chaotic, but Chaotic he never made it, so we can't grade his performance. We just say it's incomplete. All right, y'all. We shall see y'all. Monty says it's a great show. Thank you, Monty. Appreciate you, man. You are another reason why we got over the 600 sub. All those great takes you throw in there. All right, we're gonna see y'all on Tuesday. Rico's got something in his grab bag for y'all, so we'll work that out right now. All right, we will see y'all Tuesday. Peace. Thank you, everyone.